Yeah, we're coming for you.
Alright, hello, I'm Coach Raven PLZ. I cast regularly for EU and NA. So the second team going to represent EU is Volume Pink. One interesting thing about Volume Pink is that they run a Monk to Mulch comp, which is currently evolving into a new meta within CN. I think it's going to pay dividends for them because the comp is able to take boxes in mid game and lead to end game. I think what kind of differentiates themselves is their box comp with Matari to Mulch Justina. With these three comps and their aggression, I think they're going to be able to do super well at Worlds if they play to win and they play to their strengths with their aggressions. Now, if they get off spawn and gain some momentum, I see them going really far if they're able to deal with the CN Pros neutral game. Good luck to them, and I'll be cheering you guys on at Worlds.
我们不断接受各种挑战，不断解锁各种成就。我相信我的队友们，他们也同样相信我。正是这种信任让 OC 变得无懈可击。周冠是一种荣耀，也是一种认可。我们无法预知未来，但我们必须相信，现在所做的点滴努力，一定会在不远的未来反馈给我们更大的荣誉。
3、2、1
，OC 救！
破晓而生，大能扶摇。
盖亚也是利用一个鸟笼收掉了孤瓜，把秦九给击杀。而这边的话，OUG也是收掉 A 队的一个击败，是 YDG。
前线这种位置，失恋我们看出顶不住这伤害，还在闪转腾挪晕住，又怎样呢？续不出来任何技能，只能拖时间。
这一次我们要成为场上的主角。
在关键时刻，压力和状态往往会产生完全不同的结果。我们一同承担赛场上的一切，一起用行动反击那些质疑。当然，我们更希望可以一同享受荣耀的洗礼。
基地加油！
团结不信极限，坚定造就不凡。
没接鬼反断，反手就为正了。哎呦，这个鬼反断真的是选手来了都能木呀。卡卡西，我们打一打。细节处理掉头盘龙，但这边的话也是3连蜘蛛，捏了一个右键骗正抓升龙。我的天，打倒在地，再来一个沉默。BB 给到。
雷龙天翔，顶峰相见。这一次我们将拼尽全力。
从 S2 开赛到现在，我们经历过低谷，也创造过辉煌，但就像没有不想登顶的攀登者一样。我们的目标从来没有变过，就是冠军。当我们同心合力
，3、2、1，给我们加油！
必定所向披靡。
衣服的人能不能被晕住？反手的话，再给个失恋无名，来自接替的别离。别离里面反手出了这个风压，这个风压应该是来自积极的。OC 被淘汰了 ，OC 的人头是小伟拿到的。他是一个神将啊，现在真的不是很急。别离还在等什么？别离在等这个神将变小，马上要进入一生的时间来了。他卡住了这个最后至关关键的一个信息，能激活吗？能打击杀吗？
剑指巅峰，无畏向前。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen and Naraka fans? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. We're on our 4th bi-weekly. We're getting ready to rock some trio games here today. I'm joined by my co-host, Foxdrop, and I just want to say special thank you to everybody who's showing up here today. I know there's a little bit of confusion because we are on twitch.tv/Naraka Blade Point Pro League instead of our regular Twitch channel, so it means so much to me that each and every single one of you are here. Special shout outs to my girls Nudie, Kates, and Foxy over in chat. You guys are awesome for coming out and support. And Foxdrop, speaking of foxes, how you feeling tonight, buddy?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling very good. I'm excited to see some trios. I've been doing a lot of solos recently, which is fun in and of itself, but nothing matches the action and the hecticness of the trios. So I'm excited to see that all going down today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm super excited to get in and see your trios. I got to come in yesterday, finally got to see the changes to our solo setup, where we got to see kind of the wacky craziness come out. A lot of tumult coming in. I was really happy. Before game number 1, I looked at Dobby and it was like, he asked me my predictions, what I thought I was gonna see coming in from solos. And I was like, I want to see Viper. I said, but realistically, I think we're gonna see a lot of tumults coming through. And sure enough, we saw a ton of tumult come through, and so happy to see Sandboy back in the meta for solos. He shake things up so drastically, and he's just such a fun character to watch being played, way better than 16 Justinas or 16 Yodos all in the same lobby. It was a lot of fun, but you know me, I love my trios. I'm excited to come back today and get into the hectic craziness that is trios. It's been really good. These teams and players seems like they've finally kind of started to adjust. We were talking about this yesterday, me and Dobby, to the bouncing back and forth between Morris and Hollowroth, whereas kind of the first week there was a lot of growing pains for these teams and solo players where they were going to Hollowroth, they didn't know where the traps were, they didn't know how to solve the puzzle. There was a lot of fumbling going on there because they've been so used to playing on Morris, and for the first 2 weeks of season 2 of the NBPL, we had only Morris Isle available to the players. And as you can see here now, of course, for everybody watching from home, game 1, we're going to Morris Isle. Game 2, we head back to Hollowroth. Games 3 and 4, we're back at Morris Isle for a back-to-back. Game 5, we go back to Hollowroth, and we round everything out on game 6 over on Morris Isle. But tell me a little bit about that scoring, Foxdrop.
Well, simply put, the higher you finish, the better your score. I know, shocking, surprising stuff, but obviously you get points for your kills, and then if you're able to turn that into a high finish, as far as where you come as the last man standing, then bam, that's sorted. It's a brilliant combination. That's what you want to aim for. That's what you want to do. You can see so far the previous results of our trios here. You can see the bi-weekly final 1, final 2, etc, etc. This is where the teams have been finishing overall so far. This is the last week of bi-weeklies, and we'll get our bi-weekly final, and then that will be that for season 2. Obviously we'll have a bit more going on,
not
but as
quite
far as
everything. I was gonna say, because after that we do actually have what's called repechage, aka losers bracket, right? So top 8 automatically are going to qualify to go play in the grand finals here, but if you're in the bottom 16, you have to go to repechage and fight for a chance to qualify for those last 8 spaces. And a lot of these teams are very desperate to be there, especially because these bi-weekly finals, if you look at a team like Team GD here, they put together 20 points, and those points are placement points that guarantee them a spot at Worlds, right? The more ranking points you have, the better chance you have going to Worlds, and that's where the bag gets really big, Fox.
Absolutely. When I said that I meant that was that for bi-weeklies, but there's so much more Naraka action, of course, and these placements mean a lot. There's still that one last week, as you can see, that bi-weekly final 4, all those dashes. That's because we haven't played it yet. And so that's where it all comes together here. You can see a team like OUG had such a good start to the thing in the first bi-weeklies, and then really since then has been struggling. So you've got one last opportunity to get yourself those placement points to finish as high as you can. So when it comes to those grand finals and stuff, you're in as best a spot as possible to make it happen. But of course, there's still one more week left to play. And that's what we're all here for. Let's take a look at the regular season results here instead. Not your overall BIWEEKLY final, just the regular season stuff. You can see, GPL down there in 16th is a bit disappointing for them, I would say. I think this is a team that has perhaps higher expectations, especially considering Xin is probably one of the better solo players that we have right now. The fact that he's not able to transition that into the trios. And here are your best teams. You can see MPG with 2 MVPs in Game 3 and Game 4. This was in Day 2 earlier this week. And what really stands out to me is 17JL. I know your favorite word is consistency. Well, this is a team that didn't get MVP once. They didn't come top ever in Day 2, but they were still able to find themselves at second overall, and honestly a pretty hefty scoreline considering they didn't come first once. So as long as you don't have to be the best, as long as you're just consistently pretty darn good, then that's good enough.
Well, that's the thing, right? We have a lot of teams and solo players here in the league that are, me and Moxie love to describe them as coin flippy, right? When they have good games, they have explosive games, but then they'll go 3 or 4 games where they put, not 3 points on the board, and those explosive games all of a sudden don't count for as much because they've had 3 or 4 games where they just aren't able to make the points happen. You look at a team like 17JL, which is really interesting because 17JL, especially last season and the beginning of this season, was not a team that was known for either. They weren't known for being a consistent team, and they were not known for being a coin flippy team. They were just known for being in the bottom of the barrel, right? We almost never saw them towards the top end of the leaderboard. What is going on? Our guys here in the back having a laugh here. Everybody gets along here in the Nbpl. We love to see it. The camaraderie is great, and not just the members of the same teams either. We'll cut back here all the time, and we'll see members of different teams just hanging all over each other, laughing, and it's great. We love that sort of energy here. The sportsmanship is phenomenal in the league. But I mean, to be fair, these guys, they're playing against each other every single day, whether it's here in the Nbpl or in their regular games on the ranked leaderboard, playing against each other. They know these guys, they're friends with these guys, and that's great. You don't see that too often in a lot of esports. So to see these teams come together, have that level of camaraderie and friendship is really great, and still be able at the end of the day to go out and compete against each other and just kind of be like, look, it's nothing personal, kid, at the end of the day.
What stood out to me was in that pre-show VT we had, where you saw the kind of, not necessarily the behind the scenes, but like the mic check of that sick play that ended the final circle with that kick. You had the POV of like half a dozen different teams, they're all cheering, they're all like, whoa, wow. It's like, it's not even them playing, it's not even their teammate. It was just them spectating and watching the other guys go about it. Like, obviously these guys are all friends and they're always hanging out with each other, and I feel like, to be honest, it probably helps you. It helps steady the nerves, calm things down, because obviously heading into this big venue, this huge arena, which is honestly massive, by the way. It's genuinely huge, and it can be nerve-wracking, and just getting those nerves settled. It helps if you can just create that friendly environment and all that lovely business, and obviously being friends with everyone backstage is where it's at. GG, you're seeing it though on your screen now. This is one of our more consistent teams, one of the better teams we have here in the Nbpl. Certainly a team to keep your eyes on. As you can see, percentage in the top 5, 40%. Now that is utter madness. I don't know how any team reaches that number, let alone the fact that they're 3rd place overall in that statistic. But yeah, consistency is key for those guys. They're very good at doing it, and a very scary team to watch.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, all of these teams really bringing it here. This is a team I want to talk about. Team Alliance is a team that really had a lot to prove coming into season 1. Struggled quite heavily into season 1, but coming into season 2, they've been a very, very different team. They've worked out all the kinks. They've become a much more consistently playing team. And instead of being consistently in the bottom, they've either been consistently in the high middle or right in that top of the pack, right? These guys are always kind of in that top 6 at the end of every single game. They don't have too many games this season where they've put like 0 points on the board, gone out early, you know. And we love to see that. You know, we're talking about our resident European team here. I say resident European team. Team Wolves is a team that's actually, you know, coming from a European football team, actually.
Yeah.
But Alliance is, you know, when we think esports orgs and we think UK, we think Team Alliance, right? So sure. They came in here. We're in the CN meta, kind of agreed by most of the player base that CN is where the meta is developed, and all of the best players really come to compete, right? So Alliance has a lot to prove coming in, and this season they've really proven that they have what it takes to improve at a drastic rate and just make those changes and adapt to everything here. And because of that, they've been doing very, very well this season, and we love to see it. YZG, another team that last season was kind of in the middle of the pack, but has been making a big splash here in season 2, especially during the first bi-weekly. They had some absolutely baffling, huge games here. And look at this, #1 in average kills right now, 2nd in average damage, #1 in the percentage of top 5s. Again, you're talking about a team that was consistently middle of the road in season 1, and now they're #1 in almost every single statistic.
YZG has been an absolute pleasure to watch so far in season 2, like forcefully dominant in the games that they play, and it's reflected in the stats. Absolutely disgusting stuff from these guys, and for me, they're going to be the best team in your teams to keep your eye on coming into today for sure. Absolutely banging squad right there, and will give anyone a run for the money. Those are the guys that you're going to want to bring down if you're one of these other teams. First game of the day will be on the Morris Isle, as always, before we swap over to Horroth for game number 2 in our next game. Let's see how this meta shifts up here. We're seeing a lot of Transformer comps still coming through. No real surprise there. Some Viper, Yoto, Wu Chens as well. We're mixing it up just a little bit. I see a few Mataris talking about. There's a Takeda or 2 as well as some Justinas. But just I think for game 1, just keeping things relatively what's the word I'm looking for, like familiar, common. just keeping things kind of chill here, though. I am quite excited to see these Matari, Tumulch, Takeda comps coming through from YZG and J-Team.
You know, so this is a comp that J-Team kind of started putting together here. And the thing is we had a drawing ceremony at the end of the last bi-weekly that set in stone what the weather conditions and whether it was going to be daytime or nighttime for each respective map, right? And game 1, if I'm not mistaken, is that dusk nighttime, and there's going to be a lot of extra fireflies on the map, which works very, very well for these Takeda comps, because Takeda desperately needs to have their ultimate up. And if these guys are pathing through where those fireflies are, they can go from engagement to engagement super aggressively, simply because they finish an engagement. Takeda Sans his ult, they just run to where they know these fireflies are going to be, instantly get that rage back up to 100%, and run straight to the next engagement.
It's funny, isn't it, how, I mean, I would say a little difference like that. It's not really a little difference, it's actually fairly significant, but just one change like that can really flip the meta a bit. And I'm happy to see these teams taking a chance on the Takeda comps. It's very easy to play it safe, play it simple, and go for like the Transformers or that Wu Chen, Yoto, Viper comps. We need like a name for that, you know. It needs a name rather than just the three heroes listed out. But you know, those are the 2 most common ones here, and it's nice to see when people decide to swap it up here. GBL now finding themselves off the drop against WBG. Actually getting the first kill there. Jing is going to fall down. Sleepwalker's in a bit of a pickle as well. And Olis is going to fall as well. And Sleepwalker all down. GBL going to come out on top of that one. First kill of the session here. First kills of the day as NAD is joining in. Actually going to get a third party, and we'll find themselves some kills on GBL as well. They're going to fall down. Easy peasy lemon squeezy for them.
Looks like we might have been off to a false start, or there might have been some technical difficulties, but we're gonna restart and get back into game one very soon here. That's very unfortunate because GBL off to a really good start there, and it looks like it was going to be very interesting, but we're gonna set back in, we're gonna come back in, we're gonna restart. Of course, you know, the map's gonna be the same, we're not gonna change anything, and these players are gonna get the opportunity to come right in off the rip. Luckily, we hadn't gotten too deep there into that first game. It happens sometimes,
Warming up.
yeah, just a little cheeky warm up. Got to get the fingers ready and get things ready to rock and roll here for some of these players. Love to see it. Esports. You can never have an esports event without some level of technical difficulty.
To be fair, though, that's the first time I've seen that here personally in the Nbpl. You know, and the first time, well, we did have a delay because of a typhoon one time, but I feel like that's not necessarily esports fault, really, when Mother Nature decides to rip one out on you, and and you just kind of got to take it. So yeah, fair enough. You know what? At least compared to other esports, this is relatively tame. We did just get off to a bit of a false start there, but it's cool, it's chilling. We're going to be heading back into the action just in no time at all. Unfortunately for GBL, of course, they're going to be a little bit sad about that. They did start off with 3 kills, which is very nice for them, although NAD came along and ruined their party a little bit as well. But it's cool, man. I'm sure they'll find the opportunity to make something happen again in game 1.1
Absolutely.
In release version. We had the beta game 1.
I don't think any of these players are strangers to the technical difficulties coming through and having to do some of these restarts. We've had a couple of them throughout the seasons here, and you know what? It's just, it comes with the territory, and all these players are professional about it. GBL, they're not super worried about it. If they started off, you know, they had white armor there, and most of them had white weapons going into that team that had blue armor. GBL absolutely tears through them, picks up 3 eliminations early. They're just going to carry that momentum right off to the drop. They're going to come in more confident than they did here in this first one, and are probably going to pick up some eliminations pretty quickly. We'll see how it goes, though, once we jump into the game here. Team Wolves here, my team. Not to be biased, but I do love me some Team Wolves. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Kai Bao, one of my favorite players in the entire league. You know, he wooed us all at the end of season 1, right? You know, we got 12 games in the rep shays for the solos players, right? He comes back in, he's all the way down in 15th place, and we're like, there's no way he can climb into that top 8 and qualify to make it into the grand final for the season, right? 1 game, he dominates the lobby so hard, he jumps all the way from 15th place to 6th place, gets himself into the grand finals, and is able to place 5th place overall in grand finals. You talk about a comeback for a player.
Hell yeah, man. Underdog stories, you love it. You love to see it. And Kai Bao putting on a clinic for that one. That was probably one of the more exciting moments we've had here in the Nbpl. I'm looking forward to it. Well, am I looking forward to him repeating it? Because it kind of requires him to suck to begin with in order to put himself in a position where he comes back that hard. I don't wish that on him. I'm sure as much as he enjoyed the comeback, he'd rather just not be in that position in the first place. So we'll see. We'll see if he decides to treat us to that, or whether he'll actually pull it out right from the get-go.
Absolutely.
Bias, we want to see it. We want to see the spice. We want to see the drama. We want to see the comebacks.
Oh yeah, you know, look, it's kind of been the season of dark horses, right? Like, we started our first bi-weekly. WBG Spider was an unknown. He did absolutely nothing in the beginning of the season. His first 5 games, he put not point anything up on the board, right? And then all of a sudden in game 6, he came out of nowhere, like a bat out of hell almost, and literally Thanos snapped half the lobby out of existence, broke multiple league records as a solo player, and we're all just sitting here stunned. We're shocked. We're like, where was this Spider all season? What happened? And from there, Spider's become probably one of the most beloved players here in the league. I know chat absolutely goes off when Spider's popping off and having a good game, and we've watched him grow significantly as a player as well. He still does suffer a little bit from being kind of a coin flippy player, but he's talked at length in some of the VCRs that we've seen and during some interviews about how his coach specifically has been helping him get out of his mental, because he's one of these players that if he gets eliminated pretty early off of the rib and he doesn't have that resurrection available to him, he very much gets in his headspace, stops playing aggressively, will make it to late game, but isn't able to put any points on the board. Just not able to pick up those eliminations anymore, which is odd coming from a player like him, because when he's having a good game, he is so aggressive. He forces the rest of the lobby to play the game entirely different, right? So seeing him kind of come in and be squeamish off that, watching him grow as a player, able to come back from that mentality and start to recover from those, has been an absolute pleasure. But speaking of recovering, we are finally recovered our lobby here and get ready to jump back in to game number 1 here. If I'm not mistaken, I do believe they have to take all of the same hero picks. They can't change anything from what they dropped there in game 1. So no surprises in terms of the hero selection getting ready to come our way, Fox.
Yes, it should be the exact same setups here. As a reminder, we had 2 cicadas. If we see J Team and YZG with cicadas, then we know it's the same. I would be surprised if they were able to change their heroes at least, unless there was a problem in hero select, in which case that would maybe make sense that you can swap it out. But no, it looks like it's going to be the same old here. A lot of transformer comps, and then only one of that Yoto, or 2, excuse me, Yoto, Wuchen, Viper combos there, and then a little bit of Justina sprinkled in, and of course, as we mentioned, the Takeda too. But Tumulk is really getting his value for money here in these comps. Almost a lot of the lobbies running a Tumulk here, which is, you know, he's quite versatile and going to be a real pain in the backside to play against. He's very frustrating. Probably one of the more frustrating to play against.
Temmie brings a lot to any team here, specifically, especially the Transformers comp, right? We talked about this at length a couple weeks ago, but one of the weaknesses of Transformers comp and old Yodohime comp was that you were hyper reliant on being able to go to that final circle and either being the better Transformer comp or being the better Yodohime comp and popping off in that final circle. Early to mid game, you did nothing in terms of being a team. You were just trying to survive to the late game and trying to secure Moore's blessings during the mid game, an absolute nightmare for those comps, right? But swapping Tumulk into the comp allows you to be aggressive from the early start of the game. You're then able to use Tumulk to basically guarantee Moore's blessings in the mid game, or at least be able to contest them. And for something like the Transformers comp, right, obviously you want those Moore's blessings because you need that armor, because your Transformers are so reliant on the armor and weapons that they have in terms of their damage output and the HP they have when they transform. If you're not able to do that, your team's super behind when you get to late game. Putting Tumulk in there almost guarantees that you're going to be able to secure those Moore's blessings, and then at mid to late game you can play hyper aggressive because you have everything that you need. JJHRD here off to a huge start, picks up purple armor and a Firefly here already. He's already got Monk's transformation underneath of his belt, ready to come in there. Already going to pick up TXJ from Fun Plus Phoenix here. We're going to see the Monk come down as Water tries to land these grabs. He needs to be aiming for BBB here. He does get BBB. There's not a whole lot they can do about it. We're going to see the rain shots come out. BBB goes down, and it's literally just this Yuashan that's left. The Yuashan ulted first, so that ult gonna go down very soon. The Monk's just trying to buy the space for his teammate here. LYD, there we go. Ooh. Transformation down. Monk covering while they get the resurrection. LYD's not gonna be able to come in here, do anything about it. They're going down below, gonna scale rush up now, but it's a 3v1 situation, and LYD really just trying to come in and pick up one extra elimination before they're sent back to the Soul Altar, and they're not able to do it as JJHRD cleans up their 3rd elimination here in our first game of the night.
You can see on the kill total on the left-hand side, YZG's been pretty busy as well. 4 kills already for these guys. We're going to swap now to GG versus Kingzone. How's this one going to go down? GG are on the back foot. It's never a good sign when you transform into the Titan and then have to just run away and dip out of it. It's rarely going to work out in your favor, as you're going to see Kingzone taking this one, although Miskaya here able to find a return kill as well, but it's just him versus the world at this point. LXX is going to get the reset with the Wu Chen ulti, pick up Rain. A few eliminations there, but nothing too sexy, and just chilling out instead.
And, you know, Wu Chen, one of those heroes that just brings so much utility to the teams. We were talking about how Tumulk does that. Wu Chen also slots very nicely into comps where you're not running heroes that are super reliant on the gear in the mid game, just because he has that utility to bring to the team. He's got that F that can restore armor to everybody, and of course he's got the ultimate where you can just get your team out of a really sticky situation, lets you get that reset, and it come back from making poor decisions. And most of the time here in the NBPL, a poor decision is going to cost you the entire game. So kind of having that reset button, if you will, is a huge advantage for some of these teams. Seeing GG come in here now onto KZ, trying to lock somebody down. LXM did use the Tumulk ult here to lock them in place, and they were able to pump out a little bit of damage, but KZ here hasn't lost anybody in this engagement just yet. I say that, and Gonbei goes down. Now LXX coming in, trying to save their teammates here is going to go down. Rain's going to get parried, and we're going to see Team GG secure all 3 of those eliminations, bringing themselves up to 4 eliminations as well.
Really well played there by GG. The reset to begin with wasn't enough to save King's Own Lane. Instead, even though they get the Wu Chen reset, are just going to fall down to the re-engage by GG. Beautiful stuff right there for them. Good start to the game. As you mentioned, that is their 4th kill. FBX able to find themselves on the better side of an engagement this time around. Of course, they have to be a little bit careful because they did all die earlier. So no resurrections available for these guys. If they do find themselves in a bad fight, that could be it. That could be absolutely it for this team. You know, if they fall down, they're done. That's it. It's all done. OUG now. This is a team they kind of struggled recently, man. They were good at the beginning of the NBPL, at the beginning of season 2. Really able to find a lot of what they wanted. With the best team, in fact, in that bi-weekly final week 1. Since then, they've really been struggling. It's a 1-for-1 so far, though. Never mind that. That's a 2-for-1. Wade, though, trying to turn this one around. If he's able to just pick up that 1 kill on LYD, he can turn it into a 1v1, but it's not going to happen. And now instead, VVV is able to get down a bunch of damage instead. And Wade just forced to pop that ulti and dash on out of there. Man, that could have been so close if he just had a little bit more. Able to bring Wade down, then that would have just been a 1v1, and maybe he could have taken that. But still, OUG, it looks like their struggles continue, at least for now. Not a great fight there for them against FPX.
Yeah, no, super unfortunate. Speaking of unfortunate, GBL here with no resurrections and down to a single team member with 1 tick of HP. Man, this game not turning out for them the way they were hoping after the start of our false start for game 1 here at JJHRD. Actually putting in work here. Team I don't talk about too often, but sitting at the top of the order here with 5 eliminations and all their resurrections still available as we turn our attention to WBG here, who's got the likes of XCG's Hen in their hand. But, or sorry, no, that's OC's 01. I apologize. A little bit of a visual bug there. We do see OC gonna monk up in the face of Sleepwalker, but Sleepwalker here, one of the best monks in the league. We talk about the top 4 monks all the time, and Sleepwalker is one of those players. He's not gonna be able to do too much here, though, as his ult's about to run out, and they are sitting here with the Kurumi ult. They're playing that classic comp. You know, you don't have the Temi to cover for the range or the mid-game boxes, but you do have the healing from Kurumi. But you have to be very, very careful. As soon as you lose one piece of this comp, it falls apart. And WBG Sleepwalker is going to be the one who gets picked out here by the likes of Team OC. They also pick up Aeolus, and it looks like they are going to pick up Jin as well, as Team OC quickly turns this fight around and picks up 5 eliminations for themselves.
And that's WBG gone. Dunzo. They're out of it for game number 1. Our first team eliminated here in day 4 of the NBPL. Day 2 of trios for this week. That's them all Dunzo. 1 transformer comp down. And you mentioned how the transformer comps, you know, they just kind of want to hang on and survive as best they can, especially when it's that more traditional comp with the Kurumi for the heals. and they didn't do it. They weren't able to do it, man. They weren't able to do it. You know, they're not particularly good at this point in the game, and you saw it. You know, that's the comp Donzo, and we will be now down to 15 teams left in this lobby in game number 1. Slowly approaching that 20-minute mark as well. Still not a huge amount of. Well, I would say, you know what, that's a lie. There has been a lot of action, actually. We've got a lot of kills all around, but no one team is really just taking over the lobby so far. And I think that's really, really exciting. The fact that we've got like 3 or 4 teams all on 5 kills and then a couple on 4 kills as well. Everyone gets in on the action here today. It's going to be interesting to see how as this game progresses, as the circle gets smaller, as we get into those more of those engages, more of these teams start finding each other, who's actually going to pull away from the rest of the pack and show themselves as our dominant team here in game number 1. It could be anyone, really, at this point. Could be anyone.
Yeah, we're going to find out, though, as Zone 1 just finished collapsing onto Zone 2. Those Moore's Blessings are getting ready to come up, and this is where the mid-game gets really important for these particular Transformer comps that are running the Tumulk instead of the Kurumi, right? They need to use those ultimates to secure those Moore's Blessings, guarantee them for their team so they can get that gear that they're looking for, which is going to also give them that buff that gives them a safety net so they can push out and put eliminations on the board in the mid-game, so that they don't have to worry about trying to just dominate the final circle and that being the only place that they pick up their eliminations. Fun plus Phoenix here going to come in completely uncontested, going to be able to pick up this Draco Storm, going to be able to pick up a second set of purple armor so that both their Transformers are covered in terms of that. JDG here busting the Monk ult while uncontested. Really interesting to see these teams pop the Monk ult so early, especially when you have a Tumulk to cover the chest. I've never quite understood why some of the teams do that, because it puts you in a situation where if the Monk starts getting targeted down, you have to use the Temi ult to cover for him anyway. The Temi ult's near instantaneous to cast. It almost just makes more sense to wait till you're contested and then just pop the Temi ult. You buy yourself plenty of time, and if you need to burn the Monk ult, then you can, and you're not just instantly forcing yourself in a situation where you're wasting those resources, especially if you're looking to pick up one of these buffs so that you can push out and hunt down teams hyper aggressively in the mid game.
As you mentioned, yeah, no ulti for that means you have a little bit of downtime now instead. But that Mystic Might, I mean, it wasn't YZG who popped the transformation, but still, Mystic Might will do a little bit to regenerate your rage, etc. As you saw at the bottom of your screen here, the Draco Storm, health restoration, damage reduction, armor restoration for the owner, and it creates a storm around the owner for 120 seconds, striking lightning damage upon all enemies within it. Pretty crazy stuff, especially in trios. If you just run into the middle of everyone as that lightning conduit, you shock all those people around you. It's definitely is pretty painful and something you want to avoid. You can see FPX and JDG, both of these guys, both of these teams have that Draco Storm active. And there are also some of our teams here that are doing relatively well so far in this game too. JDG obviously not so much, sitting on that big fat 0 points, so maybe this can help them turn their fortunes around with that Draco Storm. J-Team 2K is gonna find Lion TT, but it's just one versus everyone. Not good for him. He was just trying to hold on as the last man standing for his squad to try and maybe sneak his way into a high finish. They already had 5 kills, which is, you know, good enough really to get a decent amount of points if you can finish high, but isn't going to be able to find anything else from that. Is going to fall down as our second team done, as J-Team fall to the side.
Yeah, you know, a couple schools of philosophy here. We saw one particular one here, which was nobody contested these Moore's Blessings. What they decided to do was try to put as much distance between themselves and these Moore's Blessings as possible, so that when these guys pick up these buffs, they don't have to deal with them. Speaking of having to deal with them, YZG just coming in here and absolutely blitzing down some of these other teams, picking up some more eliminations for themselves. The rest of YZG trying to chase down the likes of OUG, and it looks like Wade going to be the sacrificial lamb here as he splits off from the rest of the team, and YZG comes in, but it looks like OUG might have made the decision to stick together here, actually, as Wade pushes back to the rest of their team. But they need to be careful as OUG stuck out in the zone, and YZG does have that Mystic Might. They've got a little bit of that regeneration here. We're gonna see the Scale Rush come down, but it does not connect with Wade there from the Greatsword. OUG trying to turn this around, and you know, this is what I talk about with Mystic Might all the time. Yes, it gives you a little bit of regeneration, and it gives you, you know, a little bit of rage buildup as well, right? And it gives you the ability to hunt other teams down, but it does not help you super well in combat. Now, fortunately for YZG here, OUG look to be turning that fight on them. They pick up a couple of good parries here and flip that fight back on its head a second time and are able to pick up the eliminations. But typically, that Mystic Might not doing a lot to help you win fights, whereas something like the Draco Storm gives you a huge safety net because it's stun locking people, it's dealing damage, it's giving you armor back. It just does so much. And if you get the Vermilion Bird's Might, you have a safety net. Even if you don't win the fight, you just get to respawn and they don't get any loot from you whatsoever. You get to keep everything that you have, and you can go on a little vacation, take your little ghost form and go resurrect somewhere. Maybe even spy on people, right? You can run around, see where the teams are positioning, figure out what's going to be the best position. Maybe you find a couple stragglers nearby one of the resurrections, you resurrect, go over, pick up some easy eliminations. Just a lot of options given the Vermilion Bird's Might there. But we're gonna take a look here now. KZ, they have one elimination to their name as they're looking to come in here onto NBG, waiting, separated from the team, but not for too long, literally one step away. I'm not sure what Rain is doing. The rest of their team a million miles away here. Rain goes in, instantly gets parried, and luckily the rest of KZ able to come in, and NPG backs off of this fight. If NPG had decided to pressure this, they easily eliminate Rain here and go into a 3v2 off the back of that. Man, that could have been a huge mistake for Team KZ.
Maybe NBG are just a little bit afraid of what could be lurking around the corner, but I agree, that was very, very greedy and almost massively bit them in the bum on the backside there, but it's cool. All ends well for them. A bit of a missed opportunity potentially, though, not to chase that one down. But instead, we're just going to get some more beautiful trios action with those Transformers. JDG just throwing out a little bit of poke onto XCG. All just going to be chilling out. And as you mentioned, this is it, right? This is the Tumult ulti here, able to make these contests for the Morris Blessings so much harder. You just slap down that Sandstorm and it's essentially free for you. And then as that Transformer comes, you get access to the loot, which you can then carry through to the rest, you know, the later stages of the game. The better kitted you out you are, the more likely you are to make it to the final circle, and that's where you shine as a Transformer composition. YZG here have been shining in game number 1 though, 8 kills. Most in the lobby. That is pretty well spread out. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other teams that are on 4 kills or higher, and we've only got 3 eliminated teams so far, so pretty well spread out as far as these kills go. Even a team like Alliance, who is only sitting on 2 kills, you know, one good elimination, like team wipe here, could get them into that top 2 position. Still lots to play for here. Sorry, that's it.
Yeah, no, it's very, very interesting right now. A lot of these teams trying to slow down. They do know there's more blessings just coming through, right? So some of these teams are going to be securing those last stages of buffs, and they're just trying to find some space. They don't want to be involved with that. KZ, on the other hand, coming in, playing very aggressively here, able to pick up a member of OC almost immediately. The Monk trying to get some slams down, but we're going to see the Viper ult come out, countering the Monk here. OC going to lose a second member of the team here. 28HH goes extremely low. Look at this. He is still ulted, but one hit is all that separates him from life and death, and KZ is not going to let this opportunity escape them here as LXX continues the hunt. They missed the grapple, but 28HH actually going to finish out the ult. LXX is going to back up as they see their teammates getting engaged down here by JJHRD, and unfortunately they're going to have to let that elimination situation go. They do pick up 2 members of OC though, and it puts OC in a really sticky situation, as this late in the game it's so hard to start getting team members back, and they are down to a single member. And Yueshan does not serve teams well historically as the last solo player remaining, so it's going to be very hard for OC to continue to commit to much of anything right now with only a solo player left alive. Mubai here going to be forced to ult up in the face of a ton of range damage coming down range at him. He just wants to move back here with the rest of Team Alliance, not trying to pressure into anything, just using that ult defensively here. Gonna go ahead and de-ult so he can get the reset, but NPG looking to push in, sees JJHRD, and it turns their attention onto them as Alliance is able to get a free reset here.
Still only 3 teams eliminated though, as you mentioned. OC, whew, they're in a bit of a tight situation here. 28HH is just going to be hiding away, most likely trying to finish as high as he can, buy as much time as possible, and hope that he can just stay alive and get a higher finish. Well, that's a lot of loot in that blessing right there. Beautiful stuff. Oh my goodness, that is absolutely just hell being rained down onto Night HQ. XCG really feeling the brunt of that one. Oh, the bait of the Mora's blessing, it strikes again. It's not the first time we've seen that. I'm sure we'll be seeing that a few times today, and Night HQ just gets absolutely obliterated.
Absolutely. You know, they come in here, they have that Draco Storm, they feel like they have that huge safety net. Speaking of safety net, GBL's Dob out here, taking some huge damage off the back of that Bane's Breath coming down. Dob out here, by the way, gonna swap to the White Spear. He does have a legendary chainsaw though. We don't see those come out too often here in professional play. Would be interesting to see it, but I don't think we're going to. As KX here, LXX coming in, is able to pick up Zai now and move most of this fight in a positive direction for themselves. KZ here, playing much more aggressive than I'm used to seeing them play, but it's serving them well here today. They did make a mistake earlier, but NPG not capitalizing on it has allowed KZ to continue to find their footing and just aggressively press players in this lobby. They don't even look like they're super worried about trying to secure Moore's blessings. They're actually just trying to catch these teams on the edge of the fights who aren't committing to the Moore's blessings and picking them off as potential targets after they waste resources to go in onto those fights. Now that said, Team JDG here, not a squad you want to be going into because they have that set of purple armor and both of their transformers with legendary weapons here that I do believe they picked up out of a vault earlier on in this match.
This has a lot of good gear actually knocking about for these teams here. YZG as well were mega kitted out right from the get-go. FPX, so you can see there all that's some legendary armor, some epic armor for the rest of them. Wolves 14 though, just trying to play a little bit of scavenge mode there. Just bully away the original looters of that chest and just trying to pick up the scraps for himself. I don't think he's going to find too much though. Instead, just hopping around and really making himself a nuisance here more than anything else. As you mentioned, Kingzone playing quite aggressive in this game, but at this point, you wouldn't expect too many teams to be playing too aggro. But of course, as I say that, GBL and DeBow gonna find himself in a bit of bother. He's gonna fall down as our 4th team Dunzo. Kingzone now picking up another kill for themselves. Kill number 5 here in game number 1. Circle's moving away from that big old building, so maybe there's more open terrain here. The openness of the map might encourage a little bit more action, but with 7 minutes left to go at this point, it's kind of the same here in the Nbpl. You just get a little bit of poking go through and only really fighting if you absolutely have to. And we'll see if any teams are forced to make those plays. That's a good grab though. Soro gets picked up by Jing Shu. He's going to get smashed into the circle. You see, Unlight there is also falling exceptionally low, but he's going to get a transformation come through too. Now, JDG are in a good spot with the transforms, but as soon as they time out, they're going to find themselves up the creek without a paddle. Jingshu, very, very low on health, but it's YZG looking to take the fight. They're going to be coming through here. It is. Jingshu's going to fall down. He is a donezo. Good turnaround from Unlay. Is it going to be enough, though, to win his team the fight? I'm not convinced it will be. All of the other guys, the rest of the lobby is in the area. JDG, though, are going to get sandwiched between YZG and FPX. Oh, my goodness. That is not where they wanted to find themselves, and they are eliminated. They're donezo here. They have such good loot as well. Whoever's going to be able to pick that up will be very, very happy indeed. Now, Kingzone, who are just occupying this building for now, it's going to be running away into the side of the circle to its relative safety.
Yeah, NAD coming to the house here, trying to pick up some of the resources off these bodies. If you take a look here at Doji with 2 health pots, 3 shield pots, and they're going to be burning through those very, very quickly as they already need a reset. Clearly, NAD looking to get those resources to try to buy themselves some space into the late game. YZG picking up 10 eliminations off the back of the mistakes made there by JDG. JDG getting a little too cocky, taking that engagement with the rest of the lobby, waiting and watching in the wings. KZ still holding on here with those 5 eliminations as they just aggressively will pick out players and pick them off one at a time. If they can just make it to the final zone with their team and pop off with a strong Yodohime ultimate, they could do very, very well for themselves here. XCG holding on to some space here. Some okay loot put together for them here, but not the best considering they are a Transformers comp. When you take a look here at a team like Fun Plus Phoenix with the legendary armor, purple weapons across the board, doing very, very well. JDG had a couple of legendary weapons as well. I'm not quite sure who picked those up. Probably the members of YZG. But Fun Plus Phoenix going to sit up top here. This is always an interesting place for a final circle to come down. There's a lot of little walls and places for people to move, and a lot of these invisibility bushes, and you can't really spend time checking them all. So if somebody is able to break line of sight and get into one of those bushes, it can be kind of hard to find somebody once they're gone like that amidst all this chaos. NAD here on the backside, locked out by this Tumultual, just trying to get in from the zone. Doshi coming up top here, trying to evict Fun Plus Phoenix. GG also coming in here, looking to make some noise. TXJ gonna go ahead and pop the Monk ult, looking to catch grabs onto anybody that he can. And this is one of the interesting things about this space. It's kind of hard for monks to do a whole lot here because there are so many of these little buildings, little walls where players can hide. You can threaten a space and you can easily hold on to a space with the monk ult here, but you can't actually get a ton of grabs and really pop off unless the circle moves kind of to the left or right. But where we are, the circle is closed down entirely right in the middle of this little section. So it's going to be hard for these monks to do a whole lot. It's going to come down actually to the Temis and the oh my goodness, my brain, the Temis. Yeah, thank you very much. To make the noise happen here as you will, because you see here again, Wolves 14 here, he's gonna go ahead and monk straight up, just not able to get his hands on anybody because there's so many little places. Alliance's mentality coming in with the Yuashan as well, and that's what I'm talking about. It's on these Yuashans to pump out damage. Look at how much damage he does to Wolves in just such a short time. We're gonna see 14 pop the bell there, survive. KZ's Rain coming in. This is gonna be huge. Viper with a massive stun coming out. Unfortunately, doesn't look like they're able to capitalize onto anybody as those stuns go super far out, and a KZ does not want to split up right now. They want to hold on to this ground that they've been able to take for themselves.
Yeah, you mentioned it's difficult for the Transformer comps in a circle like this, but we've got like 7 of the teams left here are Transformer comps. That really is not going to play well into the majority of the lobby here, but of course it does give a benefit to the likes of YZG. You know, with the Takeda comps who haven't gone for the Transformers and they're alternatively just going for something different here. But if you are looking to make the comps happen, it is on top of the roofs. You can see there's 3 transforms on top of roofs here and 1 more down the bottom side. I believe he's just timed out or so, something like that. But everyone's just hiding away. They're all just playing dodgeball here, trying to avoid the grabs. not get picked up by the big Titan's fists. When that happens, you're in a lot of trouble. These Tumult ults are also going to be absolutely huge here as the sandstorms cover everything. No one can see a thing. No projectiles are getting through anything. That at least is for sure. A reminder as well, we're on the patch where these sandstorms have been buffed. They slow you down incredibly when you're inside them. Really irritating to play into. As GG are going to find themselves some kills. One Feng has fallen down. NAD as well. Going to lose a member. Xiao Xin and Dao Shui are going to follow GG with some kills there, picking themselves up 12 in the game. That's going to be good enough for the lead so far. XCG able to knock down Lucky from Alliance. That's their Transformer Dunzo as well. Alliance not looking too hot in this one, and there it is. They are actually going to find that elimination onto Gambai. Put themselves in a slightly better position, but then as soon as they get the kill, they get killed themselves. It's now XCG looking to make the aggressive plays. We do have the transform available here for the Monk. If you can just get that high ground, very important for these guys. Really, really, really important to be able to find the high grounds for that transform so you can get those grabs easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But again, the Tumult ults are just huge. Look at that, the circle is smaller than all the Tumult ults. How can you see anything? How can you operate? How can you do anything? It's going to be bloody impossible to do so. You've got 3 monks now in this tiny, tiny area trying to make it happen. GG330 is going to go down. He's exceptionally low. That's it for him. YZG picking up the kills. Wolves as well. It's between Wolves and YZG. JJ Hard XCG as well. GG, YZG are going to come out on top of the end. QGG coming through clutch in that one. Nicely done by YZG for the first game.
Yeah, what an absolute cluster here, but YZG able to lock it down. That first place finish, those extra ranking points, and that huge 1.6 times multiplier in the first place is actually going to lock it down for them. And they played this so well. They were down to 2 members for so long, going all the way from the start of Zone 6 to the very ending there. And that Yuashan coming through super strong for them. Or sorry, not the Yuashan. I do believe, was it their Yuashan? Yeah. Their Yuashan able to come through, lock things down for them there. They just played a very, very solid game in Naraka. GG almost able to make the comeback there. Did it very well for themselves. They found that position on the outside of the wall where the wall was broken and they could just shoot cannons through the windows of the backside of that building. And they picked up 5 or 6 eliminations, just pummeling shots through that window. At one point, one of their members was just constantly jumping and shooting cannons into that window. And we watched 1 kill roll, 2 kills roll, 3 kills roll, just back to back to back off the back of NAD, who just had no place else to go. They were shut down, forced into that building, and they could not force their way out that window into Team GG, who had the zone just protecting them from the backside there.
Yeah, that is honestly just one of the worst spots to be in. It's like there's all that cover for you inside the building, and when you're against all those transformers, you're like, oh, I've got to hide away, but then you just get thrown rockets and flamers and everything comes through you, and it's like, wait, this isn't a safe place at all. This is even worse. I don't like it in here. It was a crazy final circle though with those transformers, like just trying to, and the Tumult ults as well, really kind of just warping how those fights happened. It's like honestly impossible to navigate those fights in such a small area. But well done there by YZG to pick up the W at the end. I did think GG may have a chance to turn it around and to sneak that away from them, but it wasn't to be. And that's honestly, I think YZG are going to score pretty highly there as well. Like obviously that first place finish, the last man standing, but they got a lot of kills on their way there, so they're going to get all that multiplied too. Really, really nice stuff for these guys, and yeah, the absolute perfect start to the day. Long day ahead still, of course, but you like to get started with a win.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, look, YZG has just been such a gem this season. Again, you're talking about a team that has improved so drastically from the likes of season 1, and they're consistently all season this season in the top 3 almost every single game. I mean, what was the statistic? I think they're 64% top 5, which is absolutely just bonkers. More than half of their games, they are in the top 5 this season, and that is huge when you think about the fact that there's 24 teams here and you're more than half of your games you're in top 5. Absolute insanity for the likes of Team YZG. But that consistency is why they're doing so well. They do not have to have big pop-off games. They just need to play consistent. As long as they're in that first, second, or third place every single game, it's so hard for anybody to surpass them in terms of points.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we saw, it was 17J, I believe, who didn't get a single MVP, but was still like second place overall. We saw in the standings previously. It's all about that consistency, and why did you just take it to the next level? Like they're consistent, but they're like consistently really good. And you see it here. Look at 30 points for them on the game. That's a very, very significant scoreline. Very good for them. GG not able to bring it through towards the end, but XCG and JJ Hard almost tied there at 3rd and 4th. WBG, not the start they were wanting, and I was highlighting OUG as well before we went into this game, because this is a team that in the first bi-weekly of season 2, they were first. They were the best team. This is once the best team in the league at the beginning of this season, and now they've been struggling since. And look at that, only 1 point. Only 1 point for these guys in that first game. Like, absolutely, they want to find their way back to previous form, like no doubt about it. Unfortunately for them, though, it's not going to happen in the first game, but we do have a ton more games to go, including our next game on Holorov, swapping the map over if you do need a bit of a reset here to try and just swap things up. And what better way to do it than to swap the map, the location in which you play, because obviously Holorov does have a slightly different meta, slightly different play styles. Maybe you can just go in there with a new strategy, fresh eye on things, and turn it around.
Oh, absolutely. Speaking of turning it around, you wanted to talk about OUG and WBG here. These two particular teams suffer from the same problem, right? They'll come into the start of the season and do very, very well for themselves. They have figured out the meta in terms of what the start of the season is, and they play that meta very, very well. Later into the season, as the meta continues to develop, the players learn how to play against each other, and we start seeing changes coming through. Like we're seeing this Takeda team come through on the nighttime. We're seeing, Temi come into the Transformers comp, things like that. What they seem to struggle with most is adjusting their play style. It's almost like they get locked into one play style, and once things change and that play style doesn't work anymore, they don't know how to adjust on the fly. But who does know how to adjust on the fly? Clearly, YZG, as we see coming in here on the Takeda, 19,000 damage, 5 kills, but 10 assists.
Yeah, that's
as he
mental.
picks up the MVP for his team here today.
That's absurd. They get 16 kills and he has 15 kill participation. That is honestly absurd. But a great start there for him. And it's a Takeda getting the MVP as well, which you absolutely love to see. Kind of mixing it up a little bit in trios here, especially on the Morris Isles, because Takeda we have seen a little bit of on Holorov specifically, but even not a lot there, but even less so on Morris Isles. So I'm very happy to see some mixed upness happening already here in our first game, and what better way than for the kind of off-meta pick to get that MVP. We'll see if people decide to emulate that and to maybe copy it and bring Takeda into these comps. I'm curious to see whether the Yoto, like the Yoto, Wuchen, Viper also kind of fallen out of favor a little bit, maybe since Yoto got nerfed, maybe. In solos, we saw she was still relatively popular. Obviously, there are different picking rules in solos now, so you have to pick different heroes and stuff. But she was still, relatively popular. Maybe that does open the way though for more Takedas here in trios.
Oh, absolutely. Yoto's kind of lost a little bit of her potency here into trios, quite honestly. At the end of the day, one of the big things she was bringing was her ultimate. We saw her ultimate get nerfed last season of the Nbpl, whereas because when they made the adjustments to her, they had tried to bump her ultimate damage up like 3 or 4 patches in a row, and it never successfully made any real lasting change to Yodohime because she wasn't able to land those hits at the end of the day. When they made it where she could land those hits, they had buffed it so much they had to bring it back down into scale, and now that she doesn't even have the F3 to help her team, she's really struggling to make it happen. But you know who's not struggling to make it happen? Our girl Leah, as we're gonna throw over to her for a quick interview before we come back for game number 2.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So congratulations to YZG to be the winner of this game. We invite 小虎 to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 那首先请小虎跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 YG 战队的小虎。
Okay, welcome. And so I see your team use Takuda, Matari, and Tamuch combo in this game. And when you have a fight with OUG and their combo is Matari, Justinagu, and Tamuch, so just one hero difference in the game. So how did you like thinking when you face these kind of combinations? 那其实这把用的是5加杀嘛，但是当你们去面对 OUG 的时候，他们是一个加冰杀阵容，只有一个英雄的区别。那你们就是在面对加冰杀阵容的时候是怎么思考的呢？
那波因为我们装备还挺好的，然后接了个追击，看他们是蓝甲，然后阵容又是镜像，我们这个阵容如果打镜像的话，就是所有技能全交，就跟他们就打他们的沙男嘛。然后我们武田的优势就是在于激火更好一点，就是更容易秒到人一点，所以我们就直接找他们打。
Okay, so actually that fight our equipment was really well, and but OUG just blue armor at that time, so we just think maybe we can like fall off to our ultimate to in the fight and just to counter their Tamuch, and because we have Takuda, so because I think this hero is really powerful and he can like do well to just attack one hero in the fight, so I think it's really I think this fight we have a really high possibility to win, so we just fight with OUG. Okay, so we already know that like Yudo combo or double transformers combos, like double transformers combo is really powerful in the last stage, and the Yudo combo is really powerful in the earlier stage. So what about this combo your team use? I mean Takuda, Matari, and Tamuch. 那其实我们已经知道说双面阵容是后期强势，那妖刀阵容是前期强势。那对于这个阵容，你觉得它的强势期在于哪呢？
这个阵容强势就是在于可能就是有虫的天气吧，有大招它就厉害，没有大招的话它就没有其他阵容拼到那么厉害。
Okay, so I think these combinations is really depends on the weather, because we really want to see the fireflies because it can give us our ultimate enough, and so when we have the ultimate and this combo is really powerful. Okay, 好的，非常感谢小虎来到我们的采访，那也希望 YZG 之后可以有更加精彩的表现。Okay, thanks 小虎 come to our interview. Well, let's have a rest and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
part of the art. We ain't going down without an L. We coming back next year to take some turn.
You love to see it, so let's see if maybe they're going to be able to claim this one as well within the space. As it looks like King and them will be able to push in here. Booby, try hard, trying to see if they can do something. Is able to get a massive elimination here. Let's see if they can close this out and go for that finish elimination. It looks like they will be able to, cornering them inside. As it looks like they will be able to pick up.
Hello everyone, my in-game name is Pooby from Team Conquerors.
Hi, my name is Jared, better known as Tryhard, and I'm from the Team Conquerors.
Hi, my name is Jacob, also known as King in Naraka, and I'm from Team Conquerors.
Beautiful timing though, dangerously low. Ends up getting the grab. Can he grab the second? Looks like he might try to see if he can throw it down. And yes, he does. He's able to get the elimination off of Abe. Gets the second grab. Can he get the third? No!
Qualifying for the Naraka Blade Point World Championships feels great. My new team and I have put in a lot of work these past months to prepare for it.
After qualifying, I feel great. I haven't really taken everything in yet, but I'm happy that all of my hard work and my practice has paid off.
Imagine putting the 3 most individually talented players on NA on a team. You give that team good chemistry, good friendship, and good communication. And that's why we qualified. We didn't come this far to come this far. Even though our goal was making the World Championship, this is only half of the battle. So we didn't come this far to come this far. Our work is only going to get harder, and we're only going to put more time into it.
I'm paying the most attention to China. I think that just overall, their players are very strong, they're very competitive, and they have a lot of tournament experience, and I think that's why they're the strongest.
With the time left before NBWC, we will practice daily. We watch VODs and constantly paying attention to the Nbpl and the meta shift.
We're just going to continue to practice and stay up to date with the current meta in order to be prepared for what's to come.
By Pooby going off, ladies and gentlemen. Claim game number 5.
I would say that our region is much stronger this year, so I hope the other teams are prepared.
Watch out for Conquerors at the Naraka Blade Point World Championship 2022.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Creatives, and I usually cast all of the NA scrims and some of the tournaments. Let's introduce Team Conquerors. That consists of King, Pooby, and Tryhard, aka Jamal Johnson. Starting off with this team was newly formed a couple months ago with Tryhard and King being the duo. Now they brought in Pooby into the mix. Pooby being the monk that he is, he brings in a lot of support for his team. Every time Pooby monks up, he confirms 1 to 2 grabs. And we've seen it in the past scrims and past tournaments. King usually being a Yushan in his past roles, now swapped on over to being a Kurumi and filling in more of a support. Now moving on over with Tryhard. Everybody knows how much of a disgusting player Tryhard is. He is our only double qualified player as well, and Tryhard just provides that firepower. We've seen Tryhard win 1v3s before. He's just there to do his job, and it's just slay the enemies. With this team being as newly formed as they are, they have showed a lot of potential in the past scrims and tournaments, and this is definitely a team you want to keep an eye out for sure for winning worlds.
One second until the F2 comes back off cooldown. He needs to go ahead and pop that immediately. Dong Quinn gonna pop the F2, but goes so. Reki able to find the headshot. I knew there's verticality everywhere, but man, what a view. I'm stunned here, but we got to turn now to the action as Baodas Huangfly in a fist fight with Zhang Yu, who's got dual blades. Huangfly actually holding this down, using those charged blue kicks, is able to pick up the armor too. Zhang Yu might lose to the fist here. Huangfly might do the impossible. Gonna throw those F3s out and go for a reset as they turn the corner looking for one each other. Huangfly comes through with the scale rush onto WBG Spider and does quite a significant amount of damage. Spider, no F3 to speak of, no ultimate available either. Huangfly.
coming into this is now we're gonna be able to go through with the rotation. Immediately catches Chuli with a Reza. Massive damage coming in to Chuli. And now Spider's gonna be able to push onto this. Pops the Takeda, is gonna try to see if maybe he can hit him. It absolutely does. Gets him very dangerously closes here. Is able to go through with the movement, and this is the problem.
As Swankfly continues, the hunt is going to go up, throws the wisp, but gets frozen immediately by Zhang Yu after popping their ultimate, stuck into the meter dump to Zhang, and Zhang Yu trying to pick up the elimination. Zhang Yu actually able to make it happen here. Zhang Yu still with ultimate, catches Chu Zhang out, immediately goes in, doesn't have the opportunity to get the meter dump, but does a ton of damage.
我死了，我死了，我死了！你们继续操作，两个堵了，两个堵了。
拿了个身份塔，身份塔，哦，我选那下路。没事没事没事。
一滴血，武田。
有花有花。
有点搞笑，
有点搞笑。哦呦，真的假的？哦，钱滚滚吃了，钱滚滚。 哦，踢吃花啊！哦，真的假的？太离谱了！哎呀！哇！啊！啊！
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and Naraka fans? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. We're entering our fourth bi-weekly. It's day number 4. We're one game deep in today's 6 games of trios. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me is my co-host, Foxrop. I hope you guys are doing well. Very, very interesting first game. YZG doing what YZG does best, cleaning it up, walking away with an MVP. The question is, can they break the curse, Foxdrop? There's been a little bit of a curse on all the teams and players who have been the ones to walk away the first MVP of the day lately.
Yeah, maybe they peaked too soon. Yeah, that's the curse, isn't it? Like, also, it's like 5,000 IQ and Giga Brain play. So that's just suck in that last game, because then you peak just at the right time towards the end, and then you avoid the curse as well. That's I didn't think about that strategy actually. That's very smart, very smart. What was it? The likes of WBG, OUG, and the like, who were bombing out in that last game. Actually, they know exactly what they're doing, and it's all about a long game, man. They're playing the long haul.
Oh, absolutely. And it looks like we're getting ready to kick things off immediately here with game number 2. It's going to be very interesting to see how OUG recovers, quite honestly. Again, this is a team that I feel like really struggles with making adjustments to their playstyle. When they're playing a playstyle that suits the meta, they are dialed in, right? They play super strong, they put points up on the board, they do very well. But as soon as that meta adjusts, it's like they don't know how to adjust. And for whatever reason, that will last throughout the season. And then we saw between season 1 and season 2, they were able to make those adjustments, lock it in, and they were following the meta at the beginning of the season. And now they have struggled to adjust as things have moved forward. And the meta has drastically changed here in season 2 of the Nbpl.
That's what it's all about as well. Like, if you're able to adjust on the fly specifically, I think it's got to be one of the reasons one of the main driving factors between what I'm trying to say, that because consistency is very important, your ability to adapt on the fly is also very important. Like, it's hard to be consistent if you're rigid in your strategy and your tactics, right? And I think that's never been more true since we've got the new map coming through. Okay, sometimes England is hard. I'm still working on that, but still, like, and in this game here, in game number 2, you got Holoroth, right? And so this is it. This is where your strategies will have to change a little bit as well. Meta is always a little bit different between these two maps, as we see. In game number 1, we actually saw 2 Takeda comps, a little bit of Justina as well was sprinkled in there. Obviously the Yoto Chen comps and then the Transformer comps kind of just made up everything that we saw. I'm really curious to see if more teams give a bit of a flyer on that Takeda pick, because we saw success with it in game 1, and the fact that generally speaking it is more popular on Holoroth. Like, it is a hero that we've seen more on Holoroth, which is the map that we're going to be playing now. So maybe those two things will coalesce here, and we'll get to see more of that hero here in game number 2. If not, then I would expect kind of more of the same. Honestly, I do think it's a little bit harder to pick the Transformer comps in Holoroth, because generally speaking, the geography, it makes it a little bit hard to get those open spaces where those comps like to thrive. And here you go, you're going to see it. To be honest, it's a little bit more of the same, but slightly more of those Viper, Yoto, Wu Chen compositions coming through in favor of the Transformer comps. Still a lot of Transformer comps, so I can see at least half a dozen knocking about there, and only the one Takeda. So unfortunately for us, not going to be too much of that knocking about. But I do want to ask you though, actually, here, Varun, what do you think about JJ Hard's comp? Because it is that standard Transformer comp, but with a Justina instead of the Wei Shen.
You know, it's a really interesting pickup for them here. Justina brings quite a lot to the Temulk ult. And what I think's going on here is it's kind of hard to come into Holoroth here and bank on getting a final circle that's really going to serve the monk well, right? You know, when you look at something like Morsile, 80% of the final circles are going to serve monk pretty well, right? There's not a whole lot of terrain on Morsile that doesn't end well for a monk comp. Whereas here on Holoroth, it's more kind of like a 50-50 kind of situation, and you don't really want to bank your end game on a 50-50, and then you get there and your monk's not able to do anything. And Justina brings some viability to that final circle where you can lock down a space with Temulk ult, follow up with Justina ult, and it's absolutely huge. They're either forced to walk through that Temi ult and it be slowed down where they can then be caught out by the rest of your team, or even potentially the monk grabs, or they are forced to fight into the circle where Justina can guarantee locking down multiple members of their team and getting the free reset onto their ultimate as they hit multiple people and lock them down, which is kind of huge for them into the late game if they get that circle that they're not really looking for in Holoroth. But we're going to see if it pays off for them here as we are getting things kicked off, and we head over to Plumed Castle to take a look at the likes of JDG and OC. JDG not really looking to head in and cause too much noise here. They've already picked up 1 elimination. OC, though, the little bit slightly better gear, just on the move, turning now to a fight between a J team, the likes of NPG. Eagle going pretty low here. No armor under his belt at the moment, nowhere near his transformation, trying to pump out some damage and get there, but unfortunately he's going to be eliminated, and NPG's waiting, going to lock down the last remaining member of J team. J team going to be sent back to the Soul Altar as NPG picks up their first 3 eliminations.
And nothing there from J Team in response. Just 3 free kills from MPG. Beautiful start for these guys here in game number 2. And it's all kicking off now, though, isn't it? XCG, OC, and OUG all in the vicinity right now, trying to look for the fights here. OC are going to be engaging onto XCG. OC, though, not in a good spot right here. That is 28HH Dunzo falling down, but Li Shenheng also in response. It's a 1-for-1 so far between these two teams. Who's going to be able to pick it up? Viper come through with the stun. But it's a bit too late. Her teammate are all down. NiHQ has been eliminated. Xiaonan just the one remaining member, but a good pickup actually onto Leng Jing, and it is Lion TT with the poaching kill onto Xiaonan. So not even going to be OC's kill in that one. That was a very interesting little skirmish right there between those two teams, and it seems like OC came out a little bit on top, but of course that poaching at the end for JGG just giving them that extra kill. It all counts, man. It all counts. Doesn't matter if you weren't there to do the damage, as long as you get the last hits. You're sorted. Easy peasy lemon squeezy for these guys. Alliance now chasing down onto FPX.
Yeah, Alliance coming in here hard. FPX trying to lock the space down. We're going to see VVV go very low. Lucky, unfortunately, gets a little too far, but is able to follow it back and come back in. Now we're going to see Mentality pop the ultimate here, and Alliance needs to play pretty careful here as Mubai goes down. It is a 2v2 now, and we do not want to see them go down. Actually, no, maybe I lied. It is a 2v1. It is LYD versus Alliance by himself, the last remaining member of this UAShun. He's able to pick up the elimination on the resurrection though. LYD, even if he dies here, super happy about that turn of events, right? Because he's gonna go back to the Soul Altar, he's gonna regroup with his team, but he was able to pick up an extra elimination so that they have those 4 eliminations under their belt, so that they have a little bit of score line now that their safety net is gone. Super well played by LYD.
Swapping over immediately though from MPG against JJ Hard. This is where it's all happening now. MPG having a good start to the game, able to pick up our first 3 kills of the lobby, and now against JJ Hard, Lik Jing has already fallen. It's all theirs for the taking until the third party comes through, that is. Just gonna be hiding away in that hut from water on the transformation. I believe MPG may have actually dipped out of that one. Yeah, they did with the Wu Chen ulti. Just going for the reset instead. Are gonna get the resurrection, are JJ Hard. Just picking up their teammate, and now MPG looking for the re-engage here. I'm not sure they'll come to regret the Wu Chen ulti there. It did seem quite passive, all things considered, but we'll see, because they're still going on the aggressive and are going to be able to find Water. You would think Water does fall. It is done. All over for him. The rest of his team already running for the hills. No friendlies available for him to go for this fight at all. And MPG now sitting on 5 kills to their name. Very nice for these guys. Quite early on in the game already, and again, a lot of fighting, and a lot of these kills are being spread out across multiple teams. You can see, you know, you got MPG, JDG, FPX, all of these guys already sitting on 4 to 5 kills. As, oh my goodness, your MPG just utterly destroying JJ Hard here. Not making it easy for them whatsoever. Lik Jing is the last one standing, the last one alive, and Smolch has nothing up. He's gonna fall very quickly. He's done so. It is Sorrow who picks that one up, and your kill leaders of the lobby so far, 7 kills. My goodness. Utter bloodthirst coming through from MPG. Beautiful stuff here to start off game 2.
Yeah, MPG off the back of a 0 scoreline in game number 1, clearly coming in, trying to make up for their poor performance there in game 1. Fundamental Phoenix's LYD here, just barely missing that grapple here on to Xiaonan, creating a little bit of distance before it fully goes through. But Fundamental Phoenix really wants to pick up this elimination. Xiaonan, though, with these legendary dual blades, can make very quick work of LYD if he continues to separate himself from the rest of the team. Luckily, TXJ coming in to follow things up here. Xiaonan, though, gonna find themselves actually able to break line of sight there, as it looks like Fun Plus Phoenix does not see where they're going, and they get away with it now to WBG, one of those teams we were talking about who have been struggling to adjust on the fly to the meta changes that we've seen all season, looking to take an engagement here onto OUG, the other team that we said suffered from the exact same thing. So this will be fairly interesting as we see Aeolus trying to come in here onto SS, is able to lock them down and do a ton of damage with the Greatsword. Not quite able to secure the elimination yet. We're going to see the Wu Chen ult come out before they actually get to pick up the elim and get points for it. And OUG is already flying across the map here. SS not even going to bother to take the time to try to get the reset here. Going to drop down, find this little bush, and start pulling the pots out. But they need to be careful. WBG not quite ready to give up on this chase yet. It's going to come topside and wait for the bell, see if they can get some information on where that team has gone to hide.
Look at this loot, man, for JDG. They have 2 players with legendary weapons already. I don't know whether that's what happened at the beginning of the game with that, you know, with the puzzle, whether they were able to make that one happen and get that loot. Slight side note and kind of unrelated here, but isn't it a little bit ironic that chest that you have to do all the puzzles for at the top is the real treasure? That's the real reward that you're looking for. But you have to go underneath to find the pattern in order to know what the solution is to the little puzzle. But underneath, there's like this whole room full of gold and treasures and loot and goodies. But it's only just, it's just cosmetic, it's just for show. You think that's actually the place you want to be. If you're a treasure hunter, if you're a looter, you don't want to go downstairs. You wouldn't care about the treasure at the top of the top. And care about that stuff, get all the gold from the bottom. That's what I do at least. But then again, I'm actually not a treasure hunter. I'm just my boy who sits in his bedroom in England, so slightly different from that instead. OUG now though are finding themselves a WBG. This fight is now continuing, and it is WBG who will get those kills. OUG in the exact same spot that they were in last game, man. 1 kill and then eliminated from the lobby. Really sucks for those guys. Not a good game. Game number 1, game number 2. Very poor, bad start today for them. Still a lot of time left, I should say, to mix things up a bit and to try and get some good games, but definitely not the start they wanted to have as XCG now. Just going to be disengaging from FPX, using that Wu Chen ult to do what Wu Chen ult loves to do, keep his team safe.
Yeah, XCG really on the receiving end here as well, because they were trying to contest that Moore's Blessing, and unfortunately they were not able to get it. Fun plus Phoenix does go in, picks up the Draco Storm, and is looking to chase them down for some easy eliminations, especially with how low they are, as they haven't had a chance to stop and to reset. JDG just waiting in the wings here as they have secured this Moore's Blessing. Want to hold on to that Vermilion Bird's Might for as long as humanly possible before they pick that up, so they can have it to contest the next set of Moore's Blessings when they come up, which will be very important for that team. Wolves here down to 2 members. NAD Xiaonan with his legendary dual blades putting in work, but One Fang putting in more work as he's able to secure that legendary set of dual blades. And Wolves also able to secure themselves a Moore's Blessing here, and it looks like you're going to be picking up that Mystic Might. Now going to be having the radar, able to start hunting down some of these teams. And I'm going to tell you what, man, honestly, Mystic Might, great. One Fang with a set of legendary dual blades, that's way more scary than Team Wolves with just Mystic Might.
Oh, absolutely, man. He got better loot from killing the guy than they got from the actual Moore's Blessing there. But that's the downside. You know, I think honestly one of the exciting things about Holoroth is it seems like the loot is a little bit better, and especially with this patch that we're playing on now, the loot drops were buffed to increase the quality of loot that you find in various spots across the map. So you are finding players who are more kitted out, honestly, and with that, I think you get some more explosive games, like more of these legendary weapons. I think we've seen there's at least 3 on in the lobby so far. Then there's probably even more. It does mean, you know, these players with the good loot feel a little bit more willing to take these fights, feel more likely, you know, these aggressive plays will work out in their favor when they are kitted out to the teeth like a lot of these guys are. That's now FPX versus GG on this 1 versus 1 fight, 1 team versus 1 team. FPX getting the first kill though on 330, gonna bring him down, but it's VVV who falls down to follow. 2v2 here, GG versus FPX, the transformer underneath the bridge. It's going to be really, really good actually for TXJ on FPX. He's going to find that first grab. He's going to smash Mikasa down into the ground. He's going to be eliminated, and then LXM soon to follow. LYD will pick up that kill. VVV will be revived here. Very nicely done from FPX, able to pick up those kills on the GG and eliminate them from game number 2.
Let's talk about how well Fun Plus Phoenix is playing this game, and they're playing this comp very well, right? If you're dropping Kurumi from the comp and you're bringing in Tumult, you need to be hyper aggressive in that mid-game state, and that's exactly what we're seeing them do, right? They're using that Temi ult to lock people down, go ahead and immediately get the Monk ult up, and they start picking up stragglers as they're trying to push through that slow zone. they're not worried about burning those ultimates because they have the coverage there, and they want to keep that aggression going as they're able to secure those sets of Moore's Blessings, which are going to help them continue to be dominant throughout the mid game. And it's paid off for them thus far, as we now take a look here at NPG engaging in a fight with, I do believe, the likes of JJHRD. No, that's JJHRD in front. Yeah, no, that's JJHRD behind as well. JDG also coming in. Annalie here coming in with those legendary nunchucks, putting in work. You know, the likes of JDG here, they always seem to be walking around with a set of legendary weapons. But a massive Viper ult comes in from GBL Dropout. Comes in with the tactical nuke, just drops it onto JDG and wipes them from existence. The Wu Chen ult comes in and buys them a little bit of safety. They get some resurrections through, but they are going to get cleaned up here as they're not able to get fully away from this engagement. Lion TT, the last remaining member in all of GBL, waiting in the wings. He picks up at least one elimination before he goes out for his team, though. Man, what a turn of events. JDG, though, if they were going to be eliminated, this is where they needed to be. That Vermilion Bird's might under their belt so that they do have a safety net. They can go get some resurrections here, and they were able to put together at least 2 eliminations off the back of that Vermilion Bird's might.
That Viper ulti on GBL was ridiculous. We see this relatively frequently on Holoros specifically. I think it's because there's so much verticality, but you have like a Viper sitting up high somewhere, whether it's in a tree or on top of a building or on a rock face or something like that. And then they pop their ulti, they jump down, and they time the landing of their jump as soon as the stun goes through. And GBL got like a 4-5 man stun. JDG was fighting another team, and GBL killed both of them. they dropped in, just instant mopped up. It was absolutely ridiculous. Disgusting play for those guys, and that's going to put them solidly in fourth spot here. That's given them a good like 4 or 5 kills. What an insane play that was. Absolutely absurd. Genuinely, I don't know, man. I don't even have the words for it. It was just absolutely beautifully executed. Look, very well done.
There's a reason we call that the tactical nuke, right? Because you do not see that coming in. You pop the Viper ult, you're up high, you use that crouch so that you like superhero land super fast from the sky. All of a sudden, the second you see the Viper ult's already ready to pop. There's no time for you to flee or scurry anywhere because they started that timer long before you ever see the ult. And with the verticality on a map like this, perfect execution from GBL coming in. They literally drop the nuke onto both of those teams and go, hey, give me them kills. Walk away with some huge eliminations. Man, what I love it. Clip worthy, absolutely clip worthy.
It was so nice. I just watched it again on stream, and oh my goodness, like it was just so beautiful. Like Han and Dabao just dropped in at the same time with their charge attacks and stuff like that, and it was just perfectly executed, man. It was absolutely beautiful stuff. Really nice. Play of the game for sure so far. Zhao Nano from XCG will find himself a kill over here. Very nicely done for him. Take a quick look at the total kills and the points so far of game number 2 here. You can see FPX sitting pretty at number 1 with 9 kills, and surprisingly MPG didn't have a great game number 1, and this game number 2 was looking really nice for them. 8 kills, really good stuff, but unfortunately for them, they've been eliminated. And they are out of it. They're not going to be able to get any more kills at all. They'll still sit very nicely on some-ish level of points, but whenever you've got 8 kills and you're only coming away with 9 points, you're going to be kicking yourself a little bit over that one. Outside that, though, the JGG on 8 kills, GBL on 6, and JJ Hard on 4. A lot of teams are quite close here, though, in this kill total. You know, any good team fight could easily pop you in that top 5. Very nice stuff. We'll see how this game progresses, of course, because we are somewhat close to that 10-minute mark. And around that time, you might get 1 or 2 fights, but then it's all very passive until maybe 4 or 5 minutes as people just throwing out those ranged weapons and not trying to dedicate, not willing to dedicate too much. Seeing now XCG, YZG as well. OC, JDG, Wolves, all in the vicinity. This is exactly why teams don't like going for those engages, because it's very easy for you to get caught in that third-party situation, which you absolutely do not want to find yourself in. Really, really ugly stuff. You'll just die. You'll die. You'll probably get your kills stolen. It's not worth it. It's not good. So instead, just opting to play a little bit chill here, and some more goers to the party. J Team and the King Zone. We're all just grouping up in this area. Absolute carnage around here. See if we can get any aggressive fights. King Zone now looks to be getting engaged on by J Team. ZK going for the charge attack, going for the plays. Rain will be able to turn it around a little bit here though. Tumultuous does have his ult, just waiting for the opportunity to put it down, and there it is. Flower now is going to get caught and be taken down. He's Dunzo, one god from Killzone, going for the transform, but just to disengage. Not going to find that playing with his teammate Dunzo. He's going to be in a bit of a pickle because they're between a rock and a hard place, this team. Raining hell from JJ Hard with those ranged weapons. Not going to find the pickup, and of course, bad guys on the other side. One that brought down their teammate in the first place, just waiting in the wings as well.
Yeah, Funpless Phoenix coming in and securing yet another Moore's Blessing for themselves here. Team Wolves looking to try to come in and contest some of the gear off of it, but Funpless Phoenix not having any of it, sending it back in here with the cannons. Funpless Phoenix really in rare form today, and we love to see it. Team Wolves, 3 eliminations under their belt, quite a slew of gear for them as well, you know, playing that variation on the Transformers comp, looking to get themselves into the late game. We are zone 4, getting ready to collapse onto zone 5 in the next 60 seconds with 35 players still left alive in the lobby. Only 4 teams completely eliminated thus far. NPG, 8 eliminations under their belt, but are gone. NAD, GG, and OUG all completely eliminated from the lobby here. So it's going to be interesting to see how these next couple of zones shape up as the remaining sets of teams are forced into one another. J Team here looks to have found out a straggler here from Team KZ, one god, going very, very low as J Team, even though they no longer have their buff from those boxes, looking to get the hunt down. And there it is, KZ's one god put in the corner by J Team, and that's going to be it as KZ becomes the 5th team eliminated from the lobby, and J Team picks up their 2nd elimination of the game. J Team doing this strategy that we've talked about, that they've been doing, where they sit on the edge of the zones as zones push in and they try to pick off stragglers. The problem is that they end up in this same situation we see them in now, where they are, you know, kind of sans loot, because the only loot they've really been getting besides the starting loot that they found is coming from these straggler players who don't have a whole lot, and then they're splitting it between 3 players on their team. And then at the end of the day, here we are in the mid game, and the leading teams sitting around 8, 10 eliminations. They're sitting on 2 eliminations, behind in gear, behind in resources, and it doesn't set them up well for those final circles.
Just got to get lucky if you're a J Team that the team that you can find out of position, the straggler, has themselves a nice amount of gear. They're the ones who've been looting all the chests, so that you don't have to. You just loot them instead. But like you mentioned, it's kind of risky, because obviously if you run into people who don't have all the good loot, then you're in a bit of a pickle. GBL, oh my goodness, that's so, oh my god! Oh, out of the frying pan into the fire for these guys. That is utter madness, disgusting right there. Those range attacks coming through. The Wu Chen was meant to bring you to safety, not into danger. Oh, good heavens, that is utter just madness. They were all stunned, I believe, from the Viper ulti, like coming out of the Wu Chen ult. But they were just sitting there and taking so much cannon damage. That is, oh man, that is disgusting. That is just almost quite literally shooting fish in a barrel. Sucks to be GBL in that play. Unfortunate for them, but of course we're at that point in the game where it's a lot of range attacks coming through, a lot of poke, and the bow is going to fall. GBL, unfortunately for those guys, weren't able to find anything else in this game outside of that 6th play that they made a bit earlier on, but it was a 6th play. You get the style points, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day.
Like, style is what it's all about here. JDG, though, unfortunately waiting in the wings for when the Wu Chen ult comes through, able to capitalize on that other team's Viper ult and just pummel them with cannons and pick up eliminations back to back to back. And like you said, you know, they did have an incredible play, which is probably going to show up on the highlight reels. JDG here actually able to get their Monk back into the game here, which is huge. She's gonna go ahead and Monk up here as he's very, very low, and a lot of these teams able to potentially push this. They're just gonna back up and look for a little bit of space to call their own here. Oh, he goes for the grab through the walls and finds Alliance's Lucky. Such a smart play here from JDG's Jishung. He, you know, he knows that there's likely a team in here using this building for cover, and he knows that the right click from the Monk can actually grab through walls if they're close enough, checks the building to see if they're there, finds them out, is able to pick up the elimination. Unfortunately, off the back of that, they also find themselves being eliminated by Alliance, and Alliance is able to get their teammate back up here. And we still see JDG sands their Monk for a second time, looking for an opportunity to get the resurrection here, but it's going to be very hard with the likes of JJHRD and Alliance both waiting in the wings here. JJHRD also looking to get one of their team members back up off the back of this Temi ult. They're able to find it, but JDG coming in and Alliance nearby. They need to be very careful with how they play this going forward. In order to see now, JJHRD just completely backing off. JDG still waiting in the wings, though. Annalie gets picked up by YZG Zhao. Toto, the teleport comes out. He's not able to get the slam. JDG will live to see another day.
Oh, it's Lucky again. No, Lucky. He's been hiding in that tent, and twice he gets grabbed through the wall. That game, honestly, this guy, he needs a bandage, he needs a can of 7-Up and a name change instantly. This man has just been going through the walls here. Oh my goodness, poor guy. Alliance really find themselves up against the walls. Mubai gonna be falling down as well on that Monk. Not quite eliminated just yet, although there it is. Of course, he has fallen down. Godley from JJ Hard as well. Taken down. Zhaunen are going to get slammed into the ground by Wolves 14. These Transformers here, we did mention how on Holoroth, not as popular because these final circles are more like a 50-50 situation as to whether or not it's going to be a good circle for the Transformers. Is it going to be open? Are you going to get lots of space to get those grabs through? And I feel like this circle is a pretty good one if you are a Transformer. Easily just able to pick these people out. Not a lot of places to hide. No buildings around either. Sleepwalker, probably one of the more experienced monks that we have here in the Nbpl. I was able to get a few grabs coming off here. We've only got 8 teams left though now. Half of the lobby remaining still. 3 minutes left to play. It's all going to be blowing up soon. Expect these comps to be playing around their ultis specifically, especially the controllers, of course. As we have gotten another elimination. YZG, our winners from game number 1, are going to bow out. This one, not going to finish in the top 5. One of their statistical anomalies where they don't find themselves rated highly or finishing highly in a map. That's just how good these guys are. Getting 5 kills and coming 7th is considered terrible for them. Very, very dominant so far in season 2 of the Nbpl. J-Team's Eagle is now transforming in the middle of everyone. I mean, it's cool. It's a good spot for you to try and find those grabs, but he does find himself as well. Not just the grabs, but the ire of the entire lobby. Everyone else now trying to bring him down. Eagle is exceptionally low. He's going to have to transform and try and keep himself alive as Sleepwalker in that big monk form as well, looking for some more grabs. He's going to find one onto VVV from FPX. Going to slam him into the ground. There's 5 teams remaining here. FPX, WBG, Wolves, Alliance, J-Team, and OC. And I can see 3 big boys with big arms trying to grab people around here. There's not a lot of space to move at all. And where are you going to hide from those monks? I don't think there anywhere is to hide. Just going to get grabbed. There's nothing much you can do about this one. Just waiting for those to time out. And And then you can make your aggressive play while the monk is in his human form. Not very threatening in that situation, but that's why you have the backup Terracotta Warrior to make those plays happen instead. Very good at skirmishing, very good at fighting, as JDG are finding themselves eliminated as well. Just 5 teams left remaining, excuse me, now. OC, they're donezo too. 4 guys left, Rune. Who you think's gonna take this one away? FPX of 18 kills. Can they make it to 20?
Yeah, Fun plus Phoenix here has just played a very, very straightforward game of Naraka. All 3 of them left alive. Alliance's mentality here, just trying to get away, not get touched by Fun plus Phoenix so that he doesn't give up the points. But LYD says no, absolutely denied. We don't walk out into the zone. We fight like men here in the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. You're not gonna get away. You're giving us the points here as Fun plus Phoenix picks up a 20 bomb here in game at number 2. These guys really just playing absolute textbook Naraka. This is the Fun plus Phoenix we're used to seeing. Happy to see a return to form here from them in our second game of the day.
FPX were exceptionally good in season 1 and towards the beginning of season 2 as well. And we did have like the expectations for these guys, like, yeah, come on guys, you can do it. You're a great team. You can make it happen. And unfortunately, not really been able to, I would say. Well, they've had their moments, of course, but they've been a bit hit and miss. And yeah, that was just definitely one of the times where they hit, and they hit pretty hard. Very nicely done there. Honestly, though, the 2 highlights for me from that game were the GBL play with the Viper, the tactical nuke. I thought was absolutely brilliant. Being able to take down 2 teams at once with that play. And then the other highlight was Lucky getting plucked from his tent twice through the wall by those Chanhai transformations. Honestly, that was just I mean, it sucks enough when it happens once. Well, when it happens twice to a guy whose name is Lucky, it did tickle me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, it did tickle me.
Oh, absolutely. Look, I mean, Lucky there. He's inside the little tent. He thinks he's completely safe. The Monk's outside. He forgets that all of a sudden Monk can just right click and grab people through walls. Because instead of being a ranged thing that actually has collision, it's actually a melee. And since the hand comes through and the hitbox is so big, it's actually able to just pluck you out of buildings if you're standing too close to the wall. If he had been on the other side of the tent, away from the Monk, he wouldn't have gotten picked up there. Really hilarious though, because he's like, yeah, I'm inside, I'm safe. He sees the hand sweep down, and you can only imagine the horror in his face when he remembers, oh yeah, Monks can grab you through the wall, and he just disappears from the rest of his team, gets sent absolutely flying off the back of a huge slam, and gets eliminated like that. Alliance has to come out, force off JDG just so they can get the resurrection and run back into the tent as everybody's taking pop shots at him. Love it. Love to see the pure chaos come through. But man, Fun plus Phoenix really just having a strong game, able to secure the Morris blessings that they wanted, able to use those buffs through the mid game to continue to pick up points and do exactly what they needed to do, and coming through again, utilizing that Tumult on the Transformers comp exactly the way you want to, right? Making sure that you're securing the Morris blessings, putting that gear onto your Transformers, and not worrying about taking fights in the mid game because you've bought yourself that extra lifeline from those Morris blessings, so you can aggressively take fights and find yourself in a final circle where not only are you ahead in kills, but you're ahead in gear. Speaking of being ahead in kills, man, an 11 kill difference between first and second place with 21 eliminations, a 38.6. What a massive game for the likes of Fun plus Phoenix. WBG coming in to second place, much better game for them, only 17 points, but unfortunately the game they were hoping to have was the game Fun plus Phoenix had this game. You know,
I mean, like, that's true of 15 teams in this lobby, mate. I think everyone would be pretty satisfied with a 38-point finish here. But no, absolutely. I think, you know, WBG, considering the starts they had to the day here and how their game 1 went, they'll be very happy with coming in second and getting 17 points right there. Very nice for them. YZG, on the other hand, who were our MVPs from game 1, you know, in 9th place there with 6.5 points. You know, it was going well for them until it wasn't. You know, like it was one of those situations I feel like where, you know, they were poised for success again, but unfortunately just kind of tripped over and fell a little bit towards in that mid game. But good stuff all around. Honestly, I think, you know, especially someone like Alliance coming through there as well. Some teams in general, MPG, didn't necessarily have a good game number 1. Really reversing their fates here in game 2 on Holoroth. And I'm curious, honestly, because in game number 3, our next game, we're going back to the Morris Isle. It's difficult for these teams to necessarily find their pattern, that routine, that momentum. It can be disrupted, considering you don't have, you know, you're not sticking on the same map over and over. And here is your MVP for game 2, excuse me, from FPX. It is LYD. 22k damage, 9 kills, and 8 assists. That is absurd as well. His first MVP actually here in the Nbpl, so congratulations to him, but very instrumental to FPX's success, and well-deserved MVP by LYD.
Oh, absolutely. LYD coming in, locking down multiple people, and also just playing really good defense for when their Monk would de-transform here. Able to pick up multiple of those eliminations. When their Monk not able to find the double grabs, would it throw the slams down? It was LYD who was always able to follow up on that and clutch those kills out for the team, which is exactly what you should be doing when you're the UAsian for a Transformers comp like that. So he's just coming in playing that textbook game of Naraka, that textbook version of what is the new Transformers comp that we see now. And again, they just played it very well throughout the mid game. They did exactly what that comp is supposed to do. They're able to secure the Morse blessings. They're able to get that gear. They're able to string together a bunch of kills in the mid game while they have the safety net, and then carry that momentum and that extra gear into the late game and dominate the final circle to put together, quite frankly, just a dominating game here in game number 2. We don't often see 20 bombs. So for them to put together 21 eliminations and take that first place multiplier, a 38.6 point game is sometimes more points than these teams put together in 6 games entirely. Yeah. So very impressive coming out from Fun Plus Phoenix. But we're to figure out where this space goes when we come back for game number 3 after a quick interview. So we're going to throw it over to Leah.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So congratulations to FunPlus TQ to be the winner of this game. We invite VVV to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 先小伟跟大家打个招呼先吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 FunPlus 朱旭的小伟。
Okay, welcome. So I remember when your team have a fight with GG, and at that time your team was to choose to use the Temuch ult at first. So I really want to know, like, how did your team decide the order that to use the ultimate? 那其实我记得在你们和基奇去打架的时候是先盖了那个沙暴嘛，所以就想问一下，就是你们平常打架的时候使用大招的顺序是怎么样的吗？
平常的话，我们分阵容，因为打妖红尘的话，可能我们会沙男先盖，因为打妖的机你会有个优势。然后双变的话，我们是横上跟他对变，然后这样比较好打一点。
Okay, so at this game, our team used the Temuch double transformers combinations. So it have a kind of situations just like this. This game, GG used Yudo, Viper, and Wuchen combo. So for these combinations, we choose to use the Temuch ult at the first time. But if when we have a fight with the both double transformers combinations, maybe we will use the Monk ultimate at first. Okay, so in the final circle, I remember like when all the monks they use their ult at the 6th Shadow Corruption, and your team's monk choose to use your ultimate in the league. It's a kind of like low position in the final circle. So why is that? 那其实，在第6次暗域的决赛圈里面，其他的佛都是在周围去开大的嘛，但是你们的佛是选择在湖中心去开的，是一个相对来说低的点，这个是为什么？
因为这个位置一开始就是我们比较先残嘛，而且那个位置是大平原，佛也好发挥，然后我沙男那个风就一直吹，然后吹到人就是死， 然后就很好，上面的乱打，我们在下面一直受人头。
Okay, so we think it's a really perfect position in the final circle because the lake is a kind of flat and it's really good for our monk to use his ultimate. And I with Tamuch and I can use my skill to control our opponent. So if I control one opponent and he must die at the time. So I really don't know why the other monks they are choose to like use their ultimate in the round of the circle, but I think our position is the perfect one. Okay, so in this game we are rarely to see like 4 members win the game. So how did you do that in the final circle? 那其实我们是非常少见可以看到满编这个天选胜利的情况的。那你们是怎么做到的呢？
我本来也死了呀，在那种乱战情况下我也死了，然后队友把我拉起来了，然后我们最后活下来了，然后就可以开始收残编了。
Okay, so actually, I have died at a time in the final circle, but my teammate helped me up, and after that we can just attack the other team which are not 4 members in the final circle, so that we can like get a lot of kills and get the winner of this game. Okay, so we all know that after Tamuch was buffed and every like combo like to choose Tamuch in the game. So, but I still see there is like some teams choose the classical double transformers combination. So how do you think about that? 那其实在这个沙男加强之后呢，我们大部分双边其实还是会去选择沙男的，还是有一些队伍会去选择传统的双边。那你怎么看？
就这版本传统双边可能会被沙男就是绝对圈放得太多了，就防不胜防。就被吹到的话，因为沙男这个不能解控太厉害了。但是呢，后面几场我们会有一套以前的阵容，然后看能不能稍微克制一下。
Okay, so I think in this patch, Tamuch is really a powerful hero. So especially in the final circle, and Tamuch can control the opponent and is really like strong. But maybe in the following games we will use a combo which we like use in the previous game. So maybe we can like give a little expectations in the following game. OK， 好的，谢谢小伟来到我们的采访，那也是很期待你们之后的阵容，好吧 ？So then we will come to our interval. Well, let's have a rest and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
在那些和你分开的时间里，我骗过我自己，以为能忘了你，圆圆的脑袋，大大耳朵，粉色又笨拙，跑步像陀螺，你都想牢记，总是出错。想要做好事，弹中炮火。但是我找一下屁股的位置，我找到一个红叶。敌人来了，躲树上的，可能躲在洞里面。
走吧，先假装走，先假装走，别再守了。
我想进洞看一眼，
你看，龙还有20秒。
洞里面躲了，就在洞里。
OK， 我手撕你们追。
就是
躲罗日斯里面了，我估计。我想消费一下。
我也想消费。我这儿有CL的声音，我这儿 CL， 我这儿。我这儿 CL 的声音就在我周围，我推进，但是我不知道在哪儿。我真听见人打药了。再找一下，我下面。 我在比利，救他！炸死你！我炸死你！给我下吧！炸死你！给我下！滚！你可以，这波你关键，你的鼻子像狗一样，关键，吃药了，只找了3分钟，走。
Two games under our belt here in the Nbpl. Game number 1 was YZG's and game number 2 was FPX's. A very dominant game number 2 actually. 38 points by them. It was absolute bloodbath. 21 kills I believe they got as well. That's horror for you, baby. I've seen quite a few pop-off games on that map. Unfortunately, we're going back to Morris Isles on game number 3 for our next game. So maybe we won't see quite the same amount of thing, but we did see some changes in the meta in our picks in the first game today on the Morris Isles. We saw some Takeda comps. In fact, a Takeda comp won, and the Takeda got our MVP in game number 1. Are you expecting to see some more Takedas for game 1 or something different like that?
We might see a Takeda coming through here. The thing is most of those Takedas were picked in game 1 because of the actual nighttime, right? That comp's so heavily reliant on the fact that Takeda's ultimate can clutch out a fight if you can get the enemy team grouped together, and using that Demogul, you can easily push those players together and easily set up that massive ultimate, do a ton of damage to everybody involved. But then you have to get that rage back somehow. During the nighttime, you have those fireflies, you can just go out, you can literally push from firefly to firefly, setting up those engagements where you can just go from fight to fight to fight, which is how you're able to rack those kills up and walk into the late game and just dominate the rest of the lobby in terms of eliminations, which YZG did, right? And even though they only had 2 players left alive, we're able to clutch out that very final space by playing smart and make the most of the eliminations they'd put together in the early to mid game. Moving forward now, we're not going to see nighttime anymore. The weather conditions, like we said, were drawn earlier after our last bi-weekly final, and you only get nighttime in one Morris map, so we're not going to see it again. So we might see a few Takedas, but not too many. We're going to move to a quick VCR real quick before we come back and get ready to lock in for our 3rd game of the night.
就是因为我们在独白想要就是转3排这上面，就是因为首先他3排的经验比较少，我们就得想办法让他去融合到我们一个他比较适合的阵容里去，所以我们就因为迦南这么一个位置就是属于一个偏自由的位置嘛，就是需要做的事情就是怎么说呢，就是防一个0-1的 T 保活，然后打输出，就是独白他就是他的操作啊这些东西就很适合迦南这个位置，然后也不需要太多的经验，就是我们就给他安排了迦南的这个位置吧，然后就这样吧。
Jen here just giving us a little bit of insight about how it is to be on the stage here in the Naraka Blade Point Pro League and how they're adjusting to some of the changes coming through here in Season 2. Love to see it coming out from the likes of NPG. You know, something we haven't talked about too much since week 1 was some of the roster changes and things coming through, how these teams adapted. And that particular team, of course, NPG used to be GYG, which had our resident solos champion for the first season of Nbpl and was a very dominant team in season 1. So NPG, you know, high expectations for them coming here into season 2, Fox.
Absolutely. J team, one of those teams that you always want to keep your eyes on. They seem to be a very middle of the pack team so far in the Nbpl. Nothing too like mega sexy about them, unfortunately, but it's a team that I enjoy rooting for. If nothing else, they're very, very pink, which I think is quite cool. WBG as well, a team here on your screen that have kind of disappointed so far in the Nbpl season 2. Nothing too hot going on for them. As you can see, only 22% of the time do they finish in the top 5. But for these guys, you know, last game in game number 2, coming off a very good performance, 2nd place overall with 17 points. Certainly nothing to scoff at. Very, very nicely done for them. Gonna try and build off of that for the rest of the day. It's very early days, so there's a lot of time for you to try and do that, to be able to springboard yourself from such a good performance. And speaking of good performances, of course, you can't go without mentioning FBX. Absolutely insane game number 2 by these guys. 38 points, 21 kills, very, very dominant. And those stats kind of show, you know, they're on the up and up, but they are one of our bloodthirstier, more aggressive teams here in the Nbpl. 6.9 nice amount of average kills, high average damage, kind of 3rd around the board there as far as those stats go. And that 38-point game, though, honestly, as far as the final standings go, when we get to the end of the day today, will really mean a lot. Like you said it at the end of the game specifically, like 38 points is sometimes more than most teams get than in total over 6 games, and they got it all in 1 game. See if they can build off of that and finish up with a very high score, as this is our last bi-weekly week.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, again, it's a massive game. I don't think it's quite record breaking. I don't remember what the current record stands for Nbpl in terms of trios, in terms of the most eliminations. I think it's close to 26. It might be 26 eliminations, but 21 still fairly high. We don't see a lot of 20 bombs into these trio games. We usually see around the 16 to 18 range in terms of the most eliminations coming out of trios. As we get ready to lock in for game number 3, the speculation is going to be, can we see another 20 bomb come out today? And can FunPlus Phoenix keep the consistency together? And will they put the back-to-back dub on the board? Can we see the back-to-back MVP? This is something FunPlus Phoenix is fairly good at, is finding that momentum and then carrying that momentum through these games and being able to pick up multiple MVPs off the back of a good performance. So hopefully coming over to Morris Isle is not going to throw them off too much, as they're going to be locking in a very interesting comp here with Yodohime and Matari. This is going to be a wild game 3.
Wow, that is actually pretty unique right there. Like there was one Takeda being hovered, which quickly got changed out, so that's not going to happen. The Wu-Chen Yoto Viper comp being very overwhelmingly popular here as we move into game 3. A few Transformers coming through as well, and Matari to Mulch comps seems to be kind of a thing right now. As you mentioned, like it's Matari to Mulch with Yoto or with Justina. That will make up around 5 or 6 of the team's compositions here. So a little lighter on those Transformers. There's only about 4, I would say, here, so we'll keep an eye on those, because as you mentioned, like these guys want to get into those late game circles to really be effective. Obviously they are running the Tumult variants mostly of those Transformer comps, so are able to do a little bit more good things in those mid games. But you know, it might be difficult for them coming up against all these other team comps that are going to have that advantage in those skirmishes to play for those late games, and they could just get run out of town before it reaches that point. We'll have to see how things go here as we head into game number 3.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. Hopefully, we're going to get a lot of action off the rip as we see many of these teams hovering around Celestra, and they tend to pick up that loot and come instantly into Celestra looking for some fights, looking to pick up some of that higher tier loot off the back of players who are coming out of fights and don't quite have the resources to make it happen. But first, we're going to start down here with our winners of last game, as is tradition. Fun plus Phoenix looking to get things started with the GBL, but not quite able to find the loot they want. So they're going to wait till they can find some better gear to go in, because they are sans armor right now. KZ going head to head with OUG right now. AlexX finding some damage onto Zinyu, but then Wade waiting in the wings with a dual blade, and AlexX gets sent airborne, goes through the stratosphere as he's eliminated. I've never seen somebody flung like that before in Naraka. Wow. KZ just sees their teammate go absolutely airborne, and OUG picks up 3 eliminations right off the rip.
OUG bringing KZ down and up, and very, very up in the one player's case there. Just flung across, right? Like I have no idea what happened there. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest, but he got knocked into next Tuesday, and he's gonna be having to resurrect and try and keep his feet on the ground a little bit more here in their next play through. The next fight they get obviously could be a little bit tough for them without those lives available to them. So much fighting happening here at the beginning, as is tradition here in the Nbpl, getting it started. OUG looking for their second kill wipe of the game so far. It's against GG, who do have the transform, so just going to be backing out of this one if they can. But Xinyu finds himself in a bit of trouble. The rest of his team has run away. They've reset. Xinyu is going to fall down instead. So Wade and SS. OUG picked that fight. They went for it, just trying to bait out that transform, and when the transform came through, went for the disengage, and it worked, except one of their teammates got stuck behind. But then GG go for the follow-up here. They go for the chase, but there's only 2 of them. LXM and Miss Sky are just completely misreading that one. That is poor show, but OUG with 2 members alive obliterates their opponents there, utterly destroying them instead. Are going to get the resurrection and the pickup there too, so beautiful stuff for them. Patiently played, and honestly maybe a bit impatient from the opposition, just running a little bit too handedly into OUG there and find themselves falling down. Now Dabao, who in our previous game had that sexy tactical nuke with the Viper ulti, is going to pop a Viper ulti again up against Alliance here. I don't think he's going to find the same amount of success. Alliance going to go for the kill. Davao does fall. It is Lucky who picks him up. JDG and GBL also knocking about. JDG going for the third party here onto Alliance. They have found one in GBL. They found another one as well. That's 2 kills for them. Very nice stuff. Alliance going to get their kills stolen away from them, as Han also in a bad spot will fall. JDG with their first 3 kills of the game.
Yeah, JDG coming in, picking up some eliminations, but now Lion TT actively caught out by all 3 members here from Team Alliance. Goes extremely low. Mubai gonna pop the Yodohime ultimate here, trying to lock down this elimination onto Jingshu, and they are going to be able to find it. JDG comes back in for the 2v3. 2 members of Alliance get sent flying here, but now the Viper ult coming out from Lucky. Lion TT goes down. The Viper ult's gonna lock down Anna Lee gonna be forced to pop the F3, but he loses to the verticality, falls off the side, no place to go, and Annalie gets picked up as well, as Alliance scraps together 4 eliminations for themselves here at the start of game number 3. They need to be careful though with Fun Plus Phoenix waiting in the wings, looking for that opportunity to come in for the third party. We turn our attention now to XCG and NAD going head to head here. One of the members of NAD extremely low, gonna be forced to be separated from the rest of their team as XCG continues to try to hold down all of the members of NAD. We see the Kurumi ult come out. We see the coverage coming out from the Yuashan. The Monk not quite ulted yet, or doesn't have ult to pop, as the Kurumi ult continues to buy them some space. NAD able to separate. We see the Justina ult come out, Two of the members of NAD still separated from one of their teammates, but now 40 IWNL shows back up, and NiHQ might think secondly about coming in here as all three of these members are together, but they are able to catch a massive parry into a Dragon's Rush, but the Dragon Rush can be canceled out by the Frost Core. They did not want to see that Nez's might come out. Zhao Xin picked up here and going to be eliminated by Zhao Nan off the back of XCG, and XCG continues to give chase here on to the remaining members of NAD. Doshi goes airborne, just trying to create that distance here. XCG not quite able to land the grapple as we see the skywalking come out from Doshi, but the follow-up grapple is able to connect. NiHQ does not want to let Doshi go. The teleport comes through, and NiHQ still on the hunt, hasn't lost line of sight. The parry comes back out into the Dragon's Rush. Nezha's might onto both players. NAD loses Doshi. XCG comes through and cleans up two of those eliminations. 40 IWNL just trying to get away.
NAD really suffering in that one. One member alive still, but very nicely played by XCG to pick up those kills. Excellently done. Good display of mechanics right there. These early skirmishes often really mean a lot as far as your total points are concerned, because it's probably the easiest time for you to pick up kills. Players are most willing to play aggressive as everyone's got gung-ho for that loot, and also with those revives available, more accepting of aggressive plays, knowing that it doesn't really matter if you fall down because you can just come back into it. MPG with that cheeky little fight there. The Viper ulti coming through was very, very hot, but it is just the Wu Chen ulti to reset for OC. OC just going to hop, skip, and jump their way out of that one. This is one of the powers of the composition with the Yoto, Viper, and Wu Chen. The Wu Chen is very good for keeping yourselves safe, for resetting in these fights, like if you've made a mistake, if you've overextended, or just if things have gone wrong. You know, it happens. Sometimes things just don't go the way you wanted to, and in those situations, you just press the button, you TP out, and you're all safe. You're all sorted. No harm, no foul, as OC have experienced there. They live to tell the tale, live to fight another day. Yes, that's honestly, England is exceptionally hard today. I don't know what it is, but my brain's just not having it. It's not having it, mate.
All good as XCG here able to put together some loot from one of the treasure vaults off the back of an early Bane's Breath. They move in looking to secure the first of many Morris blessings to come here as Zone 1 collapses down onto Zone 2. 46 players still left alive. It looks like a Draco Storm going to be here for this Morris blessing that's coming together for them. As we look across the map, we're going to also see a Mystic Might. I'm not quite sure what the northern one is, as too many names covering it up there. It might be another Mystic Might, if I'm not mistaken, as it looks like many of these teams. No, it's going to be a Vermilion Birds Might. J Team and Team KZ looking to contest this and try to secure it, and maybe the likes of Team Wolves as well, waiting in the wings, waiting to see who is going to be able to secure this and walk away. The Vermilion Birds might very, very good for the likes of a Transformers team, because if they go after some of these eliminations and aren't quite able to make it happen for some reason, they do get to keep all of their gear, and it does not send them back to the Stone Age, if you will. And it looks like J Team is going to find the space. They're going to monk up early here, trying to secure it. The Monk trying to buy space, and it looks like J Team is going to be able to secure it. The rest of these teams going to back off, leave it uncontested. XCG also able to secure theirs, and they're just going to hold on to this for as long as possible. They're going to pick up that Draco Storm at the last possible second, so that they can carry that buff into the next set of Morris blessings and try to secure a second chest for themselves, seeing as most of these teams have likely backed away and they are on the opposite side of the map from where all the action is breaking out. Now turning to Team Alliance, who's strung together 5 eliminations for themselves already. Looking to come in here on the team GG. Is able to catch 330 out, doing quite a significant amount of damage. They need to find this elimination before he can monk up here. We're going to see the Yoda ult come out, and 330 is going to go down here to the likes of move by as the Yoda Hime ultimate. GG finding themselves in quite the sticky situation. Now LXM caught out as well, and LXM is going to be eliminated there as well. GG's Misaki here, the last remaining member. It looks like they respawned not too long ago. None of them have resurrections here, and Misaki here forced to back out with only white armor under their belt. JJHRD also going to be opening the second vault of the game, able to secure themselves. It looks like some decent loot and some very nice soul jades as well.
JJHRD have 2 legendary weapons, man. Only blue armor across the board though, nothing better than that, but that's gonna hurt. These guys are definitely gonna hurt. If you come up against them, they're gonna put down the pain. I would not want to be running into these guys in a dark alley at night, that's for sure. We'll see if they're able to make that happen and get some of those kills, get some of that action happening. YZG now in a fight against Alliance. Alliance are our kill leaders for today, or in this game, I should say. And YZG, on the other hand, complete opposite, haven't got a single kill to their name so far. Alliance were the ones who initiated with the Wu Chen ulti to begin with, and then YZG on that chase forced to pop their own Wu Chen ulti. So nothing too much happening right now. YZG have been very quiet, honestly, outside of their first win of the day today. Trying to make things happen, but it's not really gone their way so far. Alliance, of course, the opposite side of things, had a bit of a slow game 1, but came in 3rd place in game number 2. Pretty good stuff for them, and obviously here in game number 3 are our kill leaders with 7. Just about 17 minutes left to go on this one. Still hopping around trying to find those elusive bits of loot and elusive bits of not terrible armor for JJ Hard. We've gone all attack and no defense. They do sometimes say attack is the best form of defense, and that's great. But the people who say that never played versus flamers and cannons in the Nbpl. You are going to want a little bit more, to protect yourself than just that blue armor.
Yeah, taking a look here now, Alliance here in the no ult zone, looking to potentially move in on to YZG. They pretty sure they know where these guys are, but trying to maybe bait them into the no ult zone here to take a fight that's more favorable for themselves. YZG just waiting in the wings. Looks like they're trying to wait this out, see what happens when the no ult zone goes down. J team here with their Vermilion Birds might under their wing, finally picking that up, waiting until the very last moment to secure it and pushed in on to anybody on the hunt right now. And NAD finds themselves running away from the likes of J team, as there is a bounty onto 40 IWNL, and he is separated way far from the rest of his team because he intends to sacrifice himself. Is he going to be caught out? But no, the other member of NAD actually is the one being caught out here by J team ZK. And it looks like Lee also going to show up here. No place for them to go. 1 HP and a dream. They are going to go down off the back of this flame here. And there's nothing they can do about it. Alliance waiting in the wings, potentially coming in, might save the last remaining member of NAD because they do have a bounty on their head. But it's hard to chase a bounty down with the likes of Team Alliance waiting in the wings nearby. YZG finally moving out of the no ult zone here, looking to press on to some of these other teams potentially.
Still looking to pick up their kills, man. If they want to find something, yes, they have to press on and they have to do it efficiently. They have to try and find something. It's Alliance they found, and Lucky, who's being parried here and absolutely obliterated. He's done. Holy crap, he's proper done. That Wuxia and Windwall didn't come through fast enough either. Not going to be able to save him. Lucky finds himself falling exceptionally fast, and his friends might have something to say about it, but GBL are also waiting in the wings, and so are FPX. Mentality has fallen too. Alliance, what are you guys doing? Oh no, this could be dreadful. What a throw. 7 kills, our kill leader here in game number 3, and just like that, just at the drop of a hat, have completely thrown that away. Lucky instantly dies, gets caught out of position, and mentality. I mean, I'm not really sure. I can't explain that one. But Alliance find themselves now in a dreadful position with one man alive, and it's not like you're in a spot where you might be able to go and pick up your teammates either, because my goodness, are there a lot of people in the area. We'll see what the future holds for them, but it doesn't look too good, man.
Well, I was going to say, as we were talking about that, we see there GBL actually picks up the final kill on to Alliance's Mumbai, and Alliance is going to be eliminated from this lobby. So there's not going to be any more points for them here in game number 3. They're going to have to go back, watch the VOD, and wait to come back in game 4 to see if they can't put something together there. A huge mistake cost them everything that they had strung together here.
Wow.
7 eliminations, and unfortunately Alliance gets sent back to the lobby. This could have been a very, very strong game for them here, but sometimes that is the way the cookie crumbles. It looks like they were trying to set up for that Morse blessing by separating out and taking some spaces up on the different high grounds, but Lucky was the one who was still down below. He gets caught out. The other 2 players a little too far away to be able to come in and do anything about a Lucky being picked off. And then as all the other teams come in and collapse onto it, mentality also falls, and we see them crumble like a house of cards. And not only that, they lose out on everything and then get sent back to the lobby. Very, very painful mistake for Team Alliance, and I'm sure they're going to be talking about that while they wait for game 4 to come back and how they can avoid that in the future.
Absolutely, that's just look at the kill totals. It's the one team that's been eliminated. By the way, one team eliminated with 12 minutes left is crazy in and of itself, but it's just great at the very top. That just feels bad, man. That feels really, really bad. 7 kills, but I mean, you're not gonna get more than a 7 game score. Just, oh man, it sucks for Alliance, dude. It really sucks. Like, these guys had a decent game in game number 2, but weren't able to do anything here in game 3 with that. Just honestly, one lapse of judgment. It felt like it was going well for them until it just absolutely didn't. And just like that, it was all done, and they're out in the Dunzo. Speaking of Dunzo, though, WBG not finding themselves in too hot of a position here, and MPG as well, having to dip away from this one. Use the Wu-Chen ult to get into safety, but unfortunately found themselves the loving embrace of more bad guys. They're going to find themselves felled just a teeny little bit. WBG, though, Alliance and Jin both are brought down. Sleepwalker, the only man left in his transform. I don't think it's going to be enough to kill YZG here. He is gonna fall, and just like that, YZG pick up their first 3 kills of the lobby, and WBG will find themselves eliminated. YZG want even more, though, however, as J-Team coming through with their purple weapons, the purple armor, and their flamers as well. It's looking very tough for them. A good reset, though, for YZG, excuse me. Just going to be able to dip away from that one. They did lose someone, but I believe they'll be able to like instantly pick him up, so it should be okay there. They should still be with their 3 members strong.
Yeah, YZG holding out here. JJHRD now going head-to-head here with the likes of NPG and J-Team. NPG going to lose Jen off the back of this engagement. J-Team coming in, able to secure some of those resources by popping that Tumulcle. JJHRD's God Lee takes an arrow to the back and goes very, very low, but luckily for them, it wasn't quite an arrow to the knee, so it's not going to end their adventuring days here, as they're able to get out and live to fight another day. JDG here coming in, securing the first set of gold armor out of these Morse blessings. Very, very good for them here, and they're going to go and put it on their Tumulk. Clearly going to be using Temi as their engage, looking to secure the rest of these teams, lock them down in that Temi ult so that the Yodo and Viper can follow up behind him here. NAD going to be completely eliminated from the lobby here as YZG finds their last remaining member. GBL coming in with a Viper ult, trying to lock down YZG. YZG with a Viper ult of their own. Both of them separate. Nobody able to find a stun off the back of it. We're going to see, oh my goodness, the lantern knocked onto the head of Nyx now here, and Nyx now going to go down very, very quickly to the likes of JJHRD as he's stunned and set on fire. A very unfortunate turn of events for them. JJHRD here also able to pick up GBL's Han. JJHRD really coming alive here in the mid game as we get ready to head into the late game when Zone 5 is going to be collapsed on in the next 35 seconds. And JJHRD not missing a single opportunity to pick up an elimination. YZG going to pick up the final kill onto GBL's Davao, and that's going to be it for GBL as they are also sent back to the lobby. J Team going to lose ZK to JJHRD's God Lee. JDG down below here taking some huge bow shots from up above, but it looks like they're able to find just enough of a corner to get a reset here, swapping some resources as they get back to full strength. Wolves, YZG, J Team all coming in looking to make something happen.
YZG, a member down here. There's only 2 of them. Now there's only 1 of them. Moonlight has fallen as well. They're able to pick up some kills from that 0 kill start they had in this game, and they are now 3rd overall, which is very good, but I don't think they're going to be able to pick up too much more here. And it's not really working for them. They've only got 1 player left, and it's not the Wu Chen who can make something magical happen with a TP and try and pick his friends up. The circle is small enough that it should be difficult for YZG. The Viper just hanging on for dear life, trying to finish as high as they can for that multiplier. JJ Hard, on the other hand, you mentioned them coming alive in the mid game. I think just the whole day today they've come alive. This is, you know, very, very, very good and aggressive plays from them. It's been really nice. It's been a real pleasure to watch them go and really take it to the rest of the lobby here. In the previous days that we've seen them perform, it's maybe been, you know, a little bit more timid from these guys. Not able to make it happen, but this time around, of course, it's all working and all's well that ends well, of course. Not that we're at the end of this game or anything like that, as Alliance will tell you, of course, being our kill leader for the longest time and then just falling out exceptionally early. OC gonna fall, lose a member to this time around as well. They're in a bit of a pickle. Second kill leaders of the game here. Going down a member is never a good sign. Still all to play for though. 6 minutes left. Kills pretty much very evenly spread amongst the entirety of the teams here. As we get a little bit left in the game. Not too much time, just a little bit. And one of these teams really run away with this one.
JJHRD here playing very, very smart. As soon as they start getting pummeled by these other teams, the Tomolka ult comes out, no hesitation whatsoever. And they're sitting fairly pretty here. 1 set of purple armor for their team, but those double legendary weapons able to pump out a ton of damage. Team GG here loses Miskia, and they are now going to be down to 2 remaining members, and that puts them in quite the tight space moving forward here as we are moving into our 6th zone in the next 30 seconds. 30 players still left alive. Only 4 teams completely eliminated. 12 teams still remain here in our 3rd game of the day. J Team's looking to find the high ground up top here, but doesn't want to get caught out and 2 grouped together as there are only 2 players left alive. OC grappling up top, potentially looking for J Team here. XCG locking down this hut, claiming it for themselves here, and actually picking up the elimination on to NPG's waiting. And that's going to be it for Team NPG as they are also sent back to the lobby. XCG looking to move up and to find some more high ground here. Needs to be very careful about giving up that space a little too early. Zone 5 is now collapsing onto Zone 6 though, so they need to make something happen soon. XCG finds a little bit of respite behind these rocks. JJHRD waiting in the wings, more than happy to just hang on to the side of this cliff here. Doesn't really want to try to push up and evict one of these teams from the very tippity top of the map, as at the moment mostly the only eyes that are on them are XCG, and they would rather take the 1v1 than stir the hornet's nest that is the rest of this lobby.
They're going to have to make a decision soon. They're going to have to push up. Won't be much of a choice for them as this circle keeps closing in. They're not in the greatest spot here. Running out of real estate. Forced to walk their way up the mountain. But of course, as you mentioned, all the other teams up above them is going to be raining hell down upon them. That's not a good spot to be in. GG here, 3-3-0, gonna go for the grab onto Unlife, finds him and absolutely obliterates him. He's donezo. Good heavens, what a snipe that was, just bringing someone down. And easy peasy when the rest of your team is standing next to you, just to shoot away when they're in your hands. Nicely done right there from 3-3-0. Unfortunately though, he does fall, and I believe the rest of his, it's only the Tumults alive, if I'm not mistaken. We're really getting the fights here. The tactical nuke though from Leng Jin from OC is gonna find so many people. What was that, 5 or 6 people caught in the stun? It's OUG's SS who picks up the kill onto FPX. FPX only 3 kills in this one. Our previous kill leaders and our first place finish. An absolute dominating performance in game number 2. Really not done too much here in game 3. It is now Eagle on that transform, looking for the grab, trying to find the pain and the hurt, and he is going to get Zhao Nan. Just waiting for his teammates here to put down some hurt. Zhao Nan, of course, with the legendary armor, will keep himself alive for a bit, as CXZ with another tactical nuke from downtown will get a few stuns, but wasn't able to pick just about everyone up that he wanted to. Eagle isn't going to get the transform. He's taken down before it comes through. Kingzone here, LXX trying to survive as best he can, goes into the stasis as Zhao Nan now instead does have his transform back available. Gonna look for that opportunity to take it. Go for those grabs again. The circle's getting very, very small in this situation here. Got half a dozen teams left alive, not much of the lobby alive and kicking. A lot of these teams only have 1 or 2 members left of their team. 0-1 will fall down from OC, and that will be them out. OUG is also out from this one. JJ Hard padding their stats, getting a kill onto Lion TT, which is big, very big stuff. They want to eliminate these guys from the lobby. XCG and JJ Hard now both of the 2 top killing teams in the lobby left available. Looking for more and more. XCG will find a kill on a Kingzone, and there comes a transform from Zhao Nan. A great position to be in on the edge of this cliff. Trying to find the members to grab. Everyone's just hiding underneath him though. Seems to be working out quite effectively so far. And look at everyone just at the bottom of the foot of that cliff. No one wants to get near the top because they know Zhao Nan's there waiting with his fists. He will pick down 17 Flower. We only have a handful of teams left here, Rune mate. It's all going to be kicking off. We've got a minute and a half left to go in this final circle.
I want to talk about this positioning by JJHRD. They've been on the bottom side of this cliff the entire time, and you had mentioned that, you know, it was kind of a bad positioning. I honestly liked the positioning that they had here, and they've made the most of it. Every time somebody gets low, they're actually forced off the top of the cliff down into the waiting wings of JJHRD, and JJHRD's been able to pick up elimination after elimination. That's just a solo player coming down and looking for a respite and then not finding it as they walk into the clutches of JJHRD. Lingzek's hen down here sees the likes of JJHRD's water, but it can't do anything about it as they are stuck in the zone. Water and God Lee both down below go very low. Water needs to find his way topside as that zone tick going to do a ton of damage, and that heel cut hurting hard here, but JJHRD still trying to lock this down. Comes in with the fully charged left click on the legendary greatsword, almost eliminates Nai HQ, but unfortunately doesn't quite find it fully all the way. Zhao Nan is going to be picked up by JHRD's God Lee though. HRD trying to lock it down. YZG CXZ just trying desperately with the Viper ult, is going to lock multiple people down. God Lee finds another elimination onto Team GG. CXC going very low. XCG going to be eliminated. YZG picking up multiple, but it's JJHRD who's not only going to pick up the most eliminations here in game number 3, but is going to come out on the very tippity top, which means they're going to pick up a huge 1.6 times multiplier as well as those 5 ranking points. Man, again, really just played this so well. They were on the bottom side of that cliff, and they were hoping that nobody was going to turn their attention to them because everybody was fighting for that high ground, and that's exactly what happened. XCG was the only team that was paying attention to them when they were down on that low ground, and XCG decided to go topside and throw themselves into the fray rather than continuing to trade range shots with JJHRD. JJHRD sits down below, And as those fights continue to evolve and keep breaking out on top as they're trying to evict these teammates from these spaces so that there's more space for the teams to lock down and hold the top of that space, somebody gets low, they go over the edge of the cliff looking for a moment's respite, looking for a reset, and they are not going to find it because JJHRD is just sitting down below like a crocodile's jaw, waiting for somebody to fall off the pontoon boat. And sure enough, they're going to clamp down on every single player that shows up, and they just grab them one after the other. We watched them go from 7 eliminations before things finally kicked off in the end, all the way to 13 eliminations off the back of solo players falling over the edge of that cliff into the maw that is JJHRD.
It was honestly really spooky stuff, but well played by JJHRD especially. It was pretty nail-biting as well, actually, for the final moments there, because XCG and JJHRD were like almost tied for kills. Like it was 11 kills and 10, then 12 and 11, and then at the end it was like 14 and 13, and it was really, really tight. But well played by JJHRD. I said, like, I've been quite impressed with them today. I think they've done really well so far. They've been playing quite aggressively. They've been winning a lot of their engages as well, which is always nice to see. And I think they've well deserved their MVP here. And yeah, I'm curious to see like the amount of points they get. I can't imagine. I don't know. I reckon we can eclipse 30 with this one for sure. And with their finishes so far today as well, which have been fine. All in all, it should be pretty good for those standings overall. But yeah, it was a solid game, and I'm quite excited actually going into game 4 because it was very different to our first game of the day that we had here on Morris Isles. So that juxtaposition of game 1 to game 3 here means I don't really know what to expect for game 4, and that always makes things exciting.
Yeah, game 4 is going to be very, very interesting. It's the most comfortable the teams get to be all day. It's the only game where you're playing back-to-back on the exact same map, so it's not kind of throwing that monkey wrench in. Most of these teams at this point have adjusted to bouncing back and forth between the maps, but there is something nice to be had going from the same map back to the same map. You're able to make those micro adjustments just a little bit easier because you're not having to worry about, well, if we make those adjustments from the mistakes we made in last game, is it the right adjustment coming into this map? Because we're on a different map now and things are slightly different. Whereas here it's like, okay, hey, from this map back to this map, hey, we made this mistake last time, let's not do that. And for the teams that are able to adjust on the fly, it's a great situation for them to be in with the back-to-back here. I'm interested to see the scoreboard here. I think it's going to be 16, 17 kills. 17 kills for JJHRD here. They're able to put together a 32.2 point game for themselves here. Those 5 ranking points coming in clutch. Very, very big game for them here today. XCG coming in with 13 eliminations as well, though. Kept things very tight to the very end, and is able to put together a 22.5 point game. And YZG are MVPs from game 1, coming in with a 17.4. And I do believe they put together 11 points in game 2. So YZG not really sitting too shabbily today, as off the back of that early MVP and keeping the consistency coming through, are probably still sitting towards the top of the pack.
Honestly, it's surprising that they came in 3rd overall, because they were screwed with like 15 minutes left to go. They had one guy left, and it was just that one guy who was just holding on and holding on and holding on for the rest of that entire game right there, just to get some ranking points, which he did find himself in the end. Here's your MVP though today. Oh my goodness, Godley with 28k damage, 10k healing as well on that Justina. 13 kills, 23k with a great, what the bro, these are absurd stats right here. Every time I look at a number, I'm like, holy moly, and then I see another, I'm like, holy moly, and I see another one. It's like, bro, this guy just went off in this game, man. He popped off.
Oh, absolutely. Again, they were situated so well in the bottom of that cliff. Look at this. 15 of the 17 eliminations he was involved in, right? Huge percentage of the kills. 13 just straight eliminations that go to him as well. He positioned himself. He had that legendary greatsword that he was able to pick up. They were just waiting down below. Every time somebody fell over, that greatsword waiting in the wings, just able to scale rush off the side of the wall, bop, pick up an elimination, bop, pick up an elimination, right? If you can find yourself in a situation where eyes are not on you, and you're in that zone where players who are looking to escape the action are going to head to try to find a reset at the detriment of giving up whatever space they have or giving up the high ground, you can do this on repeat. We have seen teams absolutely dominate games just by sitting in a position that looks like it's an unfavorable position because you're thinking, okay, hey, I really want the high ground, right? But the high ground is not always what it's cut out to be, because everybody else is thinking the same thing. I want that high ground. I want to be able to make my monk pop off. I want to be able to throw range shots down at everybody. So everybody is fighting for every inch of that high ground they can get. Whereas if you're a team like JJHRD and you're waiting down below, you're in that area where it's like, oh, hey, well, if they're down below, they're already in a bad situation. I don't have to worry about them. I need to worry about all these other guys trying to take the high ground for me. And then they just get to sit there like vultures waiting for the bodies to come over the edge of the cliff and pick them dry. Love to see it coming out from JJHRD, making the strong mental decisions. We're going to see if they can keep it going together into game 4. But before we do that, we're going to throw things over to Leah for a quick interview.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So congratulations to GGHRD to be the winner of this game. We invite 初月 to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 首先请你初月跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是集结号阿迪的初月。
Okay, welcome. So we see that your team use Matari, Tamuch, and Justina Good in this game. So you know this combo is having like a really controversial combo in our game. So like how do you think about this combo? 那其实嘉宾杀阵容一直是我们联赛里面比较有争议的一个阵容，因为有的队认为他很强，有的队认为他就还蛮弱的。那你怎么看呢？
就新版本来说吧，就是那个沙男现在比较很强的一个角色嘛，就是搭什么都比较好搭一点。然后就是现在我感觉最强的话就是迦南，就是这套体系来说还是迦南。加武田加那个沙男会厉害一点，但是就是相当于我们的顾静涵比那个武田就是相当于熟练度要高很多，所以说我们会选择这一套阵容。
Okay, so because in the new patch and Tamuch, this hero is really powerful, and actually I think the like the most powerful combo is Takuda, Matari, and Tamuch. But for our team, maybe I think our Justina Gu is like more familiar with, so we choose this hero in this combo. Okay, so I think I really don't know, because I think in this combo the like attack position is not very clear. Maybe sometimes it's Tamuch and sometimes it's just Dinagu. So maybe you can tell us like in which situations and which hero will be the attack position in this combo. 那其实我们知道这个阵容它的1号位是没有很明显的，所以那你能给我们讲一讲，就是这个情况下是怎么样的吗？
其实这个不是很重要吧，就是分打什么阵容来说，就是一般的话打那种带无尘的阵容的话，就相当于需要顾静涵去打1号位，然后去骚扰对面的像这种混成刀的这种红叶阵容，没有那种收集手段，然后把他们逼退，或者是让他们传走，然后相当于我们好打一点，或者是打那种像那种带沙男阵容，就是这个时候沙男需要去打那种1号位来说，就是需要去先盖嘛，就是先盖吃封压的话，对面就不是很好操作，就这样来分的。
Okay, so actually it's not very important, but if you like face the combo which have Wu Chen in the game, maybe Justina Gu will be the first attack position, because we can use her ult and skill to force your opponent to use their ult or force them to just maybe run out of the fight. But when you are face a combo with both Tamuch in the game, maybe our Tamuch will be the first attack position in the game, because you know so like Temuch can counter Temuch in the fight. Okay, so we have seen like several players use our longsword new like Sojade in the games. How do you think about this Sojade? 那其实我们看到就是也有很多选手已经在游戏里面有使用到我们常见的新魂玉七星夺鞘了。那你自己怎么看待这个魂玉呢？
我感觉这个魂玉很变态吧，啊不很厉害吧。然后之后就是它这个魂玉不好震，就是不是很好木压，有时候那个僵直也很久，然后还有回复效果。所以我感觉这个魂玉很强，就是像常见的那个惊魂里面是很强的一个魂玉。
Okay, so I think this like Sojade is really strong because like I think it's hard to use Counter-Strike on this Sojade, and it's kind of like give you a really long dart, and when you like use these Sojade, you can get a little like 60%. I remember 60% recover after you use this Sojade. So I think this Sojade is really nice. Okay, so maybe in the following games, you know, this week is the last week of our like Nbpl. So do you have like some target for like this week? 那其实也是来到了我们最后一个双周嘛。那对于这个双周，你们都有什么目标吗？
就是我们的总决赛的积分，就是进那个总决赛的积分，已经不够了。就是这周我们拿周冠军的分也是不够的。相当于这周我们就打出我们该有的东西，然后之后把这个东西去带到复活赛里面，希望复活赛能打一个更好成绩吧。
Okay, so actually our grade is not enough to get into the final, so we just want to like play hard in this double week and to get a better grade. Okay, 好的，谢谢初夜来到我们的采访呢，也是希望你们可以在复活赛里有一个很不错的表现，好吗？
好的，好的，谢谢。
Okay, thank you. Come to our interval. Well, let's have a rest and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
So I want to participate in NBWC because it's a dream of me from like basically a child. I saw like the pro players on the stage and I was like, I want to go there. And now it's a dream finally came true. So yeah.
Ryoman trying to get away from Chili, but Chili is relentless. Able to get through that shield with a charge click. He's got him low. He's got him going so close to going down. Beautiful pickup there.
Flamebringer going to be entirely nullified as they come through with the Katana, the legendary Soul Jade.
I'm Zay. I'm 23 years old from the Netherlands. In my daily life, I'm a software engineer. And at night, I'm a gamer and I love to play Naraka Blade Point.
I'm Chili from Hyper Team. When I first played Naraka, I think my purpose was just to get higher rank and to get higher damage in every game and just not to lose in any of 1v1 battle. That was my purpose.
My objective was to go to Worlds actually. I really want to go to Worlds. I tried last year, almost got there, but yeah, this year I finally made it, so that was my objective. The reason I qualified in solos, it's because I'm maybe not the best player at like combat, like one-for-one combat wise, but I play very smart. I take only fights that I know I can win or where I can like third party. Other than that, I have the best movement of the European region. So if I'm low, I can always get out and no one can chase me. And if the enemy is low, I will always be able to catch it.
Being NBWC will give me a chance to try to battle some different players, just learn from each other, which I'm so excited in.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to play versus Xiang. I saw some from him in the Nbpl and he looked like a very strong player. So yeah, I wish to face him maybe in the ladder as well when I can queue in Singapore.
My biggest advantage in the tournament would be that I know exactly the timing to fight and stop fighting and when to engage in a certain party situation. And I always try to get in the fight, this ending zone. This tiny intelligence would be my biggest advantage, yeah.
Practice a lot, like practice a ton. Then after we practice and like things go wrong, or even if things go good, rewatch our gameplay, review our gameplay, what do we do good, what do we do wrong, and we all should watch also how the Chinese play the Nbpl and learn from that. We did that during our tournament in Europe.
As again,
Paku's going
low.
low.
Through. Chili thinking that this is their time to shine, goes in with the Justina ultimate.
I will destroy each of you with my soft katana one by one.
Xiang, I'm coming for you, and when you see me and you try to catch me when I'm on it, you won't be able to catch me because I'm the movement god and you cannot catch me.
Alright, hello, I'm Coach RavenPLZ. I cast regularly for EU and NA. So representing EU for solos is going to be VLZ coming in first. Also, he qualified with his trios team, Volume Pink. I think Zay, just because of his macro game, he got better Jades. So he had the better weapon, better Jades to get that last hit and pick up like 3 or 4 kills in endgame a ton of different times. Introducing the second player to represent EU for Worlds, More Hype Chile. In a previous EGL event, he won first place in solos and trios. Chile has pretty much always been in the top 2, if not winning all of the EU scrims. He is very, very aggressive. He plays all of the meta characters as far as Justina, Zipping, and Yodo. I see him doing super, super well in China because he's very, very active and he's very, very confident. With all of his skill sets in mind, his understanding of macro from trios, his ability to fight from being a dominant solo player, I think Chile is going to do really, really well at Worlds. Good luck to them, and I'll be cheering you guys on at Worlds.
What's going on now, ladies and gentlemen and Naraka fans? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2, our 4th bi-weekly. We're 3 games deep of our 6 games of trios today, and it's been a wild ride. Fun plus Phoenix coming alive in game 2, acting like their old selves, putting together some huge points off the back of a 21 bomb and a first place finish. And then of course game number 3 here, JJHRD making it happen. That superior positioning and analyzing to realize what situation they were in, able to capitalize huge on that, and then also follow it up and knock down the other team who looked to be completely in control of the zone up until JJHRD finally made their move in the last couple seconds there of that game, putting together one heck of a demonstration. And then of course YZG, our MVPs from game 1, still consistently putting some points up on the board every game, setting themselves up for success here after our first 3 games. But there's 3 games left to go. 2 on Morris, and then of course 1 on Hollow Roth. We're going to take a look at the overall points for the day today. Alliance, only 24.2 points put together, but you got to keep in mind there's still 3 games left to play here. All these other teams on day 1 have already played 6 games. So Alliance not really sitting too shabby off the back of 3 games played already at a 24.2. If they continue to consistently put points up on the board, they're going to do fairly well for themselves here in our second day of trios. The likes of GBL, unfortunately, suffering pretty hard, as it is their second day, and they are all the way down in 18th place right now. They do not get to come back and participate in day 3. You only get 2 days. And some of these teams that only have 1 day already beating them out. And this is what we talked about. You know, we had one team put together a 37.8 point game today, a single game, and many of these teams not able to put together that many points in a single day of 6 games straight. XCG off to a good start as well with 43.3 points. Fun Plus Phoenix, a massive 53.2 points off the back of the huge game that they had. But here we are, YZG, a 54.5, still the most points we've seen on the board today. AOW holding on to 9th place off the back of a very massive 71.5 in day 1, though. That's a huge day for many of these teams. As we move into many of these teams who have only gotten or are already into day 2 here for themselves. JJHRD holding on to 2nd place right now off the back of a 95.2. GG's holding on to 1st place with 108.8. You know, GG coming into the day with 77 already under their belt here. You know, huge day for them. Unfortunately, MPG, who came in with a 78.6, only not 13 points for them thus far today. Struggling to find their footing in many of these games.
I think the biggest takeaway for looking at those standings is we've got 3 teams who so far today, at the 3 game mark, so halfway through all the games, are more than 50 points, which means that, you know, if this was over a complete day, they'd have over 100 points, right? And no other team, not a single team, has reached 100 points in a single day. The other teams that are up high in those standings had maybe like 80 points, 85, 90 points, in the 70s. Not one was in the triple digit mark, and we're standing so far with the potential of having 3 teams at that triple digit point. So yeah, it's been a pretty crazy day honestly so far, and the same teams, the usual suspects, keep coming up clutch and bringing it out. And you know, it's whether or not we can keep seeing that, whether we can keep seeing those plays come through, whether some other teams are going to come through and maybe play upset. Definitely some teams that are kind of on the outside looking in, on the edge of making it happen. I think for me, I'm keeping my eyes on Alliance specifically. Had a good game 2 and the potential to have a banging game 3, but completely fluffed it out. The first team eliminated when you're leading the lobby in kills is not good. It's not great. And it was just a complete, like, I don't know, they just completely mishandled it. So yeah, maybe Alliance can turn things around as well, but still we've got quite a few teams here today who are really on a tear, and it's fun to see.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And it'd be great to see a team break that 100-point margin in a single day with only 6 games. Time's going to tell, though, as we get ready to lock in for game number 4 here. Many of these teams absolutely pumping out numbers today. My eyes on JJHRD. Honestly, a team that has done very well today. They've kind of come out on a rip. You know, I talked about them coming alive in the middle of that last game. They were kind of quiet for the first half of that game, but for their particular comp, worked well for them as they were able to dominate the mid to late game. And then again, just exceptional positioning that allowed them to lock down so many extra eliminations here in the end of that game. If they can continue this same path, they could be the team to break the 100-point margin for a single day.
Yep, and that's it. Gotta keep your eyes on them. YZG, another one looking to do it too. These guys honestly have been quite impressive in general, but for me, this is the team that I was expecting to be impressive coming into today. And they completely delivered, even in that last game, in game number 3, where they were really up against it and still managed to find their way into success. Very nice stuff, but of course it was all about JJ Hard, wasn't it? In game number 3, got to give them a lot of credit for what they were able to do. 32 points, I believe they got. Hey, get a bit of loving going through there as well. A good team, and really kind of surprised me today with their performance in a positive way, in a good way. These guys have been showing up today, being quite aggressive and playing forward a lot, taking plays, making fights happen, and coming out on top more often than not. Very happy for them. And going forward, you know, is that something they can reproduce? Because like I say, it was a bit unexpected for me that they were able to do that. So hopefully it's not just a flash in the pan, and these guys have the stamina and the consistency to bring it through the rest of the day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, really, they've impressed me, honestly, today. They've kept the consistency together. They've come through, and then obviously in this last game, able to dominate. Alliance also doing fairly well, continuing to put points up on the board for themselves. Wolves, another team that's been consistently kind of in that 6th to 5th place range, where they're not doing, you know, they haven't had a big explosive game, but they're consistently at least putting points on the board. And because of that, they're maintaining that top 8 position for the week right now. And, you know, all they have to do is maintain top 16 if they want to make it to the bi-weekly final. But obviously, you would much rather be somewhere in that top 8 so you carry as many points over to the bi-weekly final as possible. And Wolves is a team that usually keeps on giving in terms of putting on crazy performances when we need to see it. So hopefully they will continue to be consistent today and even do even better. Love to see an MVP coming out from Team Wolves.
Yeah, of course. We love Wolves. They're so aggressive. They're fun. Been a bit quiet, honestly, though, I would say today, isn't it? Like, it's not what we want. We want big, loud Wolves. We want them to be doing the fighting and making it all happen. And there's still a few games left to do that. This hasn't really happened for them so far. J Team as well on your screen. A bit slow today, a bit quiet. Haven't had the best showing just yet, but again, we're only halfway through, so like we can't really judge the teams too much. Like obviously, you know, halfway is still halfway, but if a team can impress us in 3 games, then there's no reason why it can't be the last 3 games as well.
Oh, absolutely. Before we get ready to jump in for game number 4, we got a short video for you guys, and then we're gonna come back in and lock straight in to game number 4.
因为我们队内氛围挺好的吧，然后以前其实不认识的，就我们经常有去串门，但是以前是不认识的，就顶多打个照面，但是没什么关系的。但是我们队内氛围好，因为我们平常其实就比赛输赢，我们心态挺好，就哪怕前面4把打完了，我们心态也是挺稳的，就并不觉得打差了有什么的，就尽力打好就好了。所以没有，就平常在私底下的话关系也挺好，然后吃饭什么大家都一起喜欢出去乱窜的话，所以感情也挺好的。我感觉就下个版本就是玩就芬兰熟练度高的队伍的话，应该会发挥更好一点吧。但是其实大家现在就已经有提前在练英雄了，就看下版，因为下版芬兰属于就是版本之子了，就是你知道打得好，其实能拿很多分，其实还是看大家个人发挥了，看谁的适应能力更强吧。
J Team ZK here, giving us some insight into their mental, and honestly, I have to agree with them. This is a team that doesn't really let a bad game affect their mental. Win, lose, or somewhere in the middle, J Team comes out and always performs fairly consistently across the board, and they don't let a bad day or a bad week get to them. They're always here to compete. They play together, they eat together, they live together, and these boys make it happen. As we are locking in for game number 4, we're going to take a look here. See quite a few Takedas coming through from MPG, YZ, GXCG, and the likes of Team Wolves. Bringing that Takeda into our 4th game and our 3rd game here on Morris Island.
This is what we like to see. 4 Takedas makes me happy. The Wu Chen, Yoto, Viper comps, I mean, I'm kind of neutral towards them, and obviously we're seeing a lot of them so far in this little hero select here. It's a very popular comp, it's very good for 3s, and of course, you're probably going to see it in most of the games today. But the fact that we've got 4 Takedas here, when we had 0 in the last game, and only 2 in game number 1, is good, honestly. I want to see how it goes through. Obviously, as a reminder for game 1, the Takeda team won, and Takeda got the MVP. Takeda knew what was up. It all worked out well. It was beautiful stuff, and I want to see a repeat of that. I want to see Takeda bring it down. I want to see them go crazy, and go all mental and stuff like that. But of course, a big distinction for this game compared to the first game being at a different time. This is dawn and not evening. So the Fireflies with Takeda, that was what it was all about in that first game. And it's, yeah, now we're in dawn, so there is that to bear in mind. As YZG getting the early drop against GG. GG don't have any weapons, or at least Miskaya doesn't have one, but LXM has one. It doesn't matter, it's gonna go down. He's dead, he's donezo. My goodness, it's a slaughter. YZG are taking no prisoners on this one. 330 is trying his best to turn it around, but it's not going to be enough. He did get a kill onto CXZ, but still is gonna forward. We swap now to Kingzone versus JDG. Some more big fights happening here, and it is actually Kingzone coming out on head, although Lion TT is able to bring him down. Pops the ulti to try and keep himself alive and maybe find himself an extra kill before he dies. Goes into that shadow form and goes into the shadow realm, but there's so many players around. Alliance is here as well for that third party. WBG or Alliance, which one's going to be able to pick it up? Both of them want it. They smell blood in the water. Alliance so low. He's so incredibly low. Even the Wolves are here trying to pick it up as well. My goodness, he's surviving far too long. He should be dead. Why is he not dead? He's alive and kicking still. How is he alive? Lion, mate, honestly, he's just absolutely mental. Wolves even managed to kill Lucky. Take the fight onto Alliance before Lion fell. Lion's still alive, by the way. There you go. He's dead. Wolves Zhao was able to pick him up. But good heavens did he survive a long time.
Yeah, man, he really able to just come through and hold down the fort, so to speak. He was looking for an opportunity to pick up another elimination because he didn't want to walk away from the area and give away the position where his team was going to respawn, but he just never really found that opportunity. As many of the players here, all of these teams looking to pick up that elimination. Now turning to WBG, who's trying to find some luck for themselves off the back of eliminating Alliance's Lucky. We're going to see double Yoda-Hime ultimates come out. Alliance's Mubai as well as WBG's Jing here trying to use those ultimates, pump some damage out. Oh my goodness, Jing gets sent flying and it winds up in between all three members of KZ. I can't word today. KZ and gets obliterated out of existence. Oh my goodness.
Words are hard, man. Words are very hard. Don't worry. Don't feel bad about it. Yes, Kedzay doing some good work right in that one. Jing was juggled there, wasn't he? That was not fun for him at all. It didn't look fun. I mean, it kind of looked fun in like a bouncy castle trampoline kind of way, but from a competitive Naraka standpoint, no, probably not what you want to have happen. So he is gonna fall down walls. Everyone's fighting in this no ult area as well. It's just like really just comes through to pure skirmishing, pure fighting, your pure skills coming through here. It's nice to see. It's Naraka in its purest form. But now that ult circle has finished its donezo. Mubai is going to pop his Yoto ulti, but it's Rain on the Viper who's able to get that lockdown and bring him down. Kingzone Ganbai able to pick that one up. The Wolves coming through now, trying to pick something up on the backside of this one. Kingzone just going to be disengaging with the Wu Chen ulti as Wolves are going to be in hot pursuit. Don't want to let this one go down. They feel like they have the advantage here. They want to make it happen, and they've definitely caught up to them here. And Takeda going for the play of Huangfang Zhao as well. Good play, knocking down Kingzone. Wolves finally catching up to them, and it's the big fight happening in the area now instead. Rain is going to fall. He is donezo. He's out of there. Very quick elimination there for the Wolves on a Kingzone, and that's going to be huge as now it's a 3 versus 2. LXX is the next victim of this one. He's going to fall very, very shortly, and you have to feel like his teammate won't be long afterwards as well. Ganbai going for the horizontal slash. It's nice, but it's not going to be enough as the Wolves completely wipe Kingzone off of the map.
Oh, hold on. Excuse me for a second. My boy Team Wolves coming through. Putting in some big eliminations on the board. 7 eliminations into the belt already as we turn our attention to XCG. Going head-to-head here with Funpless Phoenix. Funpless Phoenix BBV. Popping that Viper ult, trying to lock down the members of XCG. NiHQ caught out here. Their team trying to come in and cover. And it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as VVV and NiHQ go down. And now XCG going to clean up the remaining members of Fun Plus Phoenix, and XCG gets NiHQ back into the fight, but needs to be careful as now NAD waiting in the wings comes in for the third party. XCG giving them a little bit of target practice here. We're going to see the wisps come down and Zhaojin actually get knocked up by those. NAD wanting to continue the hunt here. And I like this strategy coming out from XCG as they are just continuing to buy themselves space and time as they wait for that rage to come back so that when they engage into this fight, they might be able to get those resources up midway through the fight. And they're even going to force the Wu Chen ult out of NAD as XCG continues to hold on to this space, building rage time and time again. Fun plus Phoenix waiting in the wings. 3 eliminations under their belt, but they've already been eliminated themselves, so no resurrections available. Need to be very careful as both NAD and XCG waiting in the wings.
Just waiting around, looking for something cheeky. Will they be able to find it? At least for now, looks like it's not going to happen as YZG onto JJ Hard. Winners of game number 2 versus winners of game number 3, looking for the play. Entering the no ult zone though. Will YZG decide to go for it? Are they happy fighting in this area? I'm not sure. It looks like they will be. They are going to force it upon JJ Hard, who had absolutely no armor, no weapons. They are really essentially naked, and they're gonna fall down. Godley falls, Water falls, Chewy falls as well. That was just a complete slaughter. I mean, I don't know why, but this is fairly common. Whenever you win the previous game, you're bound to go out first in the next game. JJ Hard are out. They're done. It happens far more frequently than you might expect, but they are eliminated. The first team here in game number 4 to be completely done and to be watching from the observer's seat instead. Waiting for game number 5 here. You'll be able to catch that early plane to the holler off. Now, just unfortunately, 15 teams remaining. JJ Hard are not one of them.
Yeah, JJ HRD eliminated pretty early here, and no eliminations under their belt, unfortunately. And as well as the likes of Team GG, no resurrections down to a single member left remaining. We're going to take a look at the map here. See the Morris blessings coming through. It looks like we're going to see a Dragostorm, a Vermilion Bird's Might, as well as a Mystic Might. One of all 3 buffs coming through. The question is who's going to be able to secure them. Taking a look at the top of the order here, Team Wolves still holding on to first place with those 7 eliminations. NPG, YZG, oh my goodness, the parry comes through. 40 IWNL goes for the Dragons Rush into the Nezers, but not able to lock down this kill onto XCG. Oh my goodness, 40 IWNL now just trying to lock down anything before they get eliminated, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to make it happen as XCG just blitzes them down and they disappear from existence and disappear from the lobby.
That's NAD's game 4 finished. They're out of here. Completely obliterated in that fight. Wasn't even close. They're donezo, but well played to XCG. Able to make that one happen. Very nicely done as OUG have found some friends, or maybe some not friends, in YZG. SS has already been brought down. It's not looking good here for Wade and Jinyu, the 2 Transformers in their mega forms. Kind of scary, but without that DBS or utility to come alongside it, I don't think it's going to be enough, as now even a second team in JDG have joined as well. It's certainly not going to work in a 1 versus 2 as far as teams are concerned. Wade is trying his best to hold on here, but JDG have got his number. They're feeling it, and they are brutalizing this man. He's going to get destroyed. He tries to keep himself alive with the bell for a little bit of time. Has bought some time, but it's not going to be enough. He's just delaying the inevitable. JDG will bring him down. OUG left to a single member. Not going to be good there as Wolves finding themselves the fight onto J-Team. Get themselves the kill. Just padding their stats even more. Very good start for the Wolves here in game 4.
Yeah, Wolves doing very, very good for themselves. JDG here, though, picking up a massive piece of advantage there off the back of that elimination. If you noticed, he popped Mortal Defiance as JDG was hunting him down there. Mortal Defiance, a Soul Jade that has an almost 80% win rate when we see it here in the Pro League. You know, being able to, when you get hit for that last hit, all of a sudden coming back with 500 HP. You know, you're in those final circles. A team thinks they finally have the advantage on you. They knock you into the zone. The tick, all of a sudden, you get the knockback. You get 500 HP. Makes a huge difference when that final circle is trying to lock down these teams. And if JDG can make it to the final circle with that Soul Jade, it's going to be pretty massive for them. Almost every team that ever sees that Soul Jade is going to immediately hop on that just because of how much utility it brings to somebody. It's basically a Z-ping ult for a single player in a Soul Jade. Plus, it has really good stats because it's a legendary Soul Jade as well. Taking a look at the top of the order, we are Zone 2 fully collapsed, getting ready to collapse onto Zone 3 in the next 40 seconds. Wolves and XCG tying things up with 8 eliminations each. YZG holding on to second with 7 eliminations, and NPG with 6 eliminations under their belt, holding on to that third place as we move forward here in our 4th game of the day. Things slowing down just a little bit as everybody trying to avoid the teams that have been able to put together these buffs. GBL here with the Mystic Mike trying to use that radar to find their next set of victims, while everybody else kind of just slow rolls the rest of this lobby until these Morse blessings get ready to spawn when Zone 3 is fully collapsed on here in the next couple of seconds.
You know what makes me really happy here, Rune, for Game 4? Yeah, our top 4 teams are all the Takeda teams. Takeda is OP. Literally, Wolves, XCG, YZG, and MPG are the 4 teams that chose Takeda, and they're the 4 teams that are bringing home the bacon so far. Obviously, we still have a bit more to go here. But it's exciting, man. It's exciting when you can see some new heroes pop through in popularity and join the ranks of the obviously more popular heroes in the meta. I think Takeda honestly is really, really solid, really good. Obviously, already had a great performance in Game 1, winning the lobby and being our MVP. This time around, we'll see if he can do the same thing. Off to a good start here in Game 4. OUG just getting jumped on now though by JDG. None of these teams have a Takeda, however. This is just pure fighting. Shinyu is trying his best to get away from this one. He is the last man standing for his team. If he falls down here, OUG is eliminated. They're on 0 points, so they're just going to try and get as many placement points as possible by surviving as long as he can, but it's going to be difficult, man. When you're all by yourself, you put a huge target on your back. I think it's going to be very difficult for him to get much of anything, and that would mean that the woes of OUG continue. Really, really struggled today to find anything of anything, and considering in week 1, this was our best team. Our best team in the Nbpl. They won the first week, the bi-weekly finals. Genuinely, they were number 1. And since then, they've just not been able to do anything at all.
Oh yeah, and again, OUG is just one of those teams, as soon as the meta starts to shift, they do not know how to adjust on the fly. They get stuck in their ways, and when there's not a big enough break where they can come back and really kind of cluster and practice kind of outside of all the Nbpl action that's happening, you know, there's a couple days, obviously, when we're not gaming on the weekend and they're clearly trying to put some stuff together, but OUG is just not able to really adapt with the meta as much as they would like to. You know what, let me rephrase that. They definitely can adapt in terms of like changing their hero picks. They'll see other teams and they'll not intimidate, that's the wrong word, imitate the other comps that these teams are putting together. Yeah, English is hard today for us, isn't it, Fox?
It is.
But they'll imitate these other teams, but they don't really understand the fundamentals of why those heroes are coming together, and they just don't have that solid decision making because of it. They're not trendsetters, right? They're not like the J team from World Cup last year, where J team came in and nobody thought Viper was viable in trios, and J team said, hey, watch us shut down all of these Transformers comp and absolutely dumpster the World Cup, right? They're not that team that's out here trying to make those changes, and it really does suffer for them, right? It would serve them very well to kind of go back to that drawing board and be like, hey, look, We know what does work. Maybe it's time to experiment and figure out what else might possibly work. Because I feel like if they were out here trying to set trends, they would better understand some of the comps that they are running and be better able to adjust when the meta does shift here in the NBPL.
I think it's an important point to note as well is like the mental aspect of esports. Like the confidence must just be in the gutter right now for that team. Like you've just gone so long just not being able to perform at all. It must just be very frustrating for these guys right now, trying to, you know, do their best to just make something of anything, and it's really just not happening for them. And especially considering you've already shown that you have the capacity to do it, and still you're not capable, is just really, really irritating. Especially, you know, in esports, in order to be a successful esportser, a lot of the times you have to be very competitive, you know, and you see a lot of these players are exceptionally competitive, especially the ones that have longevity in esports. You know, I feel like everyone is competitive to a certain extent, especially if we're here watching some Naraka esports. Like we're all interested in the competitive scene, but the level of competition and level of competitiveness that these contenders have it's something else, honestly. If they weren't that competitive, they wouldn't be as good as they are. It's the driving force behind them being the professional players that we see. And so, you know, these situations are just, I can't even begin to describe, just exceptionally frustrating for such competitive people. But at the same time, it is that competition that will drive them to strive to be better. Hopefully, if that can outweigh the frustration that they must be feeling, really struggling in this one, in today, and just really in the past few weeks in the NBPL in general. But still some teams that haven't been struggling here, as you're seeing J-Team chase into YZG. J-Team not necessarily the greatest today, but YZG certainly have been. But it's QGG who's going to get caught out of position a little bit here in this one. Xiaohu as well, a similar situation. I believe this is just a 2 versus 3, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the Matari is out for YZG. I'm not so sure if they're going to be able to find it, especially with this Viper stun coming down. Will it come down, though, before the circle ticks? I don't think it will. But this whole fight is doomed. It's completely doomed because you're in a circle that's doing a decent amount of damage. Eagle is going to be brought pretty low in this one. Can Zhao, he just have to buy time. You just have to buy time. Eagle is eliminated. He's done from the circle. The circle has beat him. As YZG now are going to lose a member in Xiaohu, but I believe they still had someone up who was healthy enough to make it happen. I think, yeah, Xiaohu's back up now in QGG as well. What an absurd fight this is. ZK is going to fall from J-Team to the circle. Oh my goodness, can they get out, or are they both just going to fall here? Is this just an ill-fated fight from the start? QGG is going to go down most likely here too. Yeah, he's gone to the circle. Eagle is going to fall to the circle as well. Xiaohu's the only healthy person alive, but is he healthy enough? I don't think so, especially if he takes any damage here from Eagle. Eagle falls. Jin Yu from OUG is going to fall as well. And Xiaohu is done, and YZG are eliminated. My goodness, there's 3 teams gone to the circle.
I have got to give so much tenacity out of J-Team. They resurrect their 3rd member. ZK immediately understands the situation that's happening, sees the other player from YZG and says, "We're dead. The zone tick and the heal cut is gonna kill us. We don't have the resources to make this happen. All I have to do is touch him. He's so low. If I touch him, yes, we die, but we get at least 1 more point." And it's all about how many points you can put on the board at the end of the day. ZK rushes him down. He gets eliminated off the back of the grapple, communicates it to the rest of the team, and J-Team says the heck with it. All we got to do is get 1 hit. They go in, they get their 1 hit, they get eliminated, but they also pick up that extra point and that elimination onto YZG as they go down to the zone tick. That is pure tenacity coming out from J-Team, and the fact that they make it all about every single point they can get instead of just giving up to the zone, I love that. J-Team, you get a round of applause from me.
It was pretty. I mean, we need the Benny Hill theme for that play right there. But it was literally like it was brilliant. It was brilliant the fact that YZG and J Team were so hell bent on fighting each other in the circle that they both just died to the circle anyway. The best part of that for me was that random OUG member, who I believe was actually the last member standing of his team. Oh no, that's a lie. But still, that random OUG member who was just caught just in the distance. I don't know what he was doing there. He wasn't part of the fight. It wasn't all going on, but just for good measure, let's just chuck that one guy in. Let's just chuck an extra guy going down to the circle there as well. It was that's the deadliest circle I've seen. It wasn't even the last one either. That was it was the fourth circle. It was something, as that did actually double the amount of teams that were eliminated here. Game at number 4. Under 8 minutes left to go. Now the circle is getting pretty small in here. NiHQ from XCG, geared to the teeth. He's got legendary weapons, legendary armor, and 3 legendary soul jades. That is certainly something. He is going to be the absolute raid boss of this lobby here. As the circle gets very, very small, you're just going to pick your roof, pick your high ground, sit on it, throw out your ranged weapons, and not do too much of anything until you have to. The circle will force action eventually. But for now, we're just chilling out here. Obviously, everyone's darting around. Nobody wants to stand still. If you stand still, you make yourself an easy target for the ranged poke, which is what everyone is throwing at you here. The bow here from GBL has legendary armor and that swarmer as well. Able to put down a decent amount of pain in this one. FPX kind of look like they're struggling a bit as far as utility goes. I don't think they've got too much healing or armor left, which would really suck coming into these final moments here, as it's all going to pop off now. Potentially OUG, OC, GG, all in the area mentality as well. And GBL, for goodness sake, it's everything. They're all fighting around here. I mean, it's everything and it's nothing at the same time. We're kind of just flowing with each other, but not actually dedicating to these plays, as SS is going to find a lot of pain from NiHQ. That's that legendary weapon coming through right there. Even more pain as well. Good heavens. NiHQ just going to skip away from that one. I don't know what happened to his legendary weapon, whether he's spinning around, but I don't know. It's looking good so far for him, but that was close.
Yeah, NiHQ there, forced to pop the ultimate just to try to stay alive. They are down a member, but they do have 8 eliminations put together right now. So XCG really trying to keep the dream alive here in game number 4. We're going to see Kedzay's gone by, get eliminated by GBL, and unfortunately as well, LXX, and that's going to be it for KZ. Alliance over here going to come in and clean up the members of Fun Plus Phoenix. A single member left alive for Fun Plus Phoenix. FPX really struggling to find their footing after their MVP in game number 2, which is really, really unfortunate, because they tend to be a momentum-based team, and usually if they have a good game, they can follow it up and continue to have good games for the rest of the day. But today, just not able to find that space and make it happen. Alliance up top here, we're going to see one of them get picked up by the Tumultuous, but Mubai just covering for them with the longsword here. Many of these teams just trying to hold on to these huts, don't want to be cut out in this open space as this begins to collapse. There are still a couple monks left in the lobby, and that open space is going to serve them well as these final zones collapse. And there it is. We're going to see our first monk come up on the other side of the zone, and it's OUG's Wade looking to make some of these grabs happen. Those Wu Chen wind walls going to block them and keep them from making it happen here. A little Yasuo action, if you will, blocking Wade from making things happen, but he does find a grab on to JDG's Lion TT, and they're able to pick up an elimination as SS follows up. Oh my goodness, pulls the Viper right out of their own. JDG's Annalie disappears in a heartbeat to the repeating crossbow from SS. Oh my goodness, Wade sets him up and SS knocks him down. GBL's Da Bao getting picked up here by GG's 330, but a massive Viper stun's gonna come out. 330 disappears. All of a sudden, the rain shots coming down from everywhere. Mubai able to pick up the kill on Da Bao. Alliance with 3 eliminations under their belt now, but holding on for dear life as many of these teams press into them and try to pick up the eliminations. Funfulous Phoenix's TXJ gonna be eliminated, and that's gonna be it for them as well. Wolves still at the top of the order with 9 eliminations here. Mubai sent flying from the top of the tree here, just trying to find a space to get a reset, but it's hard with all of the open area here. Very few trees providing cover to any of these teams at the top of this hill. WBG on the backside of the map looking for a good opportunity to drop in on some of these other teams. OUG's Wade and of course Zinyu coming in here with the transformation, locking down as many players as they can, looking for that opportunity to pick some eliminations off of WBG. OUG's Wade now gonna find that monk transformation as well, picks up OC's 1, goes for OC's 28H, but if they can find this grab now after that first hit, they're gonna be able to make something happen. Unfortunately they can't, and 28H looks to shut down Wade, but there it is, the grab to counter it out. But will he get the slam before he's eliminated? No, he will not. NPG's Dubai gonna pick it up. OUG's SS able to pick up another elimination. WBG going to pick up a kill onto OC's 01. Wolves 14 picking up an elimination. Alliance's Mentality picks up one onto WBG's AOLS here. Wolves with 10 eliminations under their belt, still controlling and dominating the space here as they own the backside of this circle, and nobody wants to press into them. GBL's Han going to be picked up by NPG. It's all coming up. Every one of these teams, Alliances Mubai coming in with the Yodohime Ultimate, looking to pick up an elimination here. Comes in, it does pick up the last member. No, it goes to Wolves 14. Zinyu picked up by Wolves. It looks like it was going to come up Alliance. Alliance struggling to find any more eliminations in this final zone. We're down to our final 6 teams, and Wolves looks to continue to be a dominant force as they pick up Alliance's Mentality and Lucky and send them back to the lobby. Wolves with 16 eliminations. They can't be stopped. Wolves is howling at the moon right now. It's got to be a full moon up in the sky because Wolves is supercharged. They're taking this lobby by storm. 14 coming in, looking to lock down the last couple members of these teams. It's Wolves coming in. All 3 members still alive. We're going to see the ult come out from One Fang as he starts to lock down every remaining player left in this lobby. Now Dubai goes low. Sorrow comes in. One Fang just continuing to take the neutral back, but we see the meter dump coming out from the Dragon's Roar. One Fang still in it. 14 gets eliminated by FPG's Dubai. Shiyu is able to pick up an elimination. Sorrow is going to go down. Dubai goes down by Shiyu. Double eliminated. Sleepwalker, the last remaining member of WBG, comes in with the Viper, looking to lock these players down. Locks down both members of Wolves into the zone. The one goes down. One Fang is going to be eliminated, and GU gets eliminated by it as well. WBG locked down now by XCG's Ling X Hen. That's going to be it. It's going to come up XCG, but Wolves is going to walk away. Your MVP for game number 4. Oh, oh.
Beautiful final circle from the Wolves. They picked up so many kills in the last 5 minutes there. Absolutely delicious for these guys. Great stuff there. I'm sure you're very happy to see your favorite team picking up the dub. That was a crazy, proper finish as well. My goodness, that Viper stun from Seawalker just knocking Wolves out of the into the circle and keeping them there. That was mental stuff, and denied them. It was most likely going to be the final man standing for these guys, and even more of a multiplier. But that was mental stuff, wasn't it? They must have eclipsed 20 at the end there. Must have done so. A huge amount of kills. Beautiful stuff. Aggression from start to finish. Absolutely dominant performance from them. Alliance, so the people on your screen again. I mean, it was better than in game 3 where they had 7 kills and then fell out as the first team, the kill leader, and then went out first. They got to that final circle area, but I believe they were the 6th team from first there. It was I don't know, considering that they were in a position to really put some damage in that final circle, in my opinion, and again, fell a little bit short, but it's still an improvement from game number 3. We'll take all of that, but huge credit, of course, to the Wolves with their play at the end of that one. Just very, very nice stuff and very fun to watch.
Yeah, very, very good gameplay coming out from Wolves. Their One Fang really clutching things up there with the ultimate in the end, just able to take the neutral back every single time the team loses it, picking up extra eliminations. The Viper ult coming out from Sleepwalker here, scaring Wolves kind of into a bad position at the end. They wanted to try to hold the backside of that tree so that the ult didn't stun them, but because Sleepwalker was able to hold the angle, they get that stun. If they had been stunned on the front side of the tree, they actually wouldn't have died to the zone tick. They would have been okay and potentially able to push in and finish this, but Sleepwalker does eventually go down. Ling 10 walks away, gets first place for their team, but it doesn't look like they had enough kills, as clearly Wolves comes out on top as our MVPs, and Wolves very, very hungry for a big MVP here for them. This is going to be at least a 30-point game for Team Wolves, and man, did they need it. This is going to bump them up over 50 points for the day, I do believe, and that's going to be huge for Team Wolves because they still have 2 games left to play.
Yeah, for sure, man. That's the end of game 4, but yeah, 2 more left, and I'm excited to see them kind of progress here. Like, as you mentioned, that final circle was kind of mental stuff. I just got a cheeky look at the replay, and I think they could have played it to finish like first there, but you know, it's whatever, man. At this point, let's celebrate what they were able to do, and it was a good play all around by them to really make it happen and to get themselves a huge amount of points. Like, for sure, they've eclipsed 30 in that one. Brilliant stuff. I'm curious to see as we get into like game number 5 whether or not these
they hit the 20 bomb.
Yes, they did. They got it eventually. 33 overall. XCG and MPG going to be your second and third overall finishers here. YZG down in 5th, but that's fine for these guys. They've had a good showing so far in the first 3 games. They were our number 1 team coming into the midway point of today. You know, fifth place is certainly not first, but this is the thing with this team. It's like just the consistency is crazy. Like, they're always finishing around in that top 5. I believe they've got like a 60% top 5 finish or something. They always find a way to squeeze into that position. So very nice for them. FPX though, for me, definitely someone to look at, and JJ Hard. These are previous winners, previous MVP teams from today. JJ Hard getting out with just the 1 kill, and FPX, you know, they're able to do, you know, 5 kills is okay. It's fine, but a bit disappointing considering how early they fell out in this one.
Yeah, super unfortunate for the likes of FunPlus Phoenix and JJHRD there. But, you know, for there to be winners, there's got to be losers. Somebody's got to be eliminated first from the lobby. And with the amount of kills Wolves was coming in and putting up on the board, somebody had to go. And it's going to be Takeda for the 2nd time today. That is our MVP. And it's going to come up Wolves One Fang as our MVP here, his 6th time up on the MVP stand here with 18,000 damage, 7 kills, and 6 assists. Over 7,000 of that damage coming from the spear alone. Our Takeda going to be coming in as the MVP.
2nd time today we've had an MVP Takeda. Very nicely done here. It was QGG for game number 1, and now Huanfeng following in his footsteps. Very nicely done. I just hope this means that we see more Takedas. You know, obviously these MVPs don't necessarily indicate like, yo, Takeda was just absolutely popping off and wrecking everyone. Because I believe team comp wise, you know, Takeda has to be set up for success, and so it's not necessarily just him that makes it happen. Like if you're able to, if it's your team that enables you, then you know, then a lot of credit should be going to them as well. But either way, you know, this does show that Takeda comps can have a lot of success attached to them. Can be beautiful things if executed properly. I want to see more of it, man. We've got 2 games left, and it's split on each of the maps. So game number 5 will be in Hollow, and next game will be in Hollow, and game number 6 will be back on the Morris Isles. So plenty of opportunity to play some Takeda. yeah, I'm looking forward to see it. I generally think we'll see more teams pick him up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, One Fang there really doing a great job in the end. Like you said, Takeda is one of those heroes that needs to be set up, or depending on which version of the ultimate, is the one who sets the team up himself there. This particular time, One Fang really being the one who sets the team up, as he's able to use that ultimate in the end, that final circle there. Every single time that they lose control of the neutral to something, he just pops that F, they take the neutral back, and then his team able to collapse and put in work on those players. But speaking of putting in work, we're going to put Leah to work with a quick interview before we come back for game number 5.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So congratulations to Wolf to be the winner of this game. We invite Joe to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 首先，先请周周跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是蓝队的周。
Okay, welcome. So this game, your team used Takeda, Yueshan, and Temuch combo in the game. So I was really confused because I don't know who is the support position in this combo. 那其实这把你们用的这个5月杀阵容是不是没有3号位啊？因为感觉好像没有一个很明显的英雄作为3号位。
月山是3号位，就是在这个阵容里面，武田跟上蓝是一起行动的，然后月山就是用来防被那个逆红叶太大什么的，就是用来兜底的。
Okay, so in this combo, Yueshan is the one who is support position in this combo, and he is to like counter Viper with the other combo in the game. So what about Takeda and Temuch, who is the like attack position? 那其实这两个英雄到底谁是1号位呢？
这两个英雄看阵容吧，就打妖红尘这种阵容，那个武田是1号位。打没带无尘的阵容就是我是1号位，莎娜是1号位。
没带无尘的 ，OK。Okay, so like actually both Takeda and Temuch are the attack position, just like the answer we heard in the last interview. Like Takeda is to like solve the situation with the Yudo Viper and Wuchen's combinations, and Temuch is to like use to counter the other Temuch in the other team. Okay, so in this final circle, like it's really been a long time we didn't see you in the final circle, and your team didn't take part in the fight. Why is that? 那其实，在这一把决赛圈的时候，决赛圈前一部分基本上是看不到你们的队伍的，像隐身了一样，都没有去加入战斗，这个是为什么？
也没有吧，我们落地杀了很多人，然后两个空投都是我们拿的，然后我们装备特别好，所以决赛圈想着就先保系数，让他们先打，我们等他们打完，我们再入场就行了。
Okay, actually, fight is not necessary because like we win a lot of kills in the Born fight, and we get 2 blessing in the game, so we have enough kills in the final circle. So we just want to wait for the other team to fight, and then we can maybe get into the fight. So when NPG like came to contend with you for the position in the final circle, how did you deal with them? 那其实当 NPG 过来跟你们争那个决赛圈的那个点的时候，你们是怎么处理
的？我们不知道哪队是 NPG， 但是反正过来跟我们争的我们都不怕，因为我们装备特别好，所以就他过来跟我们就跟他打，然后就赢了。
Okay, so we didn't afraid about anything because our equipment was really well, so we just fight. So how did you like consider with the position in the final circle? 那你们是怎么去思考决赛圈的选点的呢？
决赛圈我们3个人选点就是谁看到掩体比较多，就是位置比较好的地方就去哪里，这个没有固定的选的。
Okay, so we just see where is like no people there, just choose the position that point. Okay, so the last question will be. And before the interview, you told me maybe you must be the MVP. Why is that? 那其实，在就是采访之前，你告诉我你才是那个 MVP， 为什么？
没有，就这把，因为我的分收了很多人头，然后活到最后面也是王碧光又起了很大的功劳嘛。就都还好啊。
Okay, because I killed a lot of people and my strategy is great, so maybe I think I'm the MVP in the game. Okay, 好的，谢谢Joe来到我们的采访，那也是希望龙队之后可以有更加精彩的表现。
好，谢谢。
Okay, thanks Joe. Come to our interview. Well, let's have a rest and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
买，来了，丢钱，哎，丢，买了。
我们有服啊，他进改进动，他们都下来收了。
我死了，
后来被晕了。
完了，2张。
变，连一变。我变了，别死，不能死。
你要活着。我包里符还在的，你没事。
先打样，死不了的。
你得先把我包里的符拿了。
他们直接
先把我包里符拿了，他们要进来舔包。
完了，放。
我这个符没用啊。
直接聪明反被聪明误了，兄弟。2张符。
给狼队送大分。
2张符没了，钱也丢了，白买兄弟，还不如开个包呢，我还不如。好冷啊，冻得我真可冷，然后我找不到人进别怪我。不是你，我穿个这都没事，你娃穿个这还一直摸我的手。没事，快身体不快疼死的湿了，兄弟，我今天没喝枸杞原谅。
Back to Holoroth we go for game number 5, showing up just a few moments shortly, as quick as we can. We're gonna get there. We just gotta tidy some things up and then we'll be ready to go. We've had 4 games so far today and they've all been absolute bangers. Unique MVPs each time. We've had winners from game X lose the first team eliminated in game after X. Why? That's what comes after X. And we've seen Takedas get MVPs on 2 separate occasions as well. Like we've seen it all today. It's been very entertaining so far. I'm swapping over to Holoroth though. I think of Takeda more as a Holoroth champion, but we didn't see any on Holoroth previously, and we have seen some on Morris Isles. With the success that we've seen of Takeda, do you think we'll see more? And specifically, will we see it here on Holoroth?
I don't think we're going to see too much in Holoroth because in the trio setting, he's really hyper ult dependent, right? And Firefly's not being a thing on Holoroth makes it very hard for these teams to be able to guarantee that ult early. You could technically run basically a glyph page where you have what they call initial rage. But the problem with the initial rage page is it leaves you at only 50% rage at maximum, I think, starting, right? So it's half your ult off the rip early, but the problem is to take that, you have to take glyphs off your list that give you increased rage based on damage, and these teams would rather get more rage for the damage that they deal instead of just being like, oh, hey, I spawn with extra rage. Because once that spawn is gone, those glyphs aren't doing anything else for you for the rest of the game. You'd rather have something that's consistently generating something for you. So it kind of puts Takeda in a weird place in terms of that on Holoroth. He's often picked in solos because he can counteract Z-Pings if he positions himself well into the final circle, and Z-Ping being such a heavily picked hero into the solos onto Holoroth is probably why we think so heavily of Takeda as being a Holoroth hero. But into the trios, yes, he still brings the same amount to the team, but it's much harder for him to guarantee that he's going to have his ulti when he wants and needs it. So a lot of these teams probably going to opt not to pick him into this. I expect to see a lot of these Matari to Mulk comps here, as well as the Transformer comps coming through as well. I'm not sure why, but there's kind of been a shift onto Holoroth, where some of these Transformer comps are really coming through. And what they're actually doing is, instead of front manning the Monk is kind of acting as the secondary transform on Holoroth, and they're really letting the Yue Shan shine through. Whereas Tumulk able to secure them that loot that they need through the mid game, so they can play aggressively and they can frontline Yueshan instead of using him as a cover for the Monk. And the Monk really just able to cover them when they're trying to pick up different Morse blessings and things like that. But before we get ready to pick up for game number 5, we got a short video for you guys, so we're gonna jump to that and we'll be right back.
在我一个人独浪绝学圈，其实我很有经验，因为 上个赛季我就经常一个人在绝学圈玩嘛，然后我也很有经验。当时虽然装备不是特别好，但是场上人数我基本提前就已经预知了，然后只有2个枕边，因为我把 OUG 杀完了之后，当时好像只有7个人了，把 OUG 他们杀完，然后我就心里已经清楚有场上只有2个枕边，我只需要在他们打起来的时候，我躲了一个逆红叶的大招嘛，躲了完了，我的思路就 基本就很清晰了，也不能说，只能说确实是天下无敌钱滚滚，没有多的说的了。
If you want some advice on how to flame your teammates for dying before the final circle without making it sound like you're flaming your teammates, just say, I'm experienced at being lone wolf in the final circle. QGG with some good words there about his... well, to be honest, I'm making a joke about it, but he is very good in those final circles, and that's why YZG has been able to be quite consistent. Probably one of the more consistent teams that we have here in the Nbpl. Much like GBL, as you're seeing on your screen, very consistent too. Unfortunately for them, they're consistently in the bottom 3. They have not been able to find their footing at all, really, in Season 2. It's not looked good for them. They have been struggling, and today has been no exception. Very difficult games for them so far. Alliance, on the other hand, still looking to really make that last oomph and bring home some pain. They do well in the kill total, but not necessarily bringing it through to the position finishes, which means they lack on that multiplier, and as such aren't really able to pick up as many kills as possible, but still kind of one of those fringe teams, Rune, with maybe like 5th or 6th, I'd say, overall today. Some decent showings, and other times they just fall a little bit too flat.
Yeah, Alliance, not really putting on the performance I've come to expect from Season 2 Alliance here in the Nbpl. Like you said, able to put kills up on the board, but not able to take it to the late game and get that multiplier. And honestly, the multiplier accounting for even more here in trios, because the average number of kills is so much higher, meaning that that multiplier is going to get you so many extra points, because the more points that you put on cumulatively, the more points that multiplier is getting you. Whereas in solos, you know, the eliminations are relatively low across the board. On average, we see a maximum of 5 eliminations, whereas here, for the maximum number of eliminations on average, we're seeing that kind of 18 range, and it's a drastic amount of point difference. And coming through here, no surprise, a lot of different versions of our Transformers comp, including this one that WBG likes to run with the Justina. We're seeing at least a single Takeda here coming out from NPG as well.
Yeah, JDG might be running that Takeda if they lock that one in, and something I'm excited for here, NAD. Do you see what Daoshi's locking in? Doing something a little bit different on this one. It's the Valda. Valda and Mulch.
I am actively confused by this comp. I'm not gonna lie. If you're,
tell me why.
If you're running Valda, why are you not running Monk or Viper for the Wombo, right? Because if Valda is able to hit multiple targets on a team, if the Monks up, they're stuck floating on top of those pillars of water. It's a guaranteed double grab for the Monk. If it's Viper, you hit them with the Valda ultimate, you immediately pop the Viper ult, and they can't run and hide from the Viper ult. It's a guaranteed 6-second stun on the entire enemy team. So I don't understand why they're not running the value with the Viper. Justina doesn't bring any value to Valda. The Tumult doesn't bring any value to the Valda, right? They're just kind of like extra pieces put together, whereas all these other comps are actual compositions where every character is bringing something to the comp and bringing value based off of how they're interacting with each other. And Valda is one of those heroes that's the most interactable hero in the game. She interacts with Karumi, she interacts with Viper, she interacts with the Monk. Why are you not bringing the value if you're going to take the Valda pick?
Okay, so critical of that Valda lock-in for NAD. We'll have to keep our eyes on them to see how it works out, and whether or not the prophecy of the unsynergized team comp comes true from Rune, or whether they're able to actually make some things happen. J-Team off to a raring start though in this one, already eliminating Wolves 14. Wolves obviously winning the previous map pretty handedly as well, find themselves in the very first fight of game number 5, completely out of it. They're just done, absolutely boinked right there by J-Team. Obviously are going to get those resurrections, so they're okay. They're not out of the, they're not eliminated fully, but not a good start there for Wolves. Shocking start, in fact.
Yeah, one thing making a little bit of a player mistake there, they locked him down in the stone form. He throws the first stone form out, and you can kind of get away with that first one sometimes. It's a very parryable thing, right? Pro players especially know that's going to come, but it's kind of a 50-50 mind game when you do throw it, because it's the question of, okay, are they going to just tap dodge out of the stone form back to neutral, which is what you see most players do 90% of the time, or should I parry? If you read wrong and you parry into the neutral tap dodge, you actually just set yourself up to eat a ton of damage from that greatsword. So it's a big mind game coming out from these players, but One Fang throws the first stone form out and actually gets clanked by another blue. Off the back of that, gets set back into the stone form and lets the second one rip and gets parried off of it. You don't want to throw the second stone form immediately back behind it, because once you throw the first one, now they're expecting it. You've kind of given away the mind game there in the end, and One Fang lets it rip twice back to back and gets extremely punished for it.
There's huge punishment as well. I mean, that's the resurrection's gone. Wolves can't take a good fight, and that could be them eliminated from this game. And to be honest, as much as Wolves did well in that in the previous game, excuse me, I don't know, man. Wolves are a bit coin flippy. Like, sometimes they take these bad fights. It happens in the mid game, and this time around you don't have that safety net. They do take a bad fight. They're donezo, and they are playing that transformer comp as well, like very traditional transformer comp, you know, proper. Like, they've got the Monk, they got the Wei Shen as well. Obviously, augmenting it with the Tumult, which we've seen a lot more of. I do think he is pretty strong in this patch. We've seen some other players actually echo that sentiment in those video clips that we see before the games. But either way, GG now going in deep here on to WBG. Can WBG survive this one? Seawalker's find himself in a lot of trouble. He isn't going to be able to transform in that small space at all. He's on half health. He might just be falling down. Keeps himself alive for now. Nope, gets the transformation. Still alive. It's now LXM turning it around as well, though. Gets the stun onto the big boy. He should be falling down soon, and he will be. Never mind. Gets the grab, and they're salted. I am completely lying right to your face. WBG just turn that one around. GG get destroyed.
Yeah, so this is something we've seen Vipers start to do. They've started to run the V2 version of the Ultimate instead of the V1. The V2 has a shorter windup time, but the stun drastically shorter, right? I'm starting to think a lot of these pro teams have forgotten why the Viper comp was so successful for J-Team during the World Cup, and it's because they were running V1, because if you can lock a Monk down in that super long stun, you can guarantee the kill onto him, whereas the short stun, clearly as we saw here, did not buy them enough time to pick up the elimination, and they're just standing there for the Monk to pick up and grab. As soon as he comes out of the stun, he gets the second grab, and it's just free eliminations for the back of the Monk there. The Vipers wanting that shorter stun time because of how aggressive the players are here in the Nbpl, but it actually costing them in the end here, because they could have easily tap dodged away from the Monk long enough to get the full stun off and then just lock them down and pick up that elimination, but instead they have the short stun. It costs them. Taking a look here now, Funplus Phoenix going head-to-head with JJHRD. These two teams, particularly the ones we were talking about, we wanted to see better performance after the back of both of them picking up MVP, so it's going to be interesting to see them going head-to-head.
Absolutely, and wanting better performances as well. Teams that have struggled today, J-Team and WBG. First and second in your kill totals, respectively, in this one. Just a brilliant start here in game number 5. Some of the teams that have been really good, in fact, not so much so far. YZG, JJ Hard, and Wolves. Even FPX. Not a lot of kills between these guys. Only FPX have a kill amongst those teams that I mentioned, and they might be able to pick up some more here against JJ Hard. Buying in that Kurumi ulti, though, is going to make things difficult. The way Shen Wimbles come through at the base of this Ballista tower. I don't think the Ballista is going to be a significant influence in this one because you can't shoot down at the bottom. And will Chewy be brought down by FPX here? He's very, very low. He is struggling. But the rest of his team is knocking about to give him some help. But that's some good movement there by TXJ to cut him off. Chewy is going to fall down. There she goes. She is donezo. The rest of the team just going to be scattering away here. Godley does not want anything to do with this one. Alex as well in a similar position. Just running away from this. Good fight there by FPX. Another kill to their total. Up to 4 on the game so far.
Yeah, JJHRD in a really tough situation now as well, as one of their members still being chased down, one of their members eliminated, and nobody with resurrections available, and we're not even into zone 2 yet. This could be another early elimination for JJHRD if they can't find a way to get back into the game. GBL here in a situation they don't really want to find themselves in. They're monked up outside, but this is one of those areas where if a final circle comes down, it's not great for the monk. We see NAD here using that Volta bubble also to just buy them some time, blocking the doorway with it, which is the best way to kind of use that bubble, deny some space here, keeps GBL from being able to pressure inside that hut and force the team out there. Very interesting. Volta gonna be running the version of the ult where she goes up and she only locks people down if she's able to connect with a spear. It looks like they're actually able to connect at least on one of them, but GBL's dub out, waiting with the meter dump here, and NAD's Doshi gonna disappear very, very quickly. We're into a 2v1 situation. Xiaonan, though, coming in with a massive parry here. That gold longsword doing a ton of damage. The frost core coming out. Xiaonan trying to move back to the building here to buy themselves some space. Want to utilize that longsword, but sees Dabao throwing parry after parry after parry. They're gonna stop themselves, go back to the neutral. The freeze comes out. They're able to pick it up, and Jixen comes back through. We're gonna see the ult come down, and now it is a 2v1 situation all over again. And they are very, very not in a good situation here as they have their ult. One single charge left remaining on the ult for them. They are gonna miss the grapple as well. The frost core comes back up, but 40 IWNL not resurrectable, and Doshi about to be non-resurrectable as well. NAD not in a great situation. That Volta not coming through in the way they were really hoping for it. WBG Sleepwalker here able to pick up one of the grabs here onto XCG. Sleepwalker and Jinon going head to head here, and Sleepwalker again being one of those top monks in the league knows how to take control of that situation. Speaking of taking control of the situation, Wolves 14 comes through with a monk of their own, comes up top, and now it's more monk on monk violence as Funplus Phoenix also shows up with a monk ult of their own. And we're seeing 14 throw absolute hands with TXJ, but 14 going low, very, very low off the back of this. So who's gonna win this first? No, it would have been 14, but Zhao Toto shows up from YZG and hits 14 in the back. Wolves loses one bang as well. Oh my goodness. Jiu goes down as well to YZG, and I actually think that's Wolves eliminated from the lobby.
Oh, that was just so rude coming from the back of YZG. That was a brilliant little M&A action between the two monks, but that's not fair. You can't take a sucker punch to the back of the head. That's against the rules. Unfortunately, the MMA rules do not apply here in Naraka and on Holoroth. Doesn't matter. It is going to be Wolves taking the L on that one. I think you might be right as well. I can't quite see. I'll have to double check when they when the scoreboard comes back out, but I think Wolves might be done, so I think they might be out of that one. No more howling for you in this game. You're going to be able to give your voice a bit of a rest. We'll save that for potentially game number 6. GBL, though, have really turned things around, actually, in this game. A bit critical of them when we were looking at them before this game, and obviously in the games leading up to this one, not had the most success. They have been struggling just a teeny weeny little bit. To be honest, in the whole of the Season 2 Nbpl, they have been struggling. This game's going a bit better for them, you know? It's a little bit better going, these fights going their way a tad more. And as such, being able to find some, hopefully, better results coming out of this one. You want to get at least one good game under your belt. If you do play 6 of them, if you bomb out in every single one, then that says definitely not good for your morale at all. We've seen Dracostorm being picked up by MPG. You can see at the bottom of your screen what it does, just a little bit of damage and healing and stuff like that. As GBL, I talked about it, hyping them up. They bring down one god from King's Zone. He's out of there. They're going to chase on the rest of the team of GA team as well. Looking for the engage here. The Tumult ult goes down as Lee pops the Viper ulti. Going to lock down a lot of GBL here if they're not careful. That somehow get that breakout of that one. Actually, Viper, you're not going to do anything in that situation. And now J-Team are just running for the hills. GBL on the offensive on this one, trying to find their kills. Eagle's very, very low. The Yoto spinny circle is going to run out. And when it does, she's very, very vulnerable. But will they be able to turn it around? J-Team looking for it, maybe getting it through here as Han from GBL comes through with a big smash, but it's not going to be enough. Jiniao and Han fall to J-Team. That is huge. That sucks for GBL right there. That really sucks. And now it's just about in his monk form. Very terrifying. Very, very scary. But not scary when it's a 1 versus 3. They team just taking their time with this one. Nobody in the vicinity. Nobody else knocking about. No rush on this. Instead, it's going to let that one tick out. J-Team pick up the kill. They turn that around onto GBL. I jinxed them. Very nicely done by them as J-Team now with 11 kills on the game.
Yeah, they coming in really strong there. J-Team played that very well. They were able to split out after a bad ultimate from their Viper that was countered by the popping of the Yueshan ult, which was able to just ignore the stun outright, sends VVV flying so that VVV can't pick up the stun. And then off the back of that, they move and just separate. Kind of scatter from the rest of the team after they're able to get TXJ out. After they're able to get Eagle out. As we see NPG Star here actually picking up an elimination on the OUG's SS. NPG trying to lock down, make something happen here this game. They've not had a very strong showing all day either. Looking to hunt this last kill down onto OUG's. It will be their 3rd elimination of the game. Dubai giving that chase. NPG Star just going to let Dubai go and handle it as Zinyu is so low, has continued to go further out in the zone. The thing is, Dubai just needs to play for time here. There it is. They're going to easily pick up this elimination. OUG going to be eliminated here. It looks like they have at least 1 resurrection though, so not completely gone from the game across the board here, but very good for NPG, who are finally able to find some points under their belt.
And you can see as well the overall standings here for trios so far. GG and MPG and Wolves. Gosh, we've got like everyone in the top half of things here. But yeah, GG and MPG specifically really want to step things up. They want to push forward to the 1st place overall. Just get as many points as they can, essentially. Wolves, as you mentioned, were genuinely eliminated. That's going to suck for them, but they are in that top 4 as well. But MPG and GG are the ones to keep your eyes on. We've only got 2 games left, or 1.5 really. And these guys all to play for if they want to solidify themselves in that 1st overall position. And of course, if you have a bad game, it's close enough that you could fall out of the top 3 entirely here, which really would suck and certainly not something that these guys want to see. Swapping over to WBG now, you can see 8 kills today in this game right now. Good enough for 2nd overall in the lobby. Very nicely turned around. I actually think WBG in general have been quite a consistent team today. Very, very impressed with how they've been able to perform. Not necessarily taking the games by storm, but it's fine. They've been in the top 5 quite a lot. They've gotten a lot of kills and Genuinely, consistency is the name for these guys. Very, very nicely done, and very much so in this Transformer comp as well. Sleepwalker specifically on that Monk has been very impressive. Maybe though, as they have to swap over their team comps a bit, we might see them struggle just a tiny little bit. But now we see FPX versus OC. There's a not a Draco Storm, excuse me, the Bane's Breath coming down, doing a whole bunch. Oh my goodness, VVV falls to it. There was no room. There was absolutely no room to operate, and that is just simply illegal. A Bane's Breath on top of a Mora's Blessing. Oh my goodness, it is just too hard to play that one. OC coming out on top, and FPX will fall in that one. They get the kills, they get the loot. They'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, the huge Draco Storm coming through for OC here as they immediately book out looking to find other teams to fight so they can potentially pick up some of those eliminations. JJHRD here finding Dubai from NPG by themselves. Very, very interesting to see Dubai out here by himself, so far away from the rest of the team, but it looks like they might have made the decision to just back off from the rest of their team, sacrifice themselves, so at least one member of NPG can remain here in game number 5 and potentially resurrect some of the other teammates and put some more points on the board here. J-Team putting in absolute work with this longsword, coming in with that legendary Soul Jade to pick up multiple eliminations onto Fun Plus Phoenix. VVV turning around with a little bit of the meter dump there from the Dragon's Roar on the Nunchucks, but unfortunately going to get countered out of it there. Or sorry, not countered out of it, but knocked out of it so that they cannot continue that gold focus, and VVV is also going to be eliminated. And it's going to be a huge pickup for J-Team, as Dragon's Roar is such a huge Soul Jade on those Nunchucks. The fact that it continues to build meter infinitely as it allows you to hold so much space in those final circles for your team, as well as able to just lock players down so that your team can capitalize on it. JJHRD about to lose another member here to the likes of WBG, and there it is, Lixin going to go down. JJHRD loses one of their members permanently here, as they are down to just Godly and Chuli. Chuli very, very low, needs to find an opportunity to get a heal here. He's going to be forced to pop their ability. J-Team, though, sees them waiting in the wings. Chuli forced to continue to move back into the clutches of WBG. Chuli is not where they want to be whatsoever, just trying to make something happen. Going to use the air current to go airborne, buy themselves a little bit of time as these players are locked in the animation, but it's WBG who now finds them caught out here. The ult comes out, but it's not going to be enough to save them as WBG picks up another elimination onto JJHRD. Godly forced to monk up here on the edge of the zone, stuck in the zone, as now the members of Alliance give chase. JJHRD cannot catch a break. Godly wants to get back in the zone, but is not going to find the opportunity, goes out on his own terms and says goodbye. You guys can't have this 15,000 Dark Tide coins sitting on my body. If you really want it that bad, you're going to have to come in the zone and take it off my cold, dead corpse.
JJHRD going to be eliminated at the end of that one, unfortunately for them. Still, we've got a handful of teams left remaining. 10 minutes exactly on the clock now. Game number 5, our final game here on Holoroth. Well, you can see GG now have taken the first spot with 3 kills. MPG as well. Both of these guys sitting on, or this team sitting on three kills in this particular game, as they have been for pretty much most of the game, honestly. Not doing too much here. I think both these teams are aware of the fact that if you throw it, you're in a big issue. It's a big issue if you throw it. You just want to get those placement points, you want to play it chill. Don't necessarily want to be doing anything too dumb, because your spot in this top 3, even in the, honestly, look how close these top 5 is. Like, it's very much up for grabs. You do not want to mess that up. Xiaojin here on NAD with that longsword, doing a lot of pain though with the legendary longsword nonetheless. Has been doing some very sexy things, but of course, as I put focus on him and highlight that, he goes down and he falls. Speaking of sexy plays though, Lee also being very, very nice with the longsword. Has swapped over to the nunchucks. Has been doing some very good things in these skirmishes. It's been one of the reasons why J-Team has turned it around a little bit here today in game 5. Otherwise, a bit of a struggle bus type of game or day that they've had today. OC28, 8H. These names are just they're too difficult. England is too much today. It's too difficult. I can't speak. These names are too hard. Either way, that guy over there and this guy over here are having a hard time with things, and they're going to be dipping away from that one to try and run away to safety.
JDG here on the receiving end of a Viper ult from Team GG. LXM going to lock some of these players down, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough for them to pick up an elimination as the remaining members of Team JDG come in to cover their teammate, and we're going to now see GG forced to pop that Wu Chen ult and back off. Those legendary weapons not doing enough damage for them to pick up an elimination or win them the fight. JDG playing that fight very, very well, utilizing their teammates to come in, save the member who gets stunned out, and then of course Takeda able to just control that neutral with the ultimate activated. After that, it forces GG to kind of show their hand and back out with the Wu Chen ult there. YZG coming in looking to secure some very, very good loot here. Double legendary soul jades, a legendary set of armor, and a blood ripper as well. I wonder if any of these players are going to grab the blood ripper. If I'm Xiao Toto here, I'm playing Monk, I'm taking that legendary blood ripper, even though it's not going to be my primary weapon, because that way I can swap to a gold weapon before I monk up, so that I have that huge damage buff from having the gold weapon in hand when I transform. Turning now to GG, going head to head with JDG once again. Lion TT coming around the corner and gonna find it 330. Gonna use that F to get the grapple off, but 330 just continues to keep the punishment coming. Miskia coming in with the Yoda ult, trying to pump some damage out, gonna be forced back into the zone and around the corner to try to escape from JDG here. JDG coming in. We are going to see Annalie here on the Uation, actually pumping out some big hits and damage onto 330. Annalie goes very, very low. Can't afford to step into the zone. Immediately gets pressured on by 330. 330 going to come in. Miskia also going to follow it in with a huge F coming out from the Yodohime. They're going to pick LXM back up, and GG cleans up multiple eliminations onto Team JD.
Very important for these guys as well in their chase to solidify themselves, secure themselves in that first spot after today, doubling their kill total there from 3 to 6. Very nicely done. JDG will be sent back to the lobby and have to sit this one out until we get into the next game. Game number 6, our final game of the day. See if they can turn things around in that one. For now though, we still got a few teams remaining. 17 players left on the board, 5 minutes left of this one, and the Circle's in a bit of a precarious position right now around this temple. So many layers, so many levels. There's a lot of real estate that the different teams can occupy. Not too much action happening, but I do think the Circle will slowly be leaving this, and instead we're going to get it around the old broken bridge, something straight out of Lord of the Rings. We'll see how that fight turns out here. Not too much needing to evict players from their real estate when there's so many layers. Everyone can just coexist peacefully. At the same time, so much cover that you just don't, no point even throwing out these ranged weapons, man. There's just nothing too much happening. You don't have to. It's very difficult to hit people when they can just run away and hide in their big old stone temples. JT now switching over to Lee, the man that for me has been very, very impressive and just the MVP so far of his team, and might just be the MVP of the entire game if J-Team can keep this up against a fight versus, I can't quite see who it is, but there's people there fighting. Now gonna force the Wu Chen ulti to get away from that one. This area though is a bit difficult to occupy on top of this cliff. They're gonna have to jump away from it eventually, very soon, with the circle closing in, but doing so is gonna make them very, very vulnerable to the teams you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. J-Team and Alliance now just duking it out. Both of them having to force their way off. Finding a nice little bit of haven behind this rock pottery thing. Able enough to just block away some of that ranged damage. It might not be much, but it's good enough for now, as WBG aren't able to find too much with their ranged poke, except Sleep. Okay. Yep, that's a classic curse right there. Mubai is falling down. Huge amount of range damage comes through. WBG and GG both raining hell on him, and that will be bringing him down with the muskets. Lucky just trying to dip away and dash away and do his best to avoid all the damage that he can, but it's going to be very, very difficult. At GG now joining the fray, pulling the trigger and going into the melee. WBG still on the top, firing down ranged bullets. It's going to be very difficult to avoid all of the things that are happening. As you can see, Sleepwalker picks up the kill with the musket. GG doing all the effort, but still poached by WBG.
Yeah, WBG here putting in work, able to pick up their 11th elimination here. Fox today trying to battle Moxie for the most caster cursed in a single show, as it were, as he continues to come in and be like, yeah, no, they're fine, absolutely. Oh no, maybe I should not have said that.
A sign of a good caster, mate. Predict everything that's going to happen in reverse.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're 100% correct. I am 100% guilty of cast cursing many team here in the Nbpl. So I feel that 100%. YZG up top here with the Monk, able to pick up an elimination. GG's Miskia also able to pick up an elimination. See YZG trying to go head to head here with Sleepwalker. Zhao Toto able to actually get that slam onto Sleepwalker. It does a ton of damage, and YZG running the more traditional comp here with the Karumi here to actually heal Zhao Toto has the advantage when it comes to monk on monk of violence. GG's Miskia here trying to push in, needs to be very careful. J team in a precarious situation as LXM looking to lock everybody down, but it looks like a Wu Chen ult comes out. J team starts picking up elimination after elimination. Eagle coming in now with a huge Yodohime ultimate of their own. Miskia trying to return the favor. J team picks up another elimination. Miskia is able to find one as well. Alliance's mentality going to be forced to pop their ultimate. Miskia going to come topside and hold on to that free space for as long as possible. J team, all three members left remaining alive. The only team with all of their members, GG down to 2, Alliance down to 1. This is gonna come up J team. There's no question about it here as they just continue to dominate this final circle. They had a dominating performance all game here, and then all of a sudden, as things turned towards this final zone, J team comes in, and it's just J team again and again coming up on the kill feed. There it is. There's Miskia. There's mentality. That's gonna be it. J team gonna put together a 20 bomb and a first place finish to walk away with their first MVP of the day here in game number 5.
Very nicely done from start to finish for J team, making it look clinical and easy. Beautiful play, especially in that final circle. You can just see how dominant they were. The fact that every single member was still alive. Ridiculous showing that is very, very rare to see that in the Nbpl. Crazy things happening, but as you mentioned, that should be that 20 bomb with 30s or so as that point total. Give a little bit of a shout actually to Mentality from Alliance, who was mega cheeky in that one. He had one player left when there was like 7 teams alive, 7 or 8 teams alive, and only one Alliance member alive left on his team. He hid it out until he reached to the final 5. And then he picked up a kill. He managed to poach and nick a kill all by himself when there were like 10 other players all duking it out, and manages to finish with that top 3. I don't think it's you know, a huge amount of points going over to his team, but you know, you'll take that. It's certainly compared to just getting a big fat 0. Like, very nicely done by him. JT obviously being the big winners from that one. Nicely played with WBG as well, coming up clutch. Well, not coming up clutch for game 5, I will say, like, you know, being able to turn that around and getting a decent score.
Oh yeah, WBG played that very, very well. GG really trying to hold things down here in the end as well, just not able to lock down the control they wanted for that final zone, which is where GG really tends to excel, is in those final zones when they're able to take control of it. But because J team was just so dominant coming into this, GG never found that space, never were able to take control of that, and J team certainly was not planning to give them control of that space any anytime soon. You know, Eagle pops that huge Yodohime ultimate and just continues to follow it up time and time again, and then comes in the very end, locks everybody down with that as well, keeps GG from picking up any more eliminations. This is no, this is our zone, these are our kills, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and sit down, GG. It's not your time, it's our game. And J Team really just putting on a classic class on how to run that Yodohime comp here, and able to make it happen, right? We see a lot of these Yodohime comps of recently making it to the final circle and the Yodohime not able to pop off. J Team here able to find that space, looking for the opportune moment to pop the Yodohime ultimate, and able to pick those eliminations off, which is key to that comp popping off in the final circles and putting up big points in a very short succession.
Yeah, it was very nicely done and very well played in general as well. I think, you know, Lee, I called it out a few times in that game. I thought he played really well, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him being the MVP. Like, I just think the way he was playing some of those fights was very beautiful to watch, honestly, and I think it was instrumental for J Team's success. We'll see the total standings and obviously the MVP in a little bit. There we are, beautiful, called it right there. 40 points! Oh my goodness, our first 40 bomb today. Wow, J Team really pulling that one out. Amazing stuff right there. WBG and GG coming in second and third, around 19 points apiece. The rest of the team's kind of just floating around, and look at that, the consistent team of YZG, 5th place again. Not able to bring a huge amount of success over, but still getting a little bit of something. That's all they could hope for. And mate, for the second time today, the team that came first in the previous game gets knocked out first and lays a big fat goose egg in the following game. Wolves, 0 points, 0 kills, 0 ranking points, nothing, nada. Really poor showing for them here in game 5, and certainly going to want to try and change that one around coming into game number 6.
Yeah, absolutely. An unfortunate performance there from Team Wolves. Like, you know, a little unfair. They got jumped in the streets. They came in and they sucker punched him in the back of the head there. You know, it's not quite Team Wolves' fault. You know, they thought they were here for the honorable fight, but at the end of the day, you got to remember, this is a battle royale. There's no honor. You take those third parties, you do whatever it is you got to do to put them points on the board. And certainly J Team was the team coming through and putting points on the board with a 22 elimination game and a first place finish. A 40-point game is pretty darn massive for the likes of J Team. That is one game where you almost put up half of 100 points, and many of these teams only 100 points total for 2 days of play. So J Team coming in, a huge game for them. Hopefully they can come in and have a consistent game to round the day out for game number 6. But it's going to come up ZK here. The Wu Chen coming in with the utility. 8 kills, but 12 assists. He was involved in 20 of the 22 eliminations that they picked up. And look at this, by the way, 22,000 damage, and it's coming up 22222 here for ZK across the board. And it's going to be his 3rd time being MVP here in season 2 of the NBPL.
Wow, that was a very good performance. The fact that he was able to spread his damage and his healing quite equally there is very impressive. It wasn't Lee like I predicted, but that's, you know, I know nothing, so there you go. The stats don't lie, man. Look at those stats, beautiful things. As you mentioned, 20 kill participation there is very significant and big part of our first 40 bomb today in the NBPL. We have only one more opportunity to see that, because we only got one more game left here in game, or next in game number 6, which will be coming very shortly. But I'm excited to see that, because honestly, like, it's just been all over the shop. Like, J Team had struggled today and then really brought it back. Wolves have had, it just seems like everyone has had ups and downs. Everyone has been, the teams that have got the MVPs have like done well and then just done really poorly in other games too. It feels like just YZG is the only one that has been consistent throughout the day.
You know what? Speaking of consistency, though, you know who's consistently here for our interviews? Our girl Leah, and we're getting ready to throw it to her for an interview before we come back for game number 6.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So congratulations to J Team to be the winner of this game. We invite Eagle to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 首先是你雕，跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 我是 J Team 的雕。
Okay, welcome. So I can see that your team used Yudo Viper and Wu Chen combinations in this game, but I remember Yudo always be the one who caused the highest damage in the game. So why you being the Yudo and you didn't get the MVP in this game? 那其实我知道，就是一般啊，妖刀都是那个伤害最高的人在游戏里面。为什么你这把打一个妖刀还来到了英文流媒成为 MVP 呢？
因为我队友太厉害了，所以就有点砍不过他们。
Okay, so because my teammate was like too strong, so I didn't cause high damage in this game, and maybe their damage is higher. Okay, so in the last final circle in this game, I saw that ZK used his like Wu Chen's ult and transmit your team just on the same place. Why is that? 那其实，在最后我看到你们的无尘是在原地传了一下，这个是为什么？
因为已经吃鸡了吧，算是一个庆祝大招。
Oh, okay, because we already know that we are the winner of this game, so we just use Wu Chen's ult to maybe have a celebrations. Okay, so I have a question about the Moonbay. Because I always see like a lot of players like to buy Moonbay at first. So do you think this one is really necessary for your team? 那其实我是有一个关于地煞符的问题想问你的，因为感觉好像大家都会在落地的时候去赚钱买地煞符。那你觉得这个东西对于你们队来说是很重要的吗？
是很重要的。
Okay, so it is necessary. So how will you use the Moonbay in the game? 那你们一般会去怎么样去想要使用这个地煞符呢？
使用这个地煞符，
就是 maybe the timing 时机。
就遇到人直接放。
Just when you face a opponent and to use, is there any like considerations? 没有什么考量吗？
没有考量。
Okay, so what kind of like helps the Moonbay can give you? 那你觉得地煞符给你什么帮助呢？
帮助的话，就算是有一个就4个人再打你3个人吧。
Okay, so I think Moonbay just like maybe you can have one person more in your team. So can I understand like maybe Moonbay can give you some help when you want to like keep your enemy stay? 那是不是在留人上面可以有很大的帮助呢？
是的。
好 ，Yes， 好的，非常感谢Dio来到我们的采访啊。Thank Eagle come to our interview. Well, let's have a rest and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
$2,000 years later.
From
Nbpl Professional League is held in the Ice Cube venue in Winterstar, located in Lingang's special area of China's pilot-free trade zone in Shanghai. The Ice Cube covers an area of more than 4,000 square meters with a peaceful white exterior wall and translucent blue glass, which makes it elegant and luxurious. It's located next to Shanghai Haichong Ocean Park and only a 10-minute drive from Dishui Lake, the largest artificial lake in Shanghai. There's also Shanghai Pudong International Airport and to the north, the famous Shanghai Disney Resort. Everyone entering the Ice Cube must have a PCR test and their body temperature checked to ensure that all players are safe for the games. After entering the venue, players proceed to their locker rooms. There are 16 bright and comfortable individual rooms on site, which provide the players a space to relax while ensuring the privacy to discuss tactics. After being all rested up, the players then proceed to the stage. The stage competition area is divided into 3 levels from low to high, while the center of the stage is divided into left and right sides with one group on the same side. There's space for a total of 48 players from 16 different teams that can participate in the competition here at the same time. Well, all the Nbpl players have their fists bumping and are ready for some intense games. And although we're not with them, we can also cheer them on at home through the internet. The second season of the 2022 Nbpl is guaranteed to be exciting.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. We're in our 4th bi-weekly, and we are 5 games deep in our 6 games of trios. And man, what a day it has been as we take a look at our top 8 here overall for the bi-weekly. Team GG still sitting up top at 134 points with an impressive 56.5 points today. But Team Wolves holding on to that 3rd place with a 61.8 point day thus far. NPG not having a very strong day today, but off the back of a very strong performance in day 1 at a 78.6, holding on to 2nd place. JJHRD with a 57.3, able to hold on to 5th place for now, but how long will that last is the question. Getting ready, we are gonna drop into game 6 very, very soon. And Fox, I'm interested. What do you want to see out of game 6?
I want to see Takeda, for starters. I will be happy. I will set with Valda. I think that would be cool as well. But no, I what do I want to see? Because like the problem is that there's just so much happening and so much random stuff is going on. Like, I really don't know what to answer that question. Like, I like Wolves as well, just like you do. Like, and I want them to succeed. And, you know, they had a really good game, like a very dominant game, and then they got 0 in the very next game. I don't even know, like, who I'm actually cheering for, because it just seems like every time there's a new winner, like, I don't know who I'm cheering for yet, so I don't know who it's going to be. Like, I don't know who's going to be the team that for some reason just randomly pops off in this next game. And you know, fortunately there's no game 7, because then they'd completely bomb out of that one if we had one, because that's just the way these games have gone. I love it. I love the fact though that we're getting just like a lot of unexpected random results. I guess not necessarily random, but just a lot of varied results, you know. And I want to see that either I want to see that continue, or I want to see YZG get the repeat MVP. So we've got a nice sandwich there. They got MVP in game 1, and then
Look, yeah, Foxdrop over here, he got a little bit of brekkie when he started just before the show, but clearly the hunger getting to him because he's thinking about a sandwich right now, and he's like, look, YZG, bring me that DoorDash, let me get that delivery right now. I'm gonna need a sandwich, bring me some crisps, because I'm about it.
Wow, you said crisps. I'm surprised, you know, you American folk, you don't call them crisps, what do you call them, chips? That's
Look, we do call them chips, but to be fair, you know, I'm hanging out with my boy from across the pond where we're casting some really good Naraka Blade Point Pro League. I'm gonna use your terminology.
That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. So there's no language barrier here between us.
Exactly.
You know, we keep the communication as flowing as we possibly can. Yes, I could go with a few chips, few crisps. I'm not gonna lie. I just say a brownie actually in the break to keep my sugar levels decent, so I've got a bit of energy. But I don't know whether you'd even call it a brownie, because I know like brownies and cookies and biscuits and scones and things are all just like, I don't know, man. They're all just different. It's a whole different world over there. I don't know whether what I ate what you would call a brownie, but I ate something and it was chocolatey. It was very yummy.
Oh, you know what? You're right. We do have a lot of differences, but you know what's not different between both of our regions? Some dang good Naraka, and we've been eating good tonight because these teams have been bringing the heat for us, Fox. And like you said, it's been varied results across the board, and that's something I love about the Pro League here, right? Very rarely do we have a week or do we have a season where one team just comes in and is absolutely dominant above everybody else. And I think it says volumes about all of these teams that they come in here and everyone clearly deserves to be here and is able to compete on this level. And that's why we see such varied results come out across the board. We don't often see back-to-back MVPs. That's why when we do see them, we get so hyped, right? Because we're like, yo, wow, we don't see multiple MVPs going to the same team during the day very often. That's huge for a team like this. So we love that. We love that everyone here, even the teams like 17JL, right? We were just talking about this at the very beginning of the day. Right now, one of those teams this season that has some of the most ranking points towards Worlds put together here in Season 2. In Season 1, they were a team that were relatively just kind of middling. Didn't make it to, I think, only half of the bi-weekly finals, right? So a team we didn't talk a lot about, but it goes to show that no matter how quiet a team might be, how bad their performance might be up to this point, every single team deserves to be here because they can compete at this level.
It's a beautiful thing, isn't it, honestly, about watching Naraka. Is just like we have 16 teams competing on any given day, and getting a repeat MVP is quite the rarity. You would think at least, you know, someone would be able to stand up head and shoulders above the rest, even if it's not head and shoulders, maybe a scalp above the rest. But it's just not. It's just not. Yeah, it's just not how it is. Honestly, it's kind of cool. It's nice that you get that mix of things here. And anyway, we're going into our last game of the day, though. It's game number 6. Only 2 Takedas locked in so far, XCG and GG. A lot of those Yoto, Wuchen, Viper comps coming through, sprinkling a few Mataris and Justinas. And of course, Tumultra has been our number 1 boy, honestly, for today, ever since that new patch. Very, very popular. And I do spy, with my little eye, NAD, who were the team that brought out the day's only Valda, are bringing out the day's only Tarka.
Wait,
as
are
well.
we seeing the Tarka G come through? You know, yes, this is a comp. I like this pick way better than the Valda. Don't get me wrong. I think Valda is very viable in trios. I think she has her place, but if you're gonna pick Valda Kui, you need to bring the value that you can with Valda. That said, Tumulk, Justina, and our boy Tarka actually synergize very well together. They have some good value between one another. They don't particularly interact in terms of abilities, strictly speaking, but as a team comp, they come together very, very well. And I'm excited to see a Tarka G coming out. And I know we've got a couple people over in chat who've been asking to see Tarka in trios all day today. And I hope they're still hanging out here. Stay focused. This is your opportunity to see that Tarka in trios you've been asking for in chat all day.
Tarka, baby. We're only going to get the one, though. So you may have asked for Tarka all day today, and there's been however many heroes locked in, and it's only the one. But still, yeah, we'll take it. Last screen of the day is end on a bang here. It's JGG versus Wolves in this little skirmish to start the day off. It is going to be Shao from Wolves falling down, but my goodness, did JGG go low as well on that one. Lion TT does fall to the pistol shot from Wolves. I don't actually think Wolves 14 even has a weapon here. He just has a pistol. He has 2 ranged weapons, and that's all he's got. Did use one to get a kill, but it's not going to be particularly useful right now, as Wolves, again, similarly to our last game here, has started off with getting wiped in a fight. Not good, not what you want to see from these guys, as this is a team that likes to play aggressive, and very often, if they don't win that early fight, then they're going to go down in that mid game and not have a good show of things. Wolves really looking to kind of turn their fortune around now. They've all been wiped out. It's going to be difficult for them to do so. JT and of course our winners from the previous lobby. Really, really solid performance from these guys. Finding YZG, a consistent performance today in the BIWEEKLY 4 of the Nbpl. It's going with a little bit of flirting and a little bit of skirmishing.
Yeah, OUG here finding themselves engaged with JJHRD. Xinyu popping that Yoda ult, but no, trapped in the house, trapped with the Bane's Breath, no place to go. Cannons coming in from outside, Bane's Breath dropping on them literally 1 breath of HP, and GG's Miski gonna pick up the elimination off the back of a repeating crossbow. Man, if you're OUG there, you're just like, what do I even do? As XCG comes out across looking to pick up some scraps from that fight. We're going to turn now to Team OC going head-to-head with our boys from NAD here. Lenjin coming in and going to pick up the elimination on Jin. Unfortunately, I don't know where the rest of NAD is here. I was kind of hoping maybe we might get a little cheeky water wheel kill there. Especially, yeah, Doshi's sitting topside here. Why they're taking shots over here at KZ? Look at how spread out they are. This is so unfortunate. But NAD, why do you have one team member over here all the way on the other side of the bridge from where your team member was just fighting Team OC, and one of you's up top on the bridge? They kind of just did this to themselves. You can't be that spread out in trios. You make yourself a target instantaneously. Doshi now the target, the only player left alive here. Water wheel still available. I'm hoping Doshi maybe make a little cheeky play here. We're gonna see the Frost Core come up. There we go, the grapple, but they're not gonna be able to get away as OC comes in. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like I'm gonna get my water wheel kill today.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for NAD. I think their team play has been a little bit off the mark today so far. It's something they want to look back on and improve upon. They do have time, obviously. It's Sunday. We don't have any more games until the Thursday at the earliest. So who has some time to just refine that and make sure they're all on the same page for their next games. As Sleepwalker now and WBG, quite consistent team today that we've had. Some decent finishes, but not a top 1 finish so far. Find themselves against WBG, against FPX, excuse me, MPG as well, kind of flying through. Kingzone are in the area as well. Like, WBG have found a lot of people, and I'm not sure they want to fight every single one of them. Sleepwalker is going to fall down. It's good, though. It's good here by Jing onto FPX. Is going to find TXJ with that first kill, and here comes Kingzone. Just going to get the reset, though, for the Wu Chen. That's FPX out into safety, but not Jin. Jing's not in safety at all. He's in danger, and he's going to fall down. A great horizontal, though. Does that pick him up? Oh, I thought that nearly got him. MPG Dubai gets LXM from GG, who picks up Jen from MPG, and now FPX involved here. What the hell? Everyone's all about the shop as well. OC getting involved as well. There's like 5 different teams fighting right now. FPX Kingzone going at it right now at this point in the fight, though. First Yota ulti gets popped. Second Yota ulti is soon to follow. GG are just hovering around in the sides there in the bushes. OC and JDG
will be joining in this too, and XCG will be joining as well. My goodness, there's so many players here. Very scary stuff. The Wu Chen ulti is going to get FPX to safety, though, and we may have a little bit of a lull here, but my goodness. Everyone fancied it right there, and everyone went for it.
Yeah, XCG here dropping the Bane's Breath as well, kind of making everybody scatter just a little bit. Those early Bane's Breath coming in quite handy here for the likes of XCG. KZ not too far in the wings as well, securing themselves quite a few eliminations early here. OUG going head-to-head with JJHRD at the moment. JJHRD gonna lose Chu Lee here. Links in trying to lock down the members of OUG. SS not quite able to be stunned out here. Lixin just trying to turn things around with these dual blades, not able to find it. They do find it on to Zinyu, but that repeating crossbow gonna keep them from finding it another time. Lixin goes so low. The dual blade not gonna buy them any more space than what they already have, and JJHRD gonna be sent back to the Soul Altar. Now turning our attention to JDG, the last remaining member. Annalie here now on the receiving end of some huge pain from Fun plus Phoenix, but OC showing up for a little bit of a cheeky third party here. 20HH though caught out entirely by Fun plus Phoenix, just trying to buy as much space as possible. Dragons rush into the net as might, but it's not going to be enough as 28HH also going to be sent back to the Soul Altars. Fun plus Phoenix picks up another elimination for a total of 8 eliminations here in game number 6.
8 eliminations, that's pretty high considering the point in the game. We might just get our repeat, excuse me, MVP. FPX already have one on the day. Can they get another one? Or are we going to go all unique teams getting MVPs? That's also quite rare to have happen, actually. That 8 kills is certainly very high here. You can see the overall totals at the top left. MPG off to a good start, but GG, of course, wanting to defend that first place. Really don't need to do a huge amount to do so. They just need to not completely suck in this one. And they're still in the game, and they've got 3 kills, so that's sort of achieved already. It would take a monstrous game for MPG to knock them out of that spot for now. But it is possible still, obviously. We'll see if that is going to happen. FPX versus Wolves now, though. Remember, Wolves have been eliminated once already. They found themselves in a fight, and they failed. They lost. They died. Which means no more revives available for them. If they go for a mid-game fight here, if they go for something, go for that engage, and they lose, they will be eliminated. They will be out, which would be very upsetting for them, considering quite a dominant win in Game 4, followed up by a 0 in Game 5. You would not want another 0 in Game 6 as well. That would absolutely be pretty tragic. All teams are still here, though, and available. No one's been eliminated just yet, though. 20 minutes left to go. Pretty surprising, actually. I would have expected at least one or two teams to be down right now, but I do have a history of caster cursing, so we'll see what happens here between WBG and YZG. Sleepwalker in the middle of everyone, not popping the Viper ulti, instead just going to be taking a whole bunch of damage. Half health already as QGG from YZG is going to pop his Yota ultimate. Gets a huge chunk of damage onto Jing. We're going to be able to find that kill. CXZ, there it is, pops the Viper ulti, finally it's going down. Trying to lock down Jing. Jing will take the punishment there as well, and the follow-up from QGG. They have found them. YZG finds WBG and yep, there it is, eliminates them. I bloody knew it. I knew I would curse it. I knew as soon as I said no one, and then we saw them fight. I knew one of those teams was getting knocked out of the lobby, and it is WBG. They're done, so.
Oh my goodness, unfortunate there as we continue to caster curse the teams here in day 2. NAD on the run once again here. Both of their team members eliminated, just a single player left alive. OUG gonna use the Wu Chen ult to back out and pick up Zinyu for themselves here, as Jackson here finds himself head-to-head with JJHRD's God Lee, and very unfortunate, but that is going to be it. NAD and our first target G all season in trios gets sent back to the lobby. I'd say sent back to the lobby, but it's the last game of the day. Unfortunate for Team NAD, not going to be able to come in and make it happen. Godly, off the back of that elimination, though, going to be able to pick up that Vermilion Bird's Might as well as a Resurrection Charm from that Moore's Blessing there. Very rare to see a solo player come through and pick up a Resurrection or pick up the entirety of a Moore's Blessing by themselves. Those two teams going head to head there, getting super low, being forced to back out, able to just slide in and make that happen. Team Wolves coming in here on to J Team. ZK gonna go down immediately. Lee goes down in a short order right behind that, and Eagle books it out of here, trying to keep things alive for the likes of J Team. The question is how long will they be able to keep it alive, and will they be able to get their teammates back, as they are the last surviving member and no resurrections left remaining here. For J Team, excuse me.
That's all right. Hopefully these teams don't choke like you're doing right now. We've seen enough of that today. FPX though against Alliance, trying their bestest to knock them down. It is going to be Lucky who falls. Alliance kind of struggling a bit in this one so far. NAD, as you mentioned, the only attackers that we have here today have been eliminated. They're out of it. They're gone. They're free. Just like those team codes that you see on the right-hand side of your screen. If you want to pick those up, if you haven't played this game yet and you like the look of it, go ahead and do so. No money needed. Or if you've got some friends that you would like to play with, get them involved in the game as well. There it is. There are your codes. See if you can catch those. Good luck. May Godspeed be with you. And just maybe as quick as the Alliance players are quickly removed into the lobby, as they're out, they're done, that's them done. That is their day finished. Unfortunately for them, you know, they tried, they had some glimpses of good stuff, but just wasn't quite enough at the end of the day, and they will be done, only finishing with 37 points. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed. They did have opportunities to go a bit high here, as GBL now, another team that has been struggling today. And the fight against GG, who are trying to solidify themselves in that first place. The skier is going to be able to chop down DAY4. DAY4 will fall, and GG will come out on top of that play. GG very happy about that one. Obviously, GBL still not totally eliminated. Have an opportunity still to make things happen in this one. It's Kingzone engaging upon the Wolves here. I'm still waiting for Wolves to go into that fight. I want to see them win it. Usually with the way the Wolves trend, if they lose an early fight, it feels like they're more vulnerable to lose a fight in that mid game. But of course, having said that, win the fight versus Kingzone. LXX is going to fall, is going to get the Wuchen ulti to safety. Very nice for them, but maybe a bit of confidence honestly being built for Wolves. I do think it is important, you know, to buck that trend where you lose that early fight and then you end up kind of struggling for the rest of the game.
You know, I'm sure chat would absolutely love if you continue to say Wolves is not going to do well, so that you caster curse them into winning this game. We have the likes of Sam Sarah over in chat right now, saying that Fox needs to stop talking about Wolves right now because they are going to caster curse them, and wanted me to remind you that wolves eat foxes.
That's fair.
As we take a look here, Zone 3 collapsing down on to Zone 4, or sorry, Zone 2 collapsing down on Zone 3. We do see those Moore's Blessings coming alive here. And if I'm not mistaken, I think both Blessings that are available. Are we going to see the Resurrections happen again here on repeat? Oh my goodness. We are. Look at this. We're going to see the double res. Oh no, I don't know if they can recover from this.
I don't think they can do this. I don't know.
They're going to try so hard, Xenon. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Oh, we're doing it again. It's happening again, ladies and gentlemen. The resurrection on repeat is coming through.
There's no
Will
way.
they be able to buy themselves back into the zone? That's the question.
We're gonna be here forever. Surely
Nixon
not.
goes down. Wait. How long will they keep it together? Yeah. Okay. So we laughed, but we saw this happen the other week, and they were able to buy themselves like 10 positions for their team deep just by resurrecting, trying to get to the edge of the zone. But it is a devil's trap here, so they continue to die to the zone and keep it. Nope, there they go. All three finally go down as we turn our attention to XCG, who secures a Moore's Blessing and the Mystic Might.
Oh, that was a good try though, to be fair, from GBL, but just unfortunately not able to make it happen. They gave it their all though, they gave it their all, and that was quite entertaining to watch them try. FPX now versus OC. Getting some good old fighting action here instead. As much as I love that resurrection chain going down, is there another team?
Wait, no, GBL's still doing it.
Wait, no way, they are? No, that's
they absolutely are.
No, it is him. It is him. It's GBL. They're genuinely going for it again. Imagine if you were in game reading this kill feed and being like, bloody hell, lads, come on, what are you doing? Like, honestly, just one by one, they keep falling. There's only 2 people left though, and they're leapfrogging each other. Like, literally, one spawns, reses, jumps over the other one, starts resing again. Did he channeling his res? It doesn't look like he's channeling the res. No, he is. He is indeed. They're not getting anywhere. Hell. Honestly, this is absolutely ridiculous. I'm so glad we have the picture-in-picture for this though, because as much as we love action and people fighting, I want to see this. This is what I'm here for. This is what I'm here for. I cannot believe the delay on the stream. We're watching GBL do this strategy on stream right now, and it's still happening on live. It's still happening on live. That is how long these guys have been doing this. Obviously, the delay's there for competitive integrity and all that lovely business. And I've generally, is it actually,
look, GG did this for over 5 minutes straight the other week, and we laugh, but it bought them 7 positions.
Yeah.
And it netted them at the end of the day an additional 5 points. Right? Those 7 positions.
Oh no, they're out.
With the multiplier. Oh, there they go. Finally. GBL, good effort coming through. I don't know if it bought them any extra points. And I know Team GG's having a great laugh right now watching that kill feed for GBL there. But it looks like we're gonna come back to the action here as we take a look at XCG. Looking to buy themselves a little bit of space. Zone 3 collapsing down into Zone 4, which means we're no longer going to see Moore's Blessings filled with those coveted buffs. It's going to be just straight gear, which means these teams looking to secure that legendary armor and loot from those Moore's Blessings as we move forward. KZ here, just kind of hanging out a little bit. Want to be careful. They do know that XCG is waiting in the wings and that they want to keep an eye on them as they move across the map here. GG and a J team catching each other out here, but it's Miskia a little separated from the rest of his team. Needs to be very careful as J team starts to collapse onto him. The grapple's coming through. J team looking like they want to commit to this fight pretty heavily here, but Miskia able to just keep things moving. Some range shots coming down from downtown though, doing quite a bit of damage here to Miskia, and J team definitely wants to be the one to capitalize on it.
Absolutely, if you can find that position, it's just free kills, man. It's free real estate. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. GG though have been very impressive so far. Like, I don't think anyone's gonna be able to knock them out of that top spot. I'm not sure though. There's potential, but honestly, realistically speaking, I think it's gonna be very difficult to do. And now though, 10 minutes left on the clock. A few more minutes of scrapping about before we get that ranged dual pokey action happening instead. To be honest, it kind of looks like it's starting up a little bit early here. All these teams not looking to go for too much of an engage. With this circle being as small as it is, easy to get third-partied or get your kills stolen. Both of those things are certainly not what you want to happen. You do not want to dedicate your resources into just getting things stolen or getting killed yourself. Now we can see how the game is going overall here on the left-hand side. There's been a lot of the overall standings being shown, but here's what's happening here in this specific game. FPX with 13 kills, really making it happen. OUG as well with that 10. Very nice. I did say, you know, OUG really kind of struggling big time. They've been struggling big time since the first week and today as well. And you want to have at least one good game so you're not completely demoralized going into your time off. And OUG's looking like they might finish on a high here. But outside of those two teams, it's pretty close for the rest of the kills. Everything to play for here is looking to push into that top 3.
So I don't know if you saw the little card down at the bottom there, but I do believe that card that popped up said that GBL racked up a total of 47 resurrections this game.
47. Oh my goodness.
Talk about some tenacity coming out from our boys there on Team GBL. Fun plus Phoenix though right now at the top of the order with 13 eliminations, looking to have a repeat performance like they had earlier today. YZG coming in here, even though it's on fire, trying to secure this Moore's Blessing for themselves, but not wanting to overcommit as the rain shots continue to come in from every single direction. Wolves up top, one of those teams taking shots down across many of these different teams here. Kind of out in the middle, not the best, but not the worst positioning for Team Wolves here, as they are out in the open with not a ton of cover, but they do have options to move to cover as they try to contest these Moore's Blessings. We're going to see a Wu Chen F come out. Nobody able to get in and actually lock down that Moore's Blessing just yet, and Wolves more than content to just sit topside here and take pop shots at the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, look at that though. The kills from 3rd to 8th. There's only 1 kill separating all those teams. Will this Moore's Blessing be the huge bait that gets people killed? We see it literally like several times a day. Yeah, I mean, fortunately the Wu Chen was going to bring LXX to safety. But, I mean, we saw it there as well. Like, it's just endless bait and oh no, I don't think this is safety actually. These cannon shots coming through, gonna knock LXX down again. Getting collapsed on. GG looking to really punish this one. They know that King Zone pretty low in this one. Have been struggling a little bit. Want to get pouncing before King Zone can find their footing once again, but I think they may have just bought themselves enough time here to be able to just dip away from this one. There's bad guys everywhere, all over the shop though. You're gonna have to find your way to just hide behind a rock or something like that, but if you hide protecting yourself from the north, then you're gonna get shot from the east or the west or the south, and it's just so difficult. Try and keep yourself safe in these situations. 6.5 minutes to go. A few more of those minutes chopping down. Get those engages, get those big fights. Can FPX specifically really put a number on this lobby? Been a bit inconsistent today, but they had 1 pop-off game already. Another one will go a huge way, solidifying themselves as one of the better performers today. Sometimes it's not all about consistency. You can just find 1 or 2 really, really solid gains. Look at all that cannon fire coming through though. That is just horrendous. So tough to play against, man. So tough. If you're not in the outskirts of the map here, so you know you're not going to get shot from behind, then you're just a punching bag. You're a victim, as OUG are finding out with 10 kills to their name, but I don't know. They might just be getting eliminated here. Those 10 kills might be everything they've got. That is Godlay going to bring down SS. The rest of the team was able to dip out with the Wu Chen ulti though, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to get away to safety for very long, or if the rest of the lobby is going to collapse on top of them.
Wolves over here just looking to capitalize on to JJHRD here. JJHRD, every time they come out, able to just walk away from the clutches of Team Wolves here, but the zone slowly forcing them into the claws of Team Wolves. Now turning our attention to J Team and the likes of JDG as well as YZG over here. All of them just trying to pick up some scraps from that Moore's Blessing. JJHRD gonna pop the ultimate here. Oh my goodness, Team Wolves loses a member. KZ loses a member. A lot of kills just come clean, popping up off the board here as things break out into an absolute brawl. Team XCG, OUG, all going head to head here. YZG picking up a member of JJHRD. Wolves picking up a member of JJHRD. XCG picking up a member of OUG as things just continue to go insane. HQ here just using that universe slash looking to snipe some damage out onto somebody from range here. JDG sitting up top the hill here. Wolves 14 going to be eliminated off the back of, I do believe, XCG there. HQ, I didn't even see where Wolves was when they picked that up. Wolves down to a single remaining member left alive. YZG's QGG coming in with a legendary dual blades, popping that Yodohime ultimate, trying to lock anybody down. We are into zone 6, 20 players left alive. Massive Viper ult coming out from the likes of VVV. They are going to get a stun into the zone, and it's going to be Leo who follows up and picks up the elimination onto OUG's SS. HQ looking for another one. J-Team's Eagle is going to be eliminated here, and that's going to be it for the likes of J-Team as they are sent back to the lobby. JDG also going to be sent back to the Lion off the back of Fun Plus Phoenix. Fun Plus Phoenix, 21 eliminations already. Unfortunately, Wolves, One Fang also going down. HQ going to go down to OUG's Wade as well. Fun Plus Phoenix just putting on a masterclass in how to dominate a lobby as they pick up yet another elimination for a total of 22 eliminations. VVV with that Viper roll available again already, and they are just hunting these players down one at a time. They do not care. The rest of the lobby just stragglers here in the face of the full team that is Fun Plus Phoenix. OUG, the only team possibly able to do anything about Fun Plus Phoenix here, as they have 2 members left alive, but nobody wants to give away their position. Godly, the next victim to fall here to Fun Plus Phoenix. JJHRD eliminated from the lobby, and it looks like Fun Plus Phoenix is just going to run around this final circle and clean up stragglers one at a time, as nobody wants to risk trying to participate with these other solo individuals. Now OUG on the chopping block as all of Fun Plus Phoenix gives chase to Wade. Wade gonna be eliminated here as Leo knocks them in, or sorry, TXJ knocks them into zone, and Leo capitalizes onto it. Now YZG's QGG, the next customer on a board for the likes of Fun Plus Phoenix. It's just a slaughterhouse here as Fun Plus Phoenix cleans up solo stragglers one after the other. 3v1 time and time again. Miskia going very low, gonna pop the ult to hold on for dear life, just trying to get a better position here, but Fun Plus Phoenix doesn't care. They're gonna take every single elimination that's left in the lobby. None of these solos willing to duke it out to try to end the reign of Fun Plus Phoenix, as now we see the Wu Chen ult come out. YZG able to pick up one of the eliminations off the very end here. Fun Plus Phoenix picks up another one, and now it's just a Xinyu from OUG trying not to give the kill to the Fun Plus Phoenix, and they do die to the zone before Phoenix can lock it down. But Phoenix with an absolutely massive game here for game number 6 is going to be our back-to-back MVP as they walk away victorious in our final game of the day.
What a way to end things off here today. Fun Plus Phoenix, a massacre from these guys. That was beautifully played towards the end. And it doesn't come much easier than that, though, when it gets to that final circle situation. It was them versus, I don't know, 4 or 5 different teams, but all those teams had like 1 or 2 members left. Easy as you like for these guys. Very nicely done. That would be a lot of points in their back pocket as well. Very, very beautiful stuff. And they are the only team today to get repeat MVPs, repeat first place finishes. They'll be very, very satisfied with that one. At the end of things, I'm really curious to see who's come out on top on the day, because we have had some more consistent teams who finished relatively high. I think YZG will be another top 5 finish in that one. But only FPX were able to finish first more than once. And when they did it both times, they really popped off. So I'm massive surprised to see those 2 games really carry them.
Yeah, Fun Plus Phoenix here, easily an 80-point day strung together off the back of these performances. Huge game here for them. At least 25 eliminations and first place. Just massive coming out from the likes of Fun Plus Phoenix. 40+ point game very, very easily for them. And this is the thing, right? This kind of came down to the perfect storm for them. Not only did they have a really great performance throughout the game, but when we get to this final circle, these teams have just become all these stragglers where they're solos, and they're so worried about their team's position and where their team is going to end. There's nobody willing to pressure in and kind of fight as groups of solos against the dominant force that is left. And that's exactly what Fun Plus Phoenix wants, because that that just means they can focus on one straggler at a time, 3v1 them down, and secure every elimination that's left in the lobby, not allow anyone to escape in the chaos. They did let one kill go to, I do believe, Team GG in the very end there, but of all the eliminations that were left, to only lose one, they just the most optimal situation for them here in the end, because those solos would not fight together because they did not want to risk their team's positioning and it potentially put another team above them. And at FunPlus Phoenix, more than happy to just devour every single one of those solo players.
Absolutely, it was just a pure buffet for those guys, and as you mentioned, only one of the kills got poached away, which, considering the context and the situation, is fine. You'll take that. It's just the one. I mean, we are talking about how FunPlus Phoenix were the most kills in that game, but that title is well and truly given to the Storm for how many times they destroyed GBL in that game. Honestly, what you said, GBL had 47 revives at the end of it, so the Storm got at least probably at least like 40 of those. So yeah, they got a lot of value of money for their Storm tick damage on that one, and very impressive. Well done, Storm. Well played.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I do believe the Storm picked up 50 eliminations total off the backs of GBL, which is a lot. I mean, the man, again, I really want to see the statistic to how many players have died to the Storm. And quite honestly, it's Team GG and GBL who have contributed the most of those kills to the Storm. Because I'm sure, by the way, Team GG, their comms, they're down to 2 players. They're sitting in a bush hiding because they don't want to go out early. And I'm sure they're just watching that kill feed and they're like, no, they're in our death loop. They're stuck. Oh my God. It's like one of those movies where you're like, every time you die, you're forced to relive the same day over and over again. And GBL just desperately like anything, even one position. We'll take one position better. Just keep resurrecting each other for the love of all things holy. And GBL, man, they just couldn't. There's no way the zone just getting further and further away as every time you resurrect, you're literally getting like one body length.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, you know, the hopes of getting out of the circle were quite slim, but maybe you survive long enough that another team gets eliminated or something like that, and, you know, earns you some points, as we can see. No, unfortunately, it didn't do much for them at all. Still got to come up in last place. J-Team, as expected, dominated the previous game, so that means they were not very good in this one. 0.5 on that game 6, but excuse me, I was so focused on what GBL were finishing. 45, 25 kills and 45 game score. That is the highest of the day. And FPX over 2 games will have almost 80 points, which in and of itself is a top 3, top 2 finish, I would say, for a day. And that's excluding the 4 other games that they would have played as well. So very, very impressive stuff. Exceptionally impressive stuff. 45 is thoroughly dominating and really nice by them. And of course, your MVP will be TXJ. Goodness, 12 kills and 11 assists. What? 25k damage. That is just utterly absurd stats. Holy crap.
With a 23 out of 25 kill participation as well. TXJ just coming in. And again, man, what a final circle that was. I mean, there wasn't really, I don't want to say there wasn't anything to cast, but it really was just a feeding pit for FunPlus Phoenix in the end there. A bunch of solo stragglers that FPX here could just walk up and devour at their own pace, and that's exactly what they do. They put 25 eliminations on the board. They take first place, a 45-point game. Huge for FunPlus Phoenix. At the end of our first 3 games, we had teams who, you know, for the biggest points for the day thus far, for 3 games, we're at 54 points.
Yeah.
This is one game that almost clutches out that many points. There's going to be teams this season or this bi-weekly who don't even come anywhere near for the entire bi-weekly putting 45 points on the board. And they do it in a single game. Fun Plus Phoenix with a double MVP this time around. TXJ walking away the big MVP here at the end of game number 6. But I mean, honestly, the whole team really just the MVP. And we talk about sharks pretty often here, especially in solos when players get low and these players come in and shark people down. But Fun Plus Phoenix really feasting on the fish of the lobby here in the very final moments of this circle. Just absolutely insane. But we're gonna figure out how they're feeling right now as we throw to Leah for a quick interview.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview MBS. So congratulations to Fun Plus TQ to be the winner of this game. We invite Leo to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 也是先请 Leo 跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 FunPlus 的 Leo。
Okay, welcome. So finally, we have a Wuchen player to our interview. So, of course, I have some question about Wuchen. So I see your team also have operation like in the final circle, and you have a transmist, and it's really with a really short distance. So why is that in the final circle? 那其实今天呢，也是要问到Leo一些无尘的问题嘛，因为你是无尘玩家。那在这一把，你们也是有一个超近距离的无尘传送，这个是为什么呀？
因为就是当局我们分析了一下，我特意让队友帮我看一下有没有红叶，后来发现没有红叶，然后刚好2个妖刀机开大，我就说开个大给他们减伤一下，也当是庆祝了。
Okay, because at that time I noticed there is no Viper in the final circle, and I want to use my ult to have a kind of like damage reduce for my teammates. So I use this ult also. Is a kind of celebration. Okay, I know. And then the next question will be, so we all know that Wuchen's ult is not really useful in the final circle because the place is really small. So what exactly Wuchen should do in the final circle? 那其实下一个问题，你别玩这个话筒，这个会有声音。下一个问题就是说，因为无尘它在决赛圈里地形比较小嘛，所以它的大可能没有那么有用。那无尘到底应该在决赛圈做什么呢？
其实更多的就是给队友提供一个风墙挡远程火力，然后并且用大招来传晕或者躲红叶大招吧，就其没什么作用了。
Okay, so just use your F to give your teammates a kind of help to just avoid the ranged weapons damage, and then to use your ult to like counter Viper's ult, just this kind of effect. Okay, and I remember when VVV came to our interview and he said your team will use some special combo in the following games, and we saw your team use some combo like Temuch, Yudo, and Matari, or Monk, Kurumi, and Wuchen's combinations. So how do you think about these kind of special surprise combos today? 那其实之前小伟来到我们的采访的时候，也有提到说你们今天可能会使用一些比较之前现在不太多使用的阵容。那像杀刀家呀、佛桃城啊，那你觉得今天这些阵容效果怎么样呢？
效果都挺好的吧，只是说有时候运气不是很好，然后就没有打出效果，就刚好被阻止了一下。
Okay, so I think it's just okay, but I think there is some problems with our maybe it's not very lucky, because in the game, you know, lucky is really a kind of reason for your victory. Okay, so will you like keep use this kind of combo in the following games? Because you know, for this patch, maybe Temuch is the one who is the most powerful hero in the game. 那你们之后还会就是说再去选择这样的阵容吗？因为其实现在大部分人都会认为就是沙男才是现在比较强的英雄呢。
其实我们沙男也用了3场，然后后续的话还是会用这个阵容，可能就是会增多或者减少的，这就区别吧。
Okay, so actually we also use Temuch like 3 games, but maybe in the following games we just depends on the different situations and to choose the different combo for the game. OK， 好，那谢谢 Leo 来到我们的采访。那今天 FunPlus 也是拿下了2把比赛，非常不错，希望之后继续努力，好吧 ？Okay, thank Leo. Come to our interview. We'll let camera back to the casters. Bye bye.
Leo and Aaliyah, thank you so much for the great interview. Aaliyah giving us some insight here into Fun plus Phoenix's absolutely dominating performance here in game number 6, because man, they just ate up the competition and spit them back out. What a day for Fun plus Phoenix Fox Rep. What a day in general. Some very, very good, very interesting games here for our 4th bi-weekly split.
Oh yeah, man, we had it all today. Like, it was well spread out, honestly. For the first half of the day, it seemed we had like 3 or 4 teams that were at the 50-point mark just from those 3 games, which is, you know, on track for 100+ points, which is really, really high and way higher than anything that no other teams even previously had reached that mark. So to have 3 on track to do it in one day is pretty impressive. And as the day kind of towards the back end of the day, you have more teams stepping up, like Wolves and J Team. But at the end, it was Fun plus Phoenix who were able to find sort of that consistency. Like, they weren't the most consistent team throughout the day, but they did win twice, and when they won twice, they won hard. Really good stuff for them. Yeah, they're certainly our winners of the day, I would imagine, and they'll be fairly happy with how it went down. But for me, I'm just kind of impressed, or maybe I don't know if impressed or surprised is the right word, but it's been very entertaining, not necessarily knowing who was going to be the who's going to win coming into any of the games. As you can see, like, just very all over the place. Here's the bottom side of the standings here. As you can see, some teams really struggling. NAD today with 13 points was a very low scoring day for them. GBL also, you know, that's them done now. They've reached 40 points. It's not very good. It's not good enough at all. 40 points over 2 days is, you know, considering OnePlus just got 45 points in one game, it's certainly not gonna amount to much. I'm keeping my eyes on OUG though. They've got one more day left to perform. Not a great day here today, but I still kind of have faith in them to try and pull it back, you know, try and do a little bit more as you know, as their last day comes through, because I think this team has a bit more to show for us, like we saw in the first week where they won it all in those bi-weekly finals. YZG coming out on top, one of the more consistent teams here in 9th place. I would imagine most of the teams at the top side of the table here are teams that have played 2 days, excuse me, and so will be kind of inflated in that point total. Who do you think is going to be 1, 2, and 3 here, Rune? Do you think it'll be GG first, or is FPX going to take him?
I'm pretty sure it's going to be FPX off the back of that performance, quite honestly. I want to give honorable mention here to YZG. YZG today with only the 1 MVP, but consistently the top 5 every single game. A very impressive 88 points here off the back of a huge day. Oh, maybe it's not Fun plus Phoenix, even though, oh, you know why they're not in first place? Here's why. It's only their first day competing. And they have 111 points together for a single day.
Bloody hell. That is
111 points.
And Wolves actually came in 3rd, right? Overall on the day. Wolves are 3rd on the day. We had, you know, FPX being the best team, and then we had YZG on 80 points, 88 points, and Wolves coming in 70 as well. So, you know, we had 3 teams on pace for 100 points, and in the end, we only got 1 that broke 100, and the rest didn't even break 90. Kind of sort of surprising in you know, the back half of that, but still 111. Like, bloody hell, at least some points to the rest of the teams, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Speaking of which, by the way, guys, do remember we're coming back next week. We're going to be on our regular Twitch page. That's right, twitch.tv/Naraka Blade Point. We came over here to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Twitch just for these 2 days. We had a bunch of events going on. There's so much Naraka, it's hard to contain all in one place. But we're back always at the same time, and now back to our same place. Make sure you're going to be there. You don't want to miss it as we keep moving forward with just incredible schedule with all these lovely players coming through for us today. But man, what a day, what a great week of Naraka here for the start of our 4th bi-weekly. And Fox, the time has gone by so fast. I know I was talking about this with Dobby yesterday, but where has the time gone? We're already halfway through with our 4th bi-weekly. The season's almost over already. It feels like we just started yesterday.
Yep, I know. That's what happens when you're watching the most fast-paced esports in the world. Like, it all just goes by like that, you know? Try and breathe? No way, bro. No way. That's not happening. Here's more action. Here's more fighting. It's nice. It's all good though. It's been a lot of fun, and we still have some more stuff afterwards. Obviously, like we'll have the World Championships, as you've seen some of the teasers for the videos as well. We've got the Grand Finals coming up too. Like it's all going to be a lot of fun, and already we've had some banging Naraka action, and the stakes have been relatively lower compared to what we're going to be seeing in the next few weeks and months. So I'm very pumped to see that stuff come through.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's something that I don't think I talk about enough here is Naraka Esports is still really in its infancy. I mean, you look at games that come out, and most esports don't find their footing till 4 years in. And Naraka right now has huge prize pools, the amazing stage setups, the Pro League, absolutely incredible. There is so much more Naraka to come for everybody. But speaking of there being more to come, me and Foxdrop gonna go get something to eat, because that's gonna be it from us here today in the NBPL. Make sure you come back and join us on a Thursday for more Naraka Blade Point Pro League. Till then, I've been the Runekeeper, this has been Foxdrop, and this has been the Pro League. We'll see you guys next week.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head.